12 minutos.
Sí, sí. Ya puse ahorita a transmitir. Dice, ya estás transmitiendo en vivo. A ver,
Ok,
métete, métete a ver.
estoy ahí. Ahí ya.
Bacán.
Voy a silenciarlo.
Muy bien. Creo que tu cámara
A ver,
está muy chiquita.
¿se le ve bien?
Eso ahí sí. Que le recorté un chance.
Mm.
Bacán. Ahorita le dije a la Amelia que nos diga qué tal se ve. Porque la,
Ok.
porque la Indira. Ah, no, el Matías creo también iba a meterse a ver. Y el Kaisa.
Ahí veamos quién es.
¿Quién da más?
¿Quién da más? ¿Quién da más?
Entonces, vámonos metiendo. Capaz que ya pusieron algo en la página. De ya faltan 10 minutos. Ay, jeje.
Vuelve.
Tú tienes el directo abierto, ¿verdad?
Sí, ahorita sí.
Dale, porque yo si abro el directo y si me empieza a ir mal el internet, así que ahí vas diciendo.
Sí, aquí está abierto.
Voy a cerrar el WhatsApp también. Bacán. Si hago clic aquí, ¿qué pasa?
Hola, bravo.
Bravo. ¿Está el bravo? ¿Qué pasó?
Bueno, ahorita estamos en la página principal. Vamos a ver qué procede.
Muy bien.
Falta 9 minutos 41 segundos.
Me imagino
Ok.
que... Cacha, ya no salen los vistos aquí. Solo sale para añadir al calendario y ya para abrir la presentación como tal. Bacán.
Ya estamos ya.
Sin bronca.
Según vi, parece que han eliminado un panel sorpresa, no estoy seguro.
En serio.
Sí, parece que se ha eliminado un panel sorpresa, así que
No, aquí
vamos a
está.
ver qué procede.
Aquí está el que dice panel sorpresa.
Pero habían dos.
Ah. Pongan música, perros.
Bueno, estamos a 8 minutos 45 segundos de que empiece el evento del año.
Oye, sí, buena idea. Voy a poner un video así cualquiera para ver si se ve bien. Vaya a ser que justo ese rato.
Tal vez. Una tal Melanie Paola Cartagena se ha unido.
Hola, bienvenida.
Saludos.
Cacha que después del directo de Batman tuve 4 suscriptores más.
Un saludo para Erika Guaiza Castro, que también nos está viendo.
Un saludo, un saludo. ¿Viste el tráiler del juego de Batman?
No.
Bueno, no es tráiler, es un teaser. Estaba bacán.
Y estamos a 7 minutos 43 segundos de que empiece.
Nice, nice. ¿Dónde estaba? ¿Dónde estaba? Aquí está. Veamos. Si se ve ahí.
Sí, se ve.
No, ahorita le hice grande. Bueno, espera que llegue con retraso.
Deja ese.
O sea, no es un tráiler como tal, solo sale el mapa del juego
¿Ya? Sí, sí, lo estoy viendo.
y sale
Mapa del juego.
24 horas faltantes, o sea, lo de hoy.
Claro,
Estaba bacán.
claro, claro. Chistoso, tenemos 5 espectadores. Hola a las 5 personas que nos están viendo.
Espero deja comprobar el audio.
Bueno, no,
Cualquier-
no responde.
Voy a poner cualquier video de estos que tenga audio. Ay, 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 muy duro. Voy a bajarle el volumen. Un chance del escritorio. Escúchalo en el directo.
Sí, se escucha.
¿Se escucha muy duro o se escucha bien?
Se escucha bajito.
Bajito, hijo de madre.
Bájale, súbele un poco más. Está bien el directo, mijo.
Sí, sí. Ahorita le subí un chance. Sí se escucha bien. Oye,
De hecho, se escucha, sí, 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 se escucha más altito, más mejor.
y menos peor.
No es peor. Faltan 4 minutos 45 segundos. Sí.
Que crazy. Nos vamos a hacer famosos.
Ya le bajé todo porque ya no sé quién no está hablando.
Sí, bájala al directo. O sea, solo cuando te diga así en plan de si se escucha y así ahí le chequeas.
Sí, sí, sí. ¿Qué te pasa?
Bueno, dejemos estos 5 minutos que faltan. He puesto el banner que tanto me demoré haciendo.
Es que son las 2, no 5.
Pero no me dejan ahí.
Estarás de pilas que ya están, no sé, comentando.
Ya está. ¿Ya están o no están? ¿Cuánto falta? Hijo de madre.
1:54. Bueno, ahorita sí le voy a bajar el del directo. Yo cacho que en el minuto ya le activas y comenzamos a ver.
Ya le pongo. Muy bien. A ver. Cuando ya sean las 2 en punto, ahí le abro al de Wonder Woman.
No, yo pienso que ya hay unos 5, 4, 3, 2. Ahorita.
¿Tú ya la abriste?
Claro, ya faltan 55 segundos, 54, 53,
¿Qué espera?
52,
¿Dónde estás
53.
viendo? ¿Dónde te sale la cuenta regresiva? ¿En qué página es? ¿En la de DC Fandom tal cual? Ah, ya.
Sí, 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 sí. Y esa mierda candelera. Veintiséis, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 13, 12, 11,
¿En qué página estás?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bienvenidos a Fandome.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? Ay. Ay. ¿Me escuchas? Ay.
No, vamos por el primer panel. Es el de Wonder Woman 1984.
Oye, oye, oye. ¿Me
¿Mm?
escuchas?
Pero no escucho nada, jeje.
Mándame el link de la página, bien.
El problema es que ahorita no me sale nada. No me sale para ir a comprar cosas de...
Ah, ya, sí estabas ahí mismo, chucha, qué susto. Yo pensé que estaba mal.
Mínimo se colapsó la página. No, no, sí estoy aquí.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Ya sirvió?
Listo. Entonces, o sea, la verdad no me sale, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué puede pasar? Se supone que ya deberíamos estar viendo, pero no sale nada.
Ah, 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 ah. Sí, será esa la página. ¿Tú crees que sea esa?
Che, debe ser esa, porque ya salió el tráiler.
Sí, el tráiler del fandom como tal ya salió, pero nada más.
Sí, no salió nada más.
Ah, ya están en vivo, ya están en vivo, ya están en vivo.
I'm Sam, and I'm so excited to be here.
皆さん、こんにちは。リリコです。
Voy a ponerlo en español. ¿Ya estás viendo?
Sí, ya estamos viendo.
Sono Andrea.
G'day everyone, I'm Jaden and I'm super pumped.
¿En qué parte estás? ¿Qué te está saliendo?
Hey, how you doing? Bonjour, moi c'est Thierry.
Están mostrando a Batman, a la Trinidad básicamente, ahorita en lo que dibujó Jim Lee.
Closer to your favorite superheroes, their creators, and the stars behind them. Plus, big announcements, guys. I'm talking huge reveals.
Se ve bien, se ve prometedor. Sobre todo el panel de Flash. Y por alguna razón salió Green Arrow. El Batimóvil.
Tú creo que estás viendo un poco antes que yo. ¿Qué está saliendo ahorita?
No sé, ¿cómo le activaste los subtítulos?
Ahí a la derecha te sale donde dice inglés.
¿Dice Hall of Heroes abajo?
Sí.
Ya le puse, pero no me sale nada.
Tienes que esperar un chance, a mí también se me demoró, pero ahí te sale para cambiar el idioma.
Ah, ya.
¿Qué estás viendo ahorita?
Bueno, ahorita el juego de Batman.
¿Qué? ¿En serio? ¿Qué estás viendo?
Una escena de Aquaman, ahorita es una escena de Stargirl. No, de Doom Patrol, perdón. Man of Steel.
Ya, sí estamos bien, Estás creo que unos 2 segundos adelantado.
Batman la serie animada. Shazam. Supergirl.
Sí.
Green Lantern. Titans. Uno de los mejores Jokers.
Ah, sí, güey. Harley Quinn. Sí, güey.
Salió Linterna Verde de la porquería de película de Ryan Reynolds. Eso promete mucho.
Oye, está bien bacán el tráiler este. Hijo de madre. Wow.
Now I'm even more excited to kick off this
Wow.
epic event. This looks so awesome. Okay.
No, se me está demorando un chance.
Bueno, aquí va el panel de Wonder Woman.
¿Qué más? Y se me está demorando un chance. Le voy a dejar en inglés.
Espérame, no te estoy escuchando, le voy a dejar un poco. Patty Jenkins, una de las que iban a ser, la que iba a ser de hecho la directora de todo el mundo oscuro, la única razón por la que regresó Natalie Portman en esa película.
Ah,
Y
cierto,
Chris
¿no?
Pine. Lo único que estamos esperando a ver cómo diablos regresa a la muerte. Porque no creo que se haya quedado vivo después de esa explosión.
De ley.
Nuestra querida Cheetah. El mandaloriano Pedro Pascal.
Pedro Pascal.
Maravilloso.
Come on in.
Hola, nice to be here.
Gracias.
Hi everybody.
Ahorita sí.
Hacer un panel de la Mujer Maravilla. Sí, la Mujer Maravilla, claro.
Ves, Gal Gadot.
Qué hermosa mujer.
So much. This is so crazy. This is how
Yeah, cool.
we miss
Great to
you.
see you again.
My Wonder Woman mates.
I just invented this in the moment. I just
That's
figured it
great.
out. It's like my own.
Es un
Wait,
corazón,
Qué
una
maravilla.
W.
To hear questions from the fans
Es una
and interact with
W
the
que
fans,
debe
and we're
corazón.
excited to hear
Maravilloso.
from everybody today.
Well, it's been 8 months since we met in Brazil, and we know how long that is in fan time. So, we're waiting for a DC superhero movie to come out, especially one with this character who is so beloved all around the world, right, Patty, Gal?
I really think the movie is it's so great on the big screen. We all worked so hard to bring something that would be a big, visual, spectacular, great time. So we're gonna stick it out. We believe in, putting it in the cinema, but I can't wait for you all to see more
Bueno,
today.
pues ya nos confirmó que sí vamos a ver algo
I can't wait for the movie to come
de La
out
Mujer
soon.
Maravilla, lo cual me parece maravilloso.
Totally, and at least we're also,
Claro, es lo que
as much as
básicamente
we
hemos
want to
estado
share the
esperando
movie with the world, at least we figure out
Ojalá se pueda estrenar para
creative
octubre, que
ways to
está
communicate with our
programado,
beloved,
pero
most amazing
ojalá,
fans.
sí, mano, ojalá sí salga para esa fecha.
To say hello and to thank them and to share something from the movie.
We received so many fan questions. I wish you could get to all of them, but there just isn't time enough in these short 24 hours. So let's start with a video question from Adam in Malaysia. Let's take a look.
Malasia.
Hi DC Fandom,
Ve,
I'm Adam from
ve,
Malaysia
tiene un póster
and I'm a
de
huge
Akira.
Wonder Woman fan.
De Akira.
So my question is,
Maravilloso.
since we're transitioning from World War I to the 1980s, what kind of inspirations that you took to create new and updated costumes for the characters? I hope everybody's having a blast and I can't wait till we see the movie. Bye.
Aw, so sweet. It's a great question because when we did the last movie in 1917, 1918,
Hola, Ivette.
it was an interesting process where you both have to kind of acclimate
Hola,
yourself
Jonathan,
to the period
Andrés.
and make it very normal to yourself and
Bienvenidos.
then make things look the way you want them to look within that context. So Diana always has great taste and always looks elegant.
No, se me paró.
No sé si estás de acuerdo conmigo, pero
¿Qué? ¿Qué pasó?
no sé si estás de acuerdo, pero las películas de época, cuando tratan de readaptar el vestuario, la forma en lo que la hacen, me parece algo maravilloso. Por ejemplo, en la primera película de Wonder Woman, cuando Diana entra como la secretaria de Steve Trevor, me parece algo muy acertado, algo que realmente no se le da un plus a la, como que sientes que la película es de época.
O sea, claro, eso a la final es la idea, ¿no? De que se vea lo más...
Pero es como, no sé, sientes de cierta forma que, no sé, apoyar, apoyar.
Which is a video question from Kiara in
Mira,
Japan.
llega de todo lado.
Hi, my name is
¿Ves?
Kiara from Tokyo,
No es
Japan.
Stargirl.
Parece
I love you
japonés.
so much, Cal.
Parece Stargirl.
What was it like working all together, and do you have any funny stories behind the scenes? Thanks for answering my questions. I love you guys so much.
Oh my God, Kiara! I love your vibe and your energy.
Le quité los
The
subtítulos porque
jumping
estaban muy
was so
retrasados
full
y
of energy.
distraían.
Está demasiado
We had
retrasado,
an
la verdad.
amazing time working together, and there's something so well.
¿Qué?
Catherine is like the drama queen. No, I'm just kidding. But we had such an amazing time, and we got lucky
Oh, mira.
that we all have such great chemistry, and we all adore and love each other.
Eso se nota que está igual de actuado que la película, pero... Dime qué actores se portan así.
Algo es algo.
Bueno, eso sí puede ser.
Hey, oh, it's coming back with music videos and everybody's laughing so hard. I mean, that was the most unusual thing to me, to feel like I'm making a film in the middle of like the funniest environment.
Yeah, all the cool kids were going off to the mall and you had to stay after school.
Me interesa mucho saber cómo se va a desarrollar el personaje de Maxwell que, bueno, es medio spoiler lo que pasa con él dentro de los cómics, la relación que tiene él con Mujer Maravilla.
Claro,
eso me tiene muy intrigado por este tipo de cosas.
Pero la verdad creo que no le han dado mucha publicidad, la verdad.
So I'm a huge fan.
claro, pero así tampoco
So,
como
who
hemos
would
visto el
win
diseño
in
de
a
Cheetah,
tennis
lo cual
match
se lo pueden estar
between
guardando.
Wonder Woman
Sea
and
como
Cheetah?
sea, ahorita lo
And do you
que
think
más
they'll
nos
ever be
intriga
able to put
es,
away their differences
es
and
la manera en la
team up
cual
for
Steve
doubles?
Trevor
Regresa a la vida.
If you would overcome your differences
exacto,
to
creo que
play
es
doubles
la cosa
against
que más
her.
nos tiene expectantes.
You guys against each other?
Dele.
I think Cheetah would win.
Really?
Meow.
Because Wonder Woman would have she'd have a gold tennis racket to go with everything, and it would just be too heavy, and I'm fast, and I just think I would win.
Very subjective. That's your perspective, and it's okay. I disagree with you on this one, but let's agree to disagree.
Well, then I'll see you on the
Están discutiendo. Están dando pique para la
Okay,
película.
so now we're going to Poland with Mina, who has a question for Pedro.
La
Does Pedro
química que se
Pascal know
comparten
how much he
Christine
is
Wing y Gal
loved and
Gadot
appreciated
como
by
que
his fans?
te da el pego.
Yeah.
¿Te da qué?
Como que parece que realmente sí se llevan bien.
Do I know it? I love it and I appreciate it, and it holds me up through the tough times like these, and I don't know, I'm just so grateful that question exists, basically.
Next up is a question from Salma.
Hi Chris, ¿cómo regresas de la muerte? Confirma.
Confirma.
I'm so happy and so excited for your return to Wonder Woman 1984.
Por tu
My
regreso.
question to you is, how does it feel to be the fish out of water in the 80s from your return, now having Diana
Está haciendo
Prince guiding around?
básicamente una pregunta
Yeah,
de
that interest and curiosity, I would
cómo
say
se
it was
siente
kind of like
estar en una época que no es la
a good
suya.
lesson for me as a human being to remind
Es
myself
el
to
trastorno Capitán
open up
América.
and not be
Exacto.
so cool, not be so
Oye, pero en serio, ¿cómo regresa a la vida?
everything, and,
No creo que
you
sea
know,
Esa es
su...
una de las
my
grandes
job again
cuestiones
is
que
to be in love with,
que responder la
Gal,
película.
which is not
No
a
creo que
hard
solo
gig, and
sea una
trying to
ilusión
make
de
a
Maxwell
giggle,
Lord, ¿no?
which, is always fun.
No, esperemos que
so
no,
much
pero bueno.
more than that, but I like that you always sum it up that way.
Now we have a video questions for everyone.
La verdad,
from
Patty
Gary.
Jenkins tiene un carisma muy agradable.
No sé, como que trata de simpatizar con... No sé, no tengo un comentario preciso para este momento.
O sea, hasta ahorita me gusta. Obviamente tienen que estar todos felices y todo, pero al menos a Patty Jenkins.
Claro, tienen que transmitir esa emoción.
Big, just like.
Pero al menos a Patty Jenkins sí se le ve
It
que
got stuck in my gun.
Oh, it got stuck in
Que
your
sí es así
thing,
mismo.
And I don't know if we were tired or also it was just we
que
laughed.
se le ve emocionada por su película
Mine was,
realmente.
Es que no va a estar
in Washington,
emocionada,
I mean, the fact that we'd
imagínate,
shut down all of
aparte del
Pennsylvania
retraso
Avenue
que
to make
tuvo la
this
película que
huge
supuestamente se iba a
film. The little
estrenar,
8-year-old
si mal
kid
no
in
estoy,
you
el año anterior.
can't
Ahorita,
believe that you're doing what you're doing.
básicamente,
that
si
you
no
get
estuviera
the
pasando toda la
privilege of
pandemia, ya lo
doing it.
hubiéramos
I
visto.
don't know, it feels
O sea,
like a dream in
como
some
que
kind
ella
of way, like
tuvo
you're stepping
un
into the
tiempo para
fantasy
poder
of
quitarle un
playing
poquito
make
de
believe on this
cosas,
scale in all the films that you ever
añadirle
wanted to
algo,
be in as a kid. So
editarle de una
that
mejor
was,
manera, y ahorita
that was a
pues,
pretty
afecta
special moment, I
básicamente.
think.
Es como,
Can I change my answer?
yo que sé, las futuras series de Disney Plus.
Claro.
That was so beautiful.
We've got one last question from a very special guest.
Bebé, ¿quién es?
¡Qué maravilla! ¿Cómo se llama? Es la Wonder Woman original.
Sí.
Me olvidé, perdón.
Chuta, pero está...
Oh my god.
Parece la Yuwoki, no sé.
No, pero esa...
Hello, Chris. Hello, Patty. Hello, Gal.
Oh, qué linda.
Hello, Bear.
Parece la mala de Caroline.
Oh my God, Gal. Hello, you beautiful.
La araña esa.
A delightful surprise to have you here. This is so great.
I'm so glad. We think about you every day, Linda, and we talk about you all the
Linda
time.
Carter.
So it would
Ah,
not,
sí,
this
Linda
would not
Carter.
be a
Me
Wonder
acabo de
Woman
olvidar el
panel,
nombre.
truly,
Linda Carter,
if we
una
didn't see your
maravilla de
face. So
mujer.
it's
Es
so
la
good to see
Mujer
you.
Maravilla
So good to
original.
have you.
De los
I'm so
70s.
excited. I've never
Hermoso.
met you. I've
De
watched
la que
your
giraba
show
y
when I was
qué
younger
bacán.
and had
Trataba de
Wonder
tener el
Woman
vestido más
underoos,
largo de
and I'm so excited to meet you.
Kristen?
Yes. I was also Wonder Woman for Halloween when I was a little girl. I mean, I'm like so excited to meet you.
I think you're so
Obviamente
great.
esto está pregrabado, pero
We have a mutual admiration.
pero sí da la impresión de que estuvieran en vivo
Anytime
hablando
when I
ahorita,
meet
sí.
you, will you do me a favor?
Claro, claro.
Will you just throw your
La
arms
verdad,
around
ni
me?
siquiera apareces
Yes, I
callado,
wish I
así
could
que,
right now.
de que en algún momento estuvieron en vivo, parece
I'm
que sí.
beyond excited. I'm
Pero
beyond
la
excited.
forma en la cual se está
You know that
desarrollando
I
me parece
have been a
maravilloso.
fan
Igual la
Vale.
forma en la
from
que
day
Linda
one
Carter
of
se
Pat.
está desempeñando y todo lo que está diciendo es hasta inspirador.
Dale. Mierda, se me está trabando full el stream. A ti sí te va bien.
Sí, la verdad es que va bien.
A ver. Es que de vez en cuando es como que se frena y toca. Minimizarlo la página.
Here to reinvent Wonder Woman, and we're not here to do a new chapter of Wonder Woman. We just hope to take the torch and pass it forward.
¿Qué
And
estás,
so
¿qué estás
that
viendo
means
ahorita?
the world
Ah, la Carter corriendo.
to me, because I was that person who was so moved by you
Ahora Patty
and your
Jenkins.
performance and the show,
Se
the
nota que
beautiful
le
show that you
emociona
guys
que
did. So
Linda Carter
being
se haya
able to
pasado por
know
ahí,
that somebody as
de todas
important
maneras sí se ha
as
inspirado
your
un poco
daughter
en Linda, en todo lo
acknowledged
que
that
hizo Linda
we
Carter
could
con
be
el
having that
personaje
effect on
para
her
poder
is like a
de cierta manera
huge
desarrollar su
compliment.
visión
You
de la
are
Mujer
a
Maravilla
true,
y
like,
la
true
forma en la
life
cual Gal
Wonder
Gadot
Woman, and
también,
I
no
can't
sé,
be
hay
more
una
grateful
empatía,
to have
madre,
your
y
guidance
como que se
and
pasan la
to be
antorcha
able to
tal
call
como
you
dijo
Mama
Patty.
Bear, and knowing your children now. Thank you for everything that you've done personally for me, and
Ah,
I'm
qué
sure
bien.
to the world. And this is now, this thing is whole
¿Quién no puede amar a
because
Linda
you're
Carter?
here.
Oh.
Claro.
Love you, Linda.
We love you, Linda.
So,
Su nombre es Linda, o sea, no jodas.
No, hombre, ya, no es como que lo pueda.
We also had some submissions from fans that sent us pictures of their cosplays and fan art.
Ve, los cosplays.
I love that one.
Yes.
Exactly like having Linda here. It's like the classic. Like, who doesn't love
Es el cosplay que yo
The
siempre quise
the
hacer.
star pants are so cool.
Siempre busqué esa tiara.
I know, she looks amazing.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Do that.
I love when I see people, like a man or different people do Wonder Woman, because it really does go to the core of, like, we are all Wonder Woman, and that armor can mean something different on all these different people, and that's a great Wonder Woman costume. I
Qué
love
maravilla
it.
de cosplay. Súper bien hecho, no sé.
Yes.
Wow.
Oye, sí.
Oh my gosh.
Que se ve muy profesional, muy bien logrado.
Yeah, the recreation on the
Las
beach
botas,
and
las
everything,
botas me
like,
parecen son maravillosas.
caught the
La
spirit.
espada.
Like, beautiful
No sé,
work,
me
beautiful
encanta.
detail.
Sí, sí está full
Look at
bien.
that shield. Oh my gosh.
Oh, amazing.
Wow.
It looks exactly like the original one.
La inspiración que puede
It's
llegar a
like the
ser
Norman
la Mujer
Rockwell
Maravilla
of
para
Wonder
las
Woman
niñas,
things, and
para
so perfect, because it's
cualquier
exactly why we're all
persona,
here. It's
básicamente.
like,
Look at the
Ya
shoes
podemos
she's wearing.
catalogarlo dentro del género femenino, sino
The red heels.
es una
About this
mujer
character
tan
that,
bien hecha,
like,
tan bien
you know, we were
fundamentada,
talking
que
numerous times about
no sé,
the
da
fact
el
that,
aspecto
you
de
know,
que puede inspirar
we've seen
como
so
a
many
cualquier persona.
male superheroes, but
Es
we
un
haven't seen enough
ejemplo a seguir,
female
básicamente.
superheroes. And for girls,
Sí, o
for
sea, la
little
verdad, no
girls,
sé tú, pero a mí
once they see it, they
la
believe
Mujer
it,
Maravilla
you
sí
know?
es como que, así como Superman representa tal cual lo que es un superhéroe, la Mujer Maravilla creo que representa
So
tal
for
cual lo
little
que es una
girls to be
superheroína.
exposed to these type of movies, whether it's Wonder
Es
Woman
un
or
ejemplo a
any other
seguir,
female-driven
como digo, tal
movie,
vez, no sé, sea
in this
inspiración para
genre
muchos de
is
los
so
espectadores.
important because
No sé
then,
qué
you
opinen
know,
de
it's
ella,
so
ya que
empowering.
básicamente el próximo año cumple 80 años de su creación.
¿No era esto?
Y no, es el siguiente año.
Diablos. Se está trabando la página full.
Déjale un ratito.
Es que me imagino que también full gente ha de estar viendo. O sea, de estar...
Es el evento básicamente que más ha llegado a tener desarrollo después del fiasco que fue Comic Con.
Sí, yo intenté ver...
Bueno, de hecho quería... No, sí, continúa.
Yo intenté ver Comic Con, o sea, pero no pude ver nada, no supe cómo funcionaba, no explicaban nada y lo único que hice fue imprimirme los gafetes.
Bueno, en este momento estamos viendo un adelanto
¿De qué? ¿De Wonder Woman? No,
de lo que va a ser de Wonder Woman 84.
no estoy viendo. Maldición.
Parece que no es nada del otro mundo, son cosas que ya hemos visto como la Mujer Maravilla balanceándose por el rayo, pero aquí viene lo importante. Ex Maxwell Lord hablando.
No me deja cargar.
Un momento muy emocional en frente de Steve Trevor, después de volverlo a ver básicamente.
No me funciona, no me deja cargar el video, no sé por qué.
Wow, qué impactante la manera en la cual la Mujer Maravilla...
Aguanta. Voy a tener que...
Vamos viendo un desarrollo de cómo va a manejarse Minerva para poder convertirse en Cheetah. Va desarrollando su super fuerza, una conversación con Maxwell Lord. Dios, cómo utiliza el lazo de la verdad la Mujer Maravilla, la manera en la cual desarrolla bastante. Y verlo por...
Sí, sigue comentando.
Maxwell Lord se lo ve poderoso. Y tenemos el primer vistazo de Cheetah.
Mierda.
Tenemos el primer vistazo de Cheetah.
Lo estoy perdiendo. No, ya le vi.
Se ve maravilloso.
Oye,
Me encanta el diseño de Cheetah, me parece una bestialidad. Sobre todo la batalla que va a tener con la Mujer Maravilla. Con el traje de los cómics, uno que de hecho me encanta mucho como lo dibuja Alex Ross. Es hermoso. No me puedo quejar de esto. Demasiado hermoso la manera en la cual Cheetah salió. Tenemos el primer vistazo.
Vi un poco a Cheetah, pero nada más. No sé qué le pasa a la página, no cargo.
Patty for this, thanks.
Me acabo de perder el vistazo a Cheetah.
I think you have, as they say, dropped the mic.
Thank you.
Ahorita están de nuevo en el Zoom. Sí, no.
Patty, Gal, Chris, Kristen, Pedro, thank
Claro.
you so much for
Otra vez
stepping into
se
the
está acabando el
Disney
panel.
fandom with us today. Thank you.
Y se acabó el panel en la de Wonder Woman 1984. Tuvimos básicamente como un resumen breve lo que fue un cameo, sorpresa de Linda Carter, la cual fue la Mujer Maravilla en un periodo de 1979, donde ella interpretó, como digo, tanto a Diana Prince como a la Mujer Maravilla de la serie de televisión.
Bueno, ahorita ya van a presentar lo del juego de Warner Bros. Montreal.
Efectivamente.
Yo sinceramente, este creo que es el anuncio que más espero junto al de Batman, porque no sé, o sea, estos manes fueron los que hicieron el Arkham Origins, los de Warner Bros. Montreal, y ahorita se van a encargar de este nuevo juego de Batman y no sé, o sea, mucha gente tiene desconfianza por lo que el Arkham Origins, digamos, es el peor juego de Batman, de la saga Arkham.
Claro, si recuerdas, yo te dije que a mí realmente ese juego no me gusta.
No sé, pero...
Porque, no sé.
A mí sí me encanta.
Pero igual, sea como sea, sí o no, le tengo fe. O sea, no me puedo quejar.
No es mi juego de Batman favorito, pero a mí sí me gusta. O sea, sí es mi segundo favorito, es bueno. ¿Para qué también? Es más, lo tengo aquí conmigo ahorita. qué está saliendo
Ahorita
ahorita?
estamos viendo fanarts. Qué maravilla de personas, las que dibujan, las que se dedican a hacer esto, cómo tratan de expresar su visión del personaje, los cuales les encanta. Y ya va a comenzar.
Aguanta, no estoy viendo.
Tenemos un Joker que parece Cross del payaso más que el Joker.
¿Qué estás viendo? ¿Fanart?
No, están pasando un pequeño corto hecho con stop motion.
Aguanta que ya no estoy viendo. No estoy viendo. No puedo ver, no sé por qué. Me estoy estresando mucho. ¿Qué está saliendo ahorita?
En este momento siguen con el corto. No, ya se acabó.
¿Qué va a salir? ¿Qué va a salir?
Pero aquí va.
Miércoles. No puedo ver, no sé por qué. Me estoy estresando mucho.
Es Zachary Levi. Zachary Levi presentando básicamente lo que va a ser el juego, el nuevo juego de Batman.
Ok, aguanta.
Algo le pasó a Zachary Levi, le veo más flaco.
No sirve, no sé por qué no me sirve.
Comparto yo, déjame ver si puedo compartir yo.
Sí, intenta compartir tú porque me estoy estresando.
This is really loud. Boom. There was smoke. Emergency services have confirmed that they have discovered a body buried in the wreckage. We're still waiting for further details.
That a large portion of the building has actually collapsed.
International news: an explosion rocked Gotham City earlier today.
We're now able to confirm that billionaire philanthropist Bruce Wayne.
Ese es el nuevo juego de Batman, ¿no?
Es tal cual el nuevo juego de Batman. Ya está confirmado que es de Batman. Ya mencionaron al millonario playboy y filántropo de DC. Por excelencia, mi superhéroe favorito. Sé qué pasa con
Estoy muerto, dice.
Claro, pero no me gusta la cara.
Es que no sé si es una continuación del Arkham Knight, porque en el Arkham Knight él muere.
Me parece una maravilla esa foto entre Gordon y Bárbara.
Some of the technology is outdated, but it has the gear you need and all of my files.
Toda la Batifamilia está recibiendo la noticia
I know you'll keep Gotham safe.
de que Batman está muerto.
And goodbye.
Es Robin. Es Damian Wayne.
Es Robin.
Ve.
Son todos. Es toda la Batifamilia, básicamente.
Oh, va a ser
Está
multiplayer.
Damian Wayne, está Jason Todd, está Bárbara Gordon, está Nightwing.
Wow. Esa Batgirl se ve una bestia.
Dios, ¿qué le pasa a Nightwing? Qué maravilla.
¿Para qué también se ve? Obviamente va a ser multijugador, multiplayer. Oh, qué bacán el mapa. Pero ojalá también no se centren solo en el multijugador, sino también le pongan una buena campaña o algo. Una buena historia. Ve, Freeze. Se va a llamar.
El diseño de Mr. Freeze me gustó. Gotham Knights.
Gotham Knights. Sí.
Básicamente, o sea, no es un juego de Batman.
Es del universo de Batman.
Del universo de Batman.
No, pero debe salir Batman, o sea, te deben dejar jugar como Batman en algún momento.
Con los búhos.
Sí, es de la corte de los búhos, cacha.
Es la corte de los búhos.
De lo que supuestamente se había rumoreado. Qué loco. Qué loco. 2021.
Bueno, próximo año tenemos un juego del universo de Batman, sin Batman.
¿Pero para qué va a ser?
Con mucho de la corte de los búhos como principales villanos. Y me parece maravilloso porque, básicamente, para quien no lo sepa, la corte de los búhos son los que han manejado a Gótica desde sus inicios. Ellos son los que los tienen en pobreza, básicamente.
What's really exciting about Gotham Knights is that you, the player, will be able to grow these characters how you see fit. You get to see how you would step up and become Gotham's protector. You're not trying to become the new Batman, you're becoming your own badass superhero.
And as a bonus, we brought gameplay footage. This is captured in engine from a recent build.
Bebe, con el motor del juego.
Wait for you to see this. Take a look.
Lo que yo quisiera saber es si va a salir para qué consolas. Porque puede salir para Play 5, Play 4 o solo para Play 5.
No creo que solo salga para Play 5 porque, bueno, como teníamos visto, o bueno, habían dicho, no sé si será verdad, que la vida del Play 5 no iba a durar tanto como se empezó acerca del Play 4, entonces puede servir como promocional, pero no creo que solo lo saquen para Play 4, para Play 5, perdón. También debe sacar para Play 4, que es lo que la gente más
tiene ahorita.
Exacto, y además están picados por el juego de Spider-Man, que fue una maravilla, o sea, no podemos decir otra cosa.
Oye, se ve una bestia. No sé si esto pueda correr un Play 4.
Entonces para un Play 5, pero...
O sea, tal caso creo que saldría solo para PC, para Play 5 y para el Xbox Series X, pero no...
Si puede correr una PC esto, porque me gustan los gráficos, se ven una maravilla.
Una PC sí.
Es más, si no sé ni dónde.
Un Play 5
es más, no sé ni dónde diablos están.
Un Play 5
si
y un Xbox. Hijo de madre.
Supongo que al final del panel dirán para qué plataformas no van a estar disponibles.
O sea, obviamente va a estar tanto para PC, Play y Xbox, pero eso, o sea, más me interesa saber si va a estar solo para la nueva generación, para Play 5 y el nuevo Xbox, o también para Play 4, porque de lo que veo, no sé si esto pueda correr un Play 4.
¡Qué maravilla!
O un Xbox One.
¡Qué maravilla la manera en la cual se está manejando Bárbara Gordon! O sea,
se ve una vez.
se ve una vez. O sea, no puedo comentar nada negativo de momento. Aunque ¿dónde están? Están en la guarida de frío.
Claro.
Puta, porque parece que se cogió una montaña para poder hacer esa guarida enorme.
Está basado en Batman y Robin.
Es la guarida. Es la montaña que tenía el telescopio al final de Batman y Robin.
Exacto.
Qué maravilla.
Se ve full bien, la verdad.
Sí, la verdad está.
¿Para qué te digo que no? Sí, sí.
Efectivamente, mi querido Watson. Tal como lo aclamas. Me gusta cómo se está. Ese es.
Damian.
No me gusta el traje que tiene Damian en esto.
Ah, ves, es pantalla dividida. No. O sea, puedes jugar con dos personas, digamos, en la misma sala.
Ya es un aditivo más para el juego. Un punto menos. Un punto más, perdón.
Sí. Pero full bien.
Sí, la verdad, la manera en la cual se está manejando Bárbara Gordon.
Está bacán, está bacán. Puta, lo que me gusta es que están mostrando full gameplay, eso es buenazo.
Claro, ya se nota que ya está. Debe estar casi terminado el juego, básicamente.
Sí, o sea, cacha
Lo
todo.
que me encanta de en este momento.
¿Qué?
Sigue.
No digo que... O sea, claro, esto ya tiene bastante tiempo de desarrollo, esto ya, o sea... No se ve que recién empezaron, sino que ya tienen un tiempo desarrollando el juego.
Lo cual es muy bueno. De hecho, para algo como lo que fue el videojuego de los Vengadores, que tuvo que pasar por revisión tras revisión, esa cosa es horrible. O sea, no puedo dar nada positivo con respecto al diseño de los personajes. Este se nota que, aparte de que está bien desarrollado, se le nota fluido. También se ve que le han puesto empeño a los gráficos, al diseño del personaje. Y como lo que te iba a comentar, me gusta mucho el traje de Badger, ya que tiene mucho de Badger volumen 1, que es Badger o Burnside, que fue una reestructuración básicamente del personaje. Lo hicieron más teen después de todo lo ocurrido del Killing Joke.
Claro.
Entonces, me encanta frío.
Sí.
Me encanta Mr. Freeze, me encanta la forma. Me recuerda mucho al Mr. Freeze de la serie animada de Batman.
Ay, pelea contra Freeze, no. Es la batalla contra Freeze, qué loco. Ah, qué bacán, cacha, tiene los puntos del daño, o sea, mientras le golpeas va saliendo cuánto daño le haces, qué bacán. O sea, por lo que estoy viendo es más como un juego tipo, no tanto de aventura, sino tipo, yo que sé, tipo un Zelda, que como que vas a poder mejorarle al personaje, vas a poder, bueno, no Zelda, sino un tipo más, yo que sé, Final Fantasy. O sea, que vas a poder mejorarle a los personajes, que vas a poder obtener nuevas habilidades y así. Oye, sí, Zachary Levi está flacazo.
Zachary Levi está demasiado flaco. Yo no lo conocí en el tráiler el tráiler de la bici.
Ya veremos más tarde cómo sale en Flash. En Flash, en Shazam.
¿Quién sabe? Suponte y también sale en Flash. Esa es la cuestión en estos momentos.
Sí, yo creo que en la película de Flash va a salir hasta Christopher Nolan, no sé.
First is having like a whole that keeps challenging you, keeps serving up danger. And then finally, it's playable characters. Fantasy that superhero team grow, and we can deliver that in co-op. Second,
copy that. Alistair from Kenya asks, what goes into deciding which characters you are going
Se manda un saludo a Darlene Ochoa.
Well, we chose characters who resonate with players on a few different axes. We wanted heroes who embodied different aspects of the Bat family. The detective side, as well as the fighter, the scourge of the underworld, the urban legend. We looked for characters that offer players a unique starting point and then a long runway for growth. Ultimately, we wanted heroes that could take on the forces that threaten Gotham City, but each bringing their own unique perspective.
Gotcha. Okay. Now we have Riley from the United States. Homegrown. Riley from the United States asks, could you give anything more on this WB Games Montreal game?
La verdad, me gusta mucho. Se ve muy bien el juego.
Se ve súper bien. O sea, ni cómo
The
negar.
Belfry will be a very important location in Gotham Knights.
yeah, I mean, you know,
La verdad
we
que
gotta
sí, se ve
keep a few secrets.
súper,
We're gonna
súper
have
bien.
More to talk about later.
We can tell you this.
Y de
The
aquí,
mystery in Gotham Knights is way bigger than just the protocol.
¿qué toca? ¿Cuál panel toca?
De aquí, si me permite revisar, está
Our
el
game is
panel.
coming out in 2021 and we can't wait for everyone to play it.
2021, muy bien. No han confirmado todavía qué consolas, pero
To everybody out there, I hope you've been enjoying DC Fandome. Continue to enjoy DC Fandome. I'm Zachary Levi. Mwah. Love you.
Besitos.
besitos en la cola.
Wow. Just wow.
Gotham Knights.
Honestly, I've been yearning to step in the boots.
Sí, la verdad ya tenían que dejarle descansar a la saga de Arkham. Está bien.
Dreams really do come true.
Ya 4 juegos, ya mucho ya.
Eso sí es mucho para todo. Ven tú, ¿qué es lo que, cuál es el panel que toca en ese momento?
Ya lo voy a ver.
Empezando.
Ese creo que vamos a dejarle una pausa, aparte, no sé, para ver, para programar bien el streaming.
Claro, en este momento, básicamente, vamos a hacer una pausa en el directo.
Simón.
Aunque Sandman, claro, es una de las mejores novelas gráficas que han podido sacar. ¡Dios mío!
Ve, no.
Brown.
Y ahora nos quedamos, no mentira.
Today we'll be discussing the comic book series and how it's been expanded with new stories adapted into new media and how it continues to enthrall audiences all around the world. Let's meet our awesome panelists. As one of the most popular and critically acclaimed graphic novels of all time,
Una de las novelas gráficas más aclamadas, obviamente.
set the standard for mature and lyrical fantasy in the modern comics era. It has been translated in over 15 languages and is
La
available
verdad,
in over
últimamente
30
Sandman ha ganado full fama.
I'm thrilled to be here with Neil Gaiman. Hi Neil, nice to see you again.
Hi, Matt. Lovely to see you.
Neil Gaiman.
Me parece maravilloso que Babe Nicole Brown presente esto.
Eso sí no lo
Es
esperaba.
una gran actriz. Sí, nadie, creo que nadie se lo esperaba, la verdad. Y la forma en la cual, no sé, ahora es la host de esto y el año anterior la teníamos participando dentro de Avengers
Cierto.
Entonces, me parece algo impresionante.
Y nosotros recién le vimos en Community también.
Community, una gran serie, por cierto.
Al menos las primeras
originally
3 temporadas.
imagined it as something that would let me tell any kind of
No,
story.
un poquito justos hasta la cuarta, más o menos.
Probably by the
Sí,
end
se le
of
puede
the
permitir.
first year, I knew what kind of thing I was doing. And I'd say by the middle of the second year, I knew the shape of the whole story and I knew what was going to happen. I knew who was going to live and who was going to die, more or less. And then it was a matter of just holding on tight and hoping.
Bueno, para quien no lo esté viendo y no lo sepa, Neil Gaiman, uno de los escritores más importantes para lo que viene siendo las novelas gráficas. Él ha escrito American Gods, God Omens, Neverwhere, por supuesto Sandman, y algo que capaz nadie sabía, él fue el que escribió Coraline. De donde sale Coraline y la profesora.
¿En serio? Eso yo no, ni hasta yo sabía. Pues bien. ¿Cuánto dura este panel?
No sé, si tú no le ves yo no puedo ayudarte.
Aguardo. A ver, ahorita está el de Sandman, después de este viene ese de Multiverse y de ahí viene el de la película de Flash a la 1:40 en 1 hora.
Entonces, ¿tú dime qué es eso?
Vemos hasta la 1 ya.
Okay.
Porque ese de Multiverse la verdad no se ve muy interesante que digamos.
No se ve llamativo, pero mira nomás lo que salió en este momento con... Por cierto, cada una de las cosas que mostraron, el tráiler de Gotham Knights, el tráiler de Mujer Maravilla 1984, ya está subido a YouTube por Warner Bros. Y Warner Bros. Pictures Latinoamérica, entonces si les interesa pueden pasarse por ahí. Igual el tráiler el tráiler del juego y el gameplay está subido en el canal de DC Comics.
Ah, ya están subidos esos.
Están subidos en este momento.
Bacán.
No sé si estás de acuerdo, pero yo quiero al final de todo quedarnos para ver un poco de lo que nos presentaron, para poder ir como que volviendo a reaccionar y comentando cada una de las partes, ya que
O si quieres,
el primer tráiler fue una maravilla.
o sea, no sé si quieres ya acabando el directo de DC como tal, ya acabar igual nuestro directo, pero de ahí quedarnos comentando, pero grabar eso para subirlo mañana o en unos días como tipo resumen de lo que han mostrado, de lo más importante. Entonces ahí queda el directo, queda subido el directo y aparte tenemos el video resumen, por así decir. ¿Qué dices?
Me parece.
Bacán.
Igual al final de esto vamos a dar un pequeño resumen de lo que más nos gustó de esto, porque hasta el momento me parece una maravilla.
Sí, la verdad es que lo de la Mujer, o sea, creo que han empezado perfecto con la Mujer Maravilla y el juego de Gotham Knights, la verdad, un muy buen inicio.
Lo que a mí me tiene al filo de la silla es que si comenzamos así, el último panel es del Batman.
Claro,
Entonces,
es que los últimos paneles son lo máximo, son el del juego de Suicide Squad y son de Batman. Cuidado.
Lo que yo quiero dejar claro en este momento es, si en el siguiente panel me confirman que Michael Keaton, que fue el Batman de las películas de Tim Burton, la de 1989 y Batman Returns en 1992, regresa, me voy a tatuar el logo de Batman de 1989 aquí. Ya lo había dicho en un lado, pero en este momento es en serio.
Vale.
O sea, estoy tan emocionado por saber que Michael Keaton regresa, que para mí es mi Batman favorito. Por cierto, de hecho aquí está el Batimóvil Lego.
Ya vas de copión. No, mentira.
Entonces, estoy muy emocionado por ello y por eso mismo estoy dispuesto a hacer lo que dije.
Claro, o sea, la verdad Yo también sí considero que Michael Keaton es el mejor Batman. Entonces, no sé, o sea, la verdad, verlo de regreso sería una muy, muy buena noticia.
Sería una maravilla, ¿para qué también? Bueno, creo que todo esto lo iremos comentando entre el panel de Flash y también el panel de legado del murciélago, que también es uno de los panels que están programados para hoy. Y realmente no sé, me llena de emoción todo lo que está por venir, porque este evento es una revolución.
La verdad que sí, o sea, en el mundo del cine y de los cómics, hasta ahorita, la verdad creo que es el evento más completo. Ahora espera, deja de compartir un rato en el Discord para ver si ahorita sí sirve transmitirlo del navegador.
¿No lo puedes compartir ahorita? A ver.
No sé, pero no por el Discord, sino
¿Sí, no?
por el navegador. Voy a ver qué onda.
Entonces sigo transmitiendo.
No, por el Discord ya no.
When Dirk was doing, he was adapting the death of Superman for British radio as an audio drama.
Yeah.
And it became a huge phenomenon in the UK. And Phyllis Hume, who was at DC Comics back then, decided that we should become acquainted, and she gave Dirk Sandman graphic novels, which was, Sandman was still being written, and Dirk read it and went, "This is a drama." And what happened then, Dirk?
And then the BBC said, I think we've done enough comic book stuff with you now, Turkey. Off you go and do some terrible comedy.
Bueno,
instead.
entonces,
And so that was it.
ahorita le dejo en pausa.
Dejamos pausado el en vivo hasta nuestro regreso, que será para el panel de Flash, que será efectuado, confírmame la hora, que ¿a qué hora es?
A la 1:40 es el de Flash.
Perfecto, nos volvemos a ver a la 1:40. Hasta así. Me despido, vayan a almorzar. Y nos vemos.
Really, the process with Neil was very easy because Neil is still alive, which is an enormous amount of help. It actually means I can talk to the author without using a Ouija board. And not only that, but the author in this case is a superbly kind, indulgent, patient man who will put up with the questions of someone who normally is just a drummer. And give him intelligent replies. So
Ok, que vamos a comer y mejor vamos hablando por
accessible, and the real joy was to actually get Neil's original scripts, which he wrote at the time for the artists. And one of the things about the scripts is they're kind of like the blueprint. They're kind of like the scaffolding behind the facade, which is the story. And you get into Neil's mind at the time when he's writing him, 27-year-old Neil, and what he wants to see. And what, I don't know if Neil, you knew this, but there's real
Entonces, no cerremos esto, solo voy a dejar desactivando la cámara y nos vemos. Ahí hablamos, mijo. Me avisas cualquier cosa. Por WhatsApp todo, please.
But really, they were a piece of literary art in their own right, the script. So I had those to base things on. We come to the decision that we were going to stick pretty closely to the original work, because why wouldn't you? Effectively, there is nothing needs really changing. Occasionally, here and there, one might just, touch slightly on the steering wheel, but there is nothing much you need to do. And they just rock. They totally rock. So Neil as narrator now is being Neil the writer. We're in his head, and then off the page, I'm going to extend this metaphor to snapping point. Come the characters and we get this wonderful sort of sense of being inside Neil's head. The nicer part, the classy part.
The classy part.
So it had something for everyone, but instead of being a kind of jack of all trades, it seemed so specific. And it was just like, I mean, it's like when I, as an actor working on Shakespeare, you can literally feel your brain expanding, like your consciousness growing because of what Shakespeare does in his plays. And reading The Sandman was a similar experience for me. It, like, I could feel my consciousness getting bigger because of what was in it and what it introduced me to. And because it is about sort of primal, deep things like the dreaming, like reality and concepts like fairy, and you know, it of course it's timeless. I mean, it's about the endless, and the story itself is endless, and so it will go on forever.
Speaking from the point of view of adapting it to another medium, what's great about it is that it's doing everything that Michael's just described. It's this enormously, the conceit of it, and I'm not using conceit pejoratively there, but the scale of the imagination, all of Neil's misspent years in libraries as a kid, all that reading is just pouring out on the page, a sort of torrent, like a dump tank of ideas. And to have started this journey in audio, particularly where we're sticking very close to the originals, is great, because I know, well, we all know where it's going to go, but the journey of discovery is getting an actor. I mean, when Michael comes in and starts playing Lucifer, I'm thinking, oh, wow, I can't wait to hear where this is going to go. And of course, we have all that to look forward to, and the rest of the cast as well. So, I you know, hats off to Neil. You know, it's an astonishing piece of work.
Willow, how about you? Why do you think The Sandman endures?
You know, to me, what was really astonishing about Sandman, especially the first time that I read it through as a teenager, was that unexpected people were at the center of the story. I think, you know, we're kind of taught to look to the most obvious figures to be heroes, the politicians, the famous people, all of this. Whereas in Sandman, the guy sitting next to you on the bus could be Lucifer or the King of Dreams. And as such, you get stories about characters who I think were kind of pushed to the margins, especially at the time in other types of stories, right? And now they're at the center. And that makes you look twice at the world around you. It makes you sort of question, you know, who is telling the story, and what point of views are we missing, and who is unmourned? I mean, that also really struck me. Is that, you know, like this came out in the middle of the AIDS epidemic when, you know, a lot of people were trying to push, you know, these deaths and this terrible thing that was happening under the rug. And Sandman said, no, pay attention. This is important. These people are important. And that was very striking to me. And I think that's part of the reason that it still feels so relevant, because it kind of reminds you there are still stories we haven't heard. You know, there's still things we're afraid to talk about, and it's the people around you who could be the true spinners of tales, and that really has stuck with me through the years.
Well, that answer was amazing.
I've thought about this a lot.
Oh gosh, it was so good, you Willow. I want to thank all of you for this wonderful time. I had the best time talking to all of you. But before we go, we can't forget about the dedicated fans. We asked and they responded, and we get it. You want to know about the Netflix show. So Neil, can you tell us anything? We've been asked about when it will be released. We've been asked about the cast details. What can you tell us, Neil?
Well, I can tell you that due to COVID, everything, as with every other piece of television being made around the world right now, somebody pushed a giant pause button. And we've taken advantage of our pause button just to try and get the scripts as close to perfect as we possibly could, which has been really fun. And that right now, as the universal pause button is starting to come off, we're starting to cast again. I'm getting these inspiring and wonderful emails with production designs, with places that I've only ever seen in the comics before, now being rendered in 3D, and I'm being asked to comment on it. That's amazing. There's not a lot I can say. Something that I will say is part of the joy of doing the audio adaptation was going, this is going to be the nearest thing we can do to an audiobook of those first 3 graphic novels, and hopefully all of the graphic novels. And we're going to start it in 1988. And it's going to end in about 1991 or 1992. Sandman is a very compressed story, even though it takes place all through time and space. That's where that story takes place. What we're doing with Netflix is saying, okay, it's still going to start in 1916, but the thing that happens in Sandman 1, the point that the story starts, is not 1988, it's now. And how does that change the story? What does that give us? What does that make us have to look at that we wouldn't have had to look at if we were setting it as a period piece? What is that going to do to the gender of characters? What is that going to do to the nature of characters? What's that going to do to the story? And that has been an absolute delight, because it means we are always being true to the story and being true to the characters, but it gives us tremendous freedom to go, okay, if we were doing it now, what would Sandman be? And that, again, is very liberating.
Well, as a fan myself, I cannot wait to see it. And I just wanted to share that I was a tiny part of the Sandman universe. Check this out. It's a drawing by artist Domo Stanton of me flying through the city.
Lovely.
I look good. Well, thank you all so much. It's been wonderful chatting about the Sandman. Thank you, G. Willow, Dirk Maggs, Michael Sheen, and of course, Neil Gaiman. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the rest of DC Fandome.
Dreams, nightmares, demigods, and fallen angels, I am officially in and can't wait to dig into Sandman. Right now, let's get back to hearing from our fans and see what questions they, or maybe even you, have.
Already Batwoman kind of stands out because she doesn't technically have like a superpower. Everything that she uses to fight bad guys is more of her intelligence and Luke and her physical strength. So I do look forward to seeing that, or for playing in that perspective, like from a Ryan perspective, from like this street kid's perspective, from a person that saw these superheroes growing up. Because that was also really important for Ryan, you know, to see Batwoman be an out lesbian, and to have a, you know, a superhero role model to look up to. And then now all of a sudden I'm filling those shoes. So to not only fill those shoes, but to play amongst the ones that have already been doing it, I think that that's going to be a lot for her. I'm sure it's going to be a culture shock for her, but I also think that it's really cool because it's really like when that world meets the superhero world and it's in all of its dynamics.
Hola mi gente, I'm Gabby Cam, your host from Mexico City. For nearly 60 years, DC has played with the intriguing concept of the multiverse. It allows multiple dimensions all to exist at the same time, which means multiple versions of me could actually exist right now. And not only that, on these other worlds, I could be a different gender, ethnicity, a villain, or even an alien. I wish I knew what kind of alien I would be. Maybe in this panel, I will find out.
The multiverse has been at the heart of DC almost from the very start. But the moment most fans think of is this one. In the Silver Age of comics, when the Flash met the Flash in 1961. In Flash of Two Worlds, DC created a story where the Flash could be Barry Allen and Jay Garrick at the very same time, and created the architecture that would allow DC to be expansive, inclusive in their storytelling and in their universe, and is the world that fans now know, and also laid the groundwork for the ambitious crossover event, Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Crisis on Infinite Earths brought the DC multiverse to fans, bringing together DC superheroes and supervillains in a truly epic event. But this is not the first time DC has explored the multiverse, and trust me, it will not be the last time fans will see it, as DC is fully embracing this exciting creative concept and how it can open up endless opportunities for storytelling for our comic books, TV shows, film, and games creators. Here in the DC Fandome, I am so excited to have our own crossover moment and talk about what the multiverse really is for DC, how it informs every story DC tells, and how fans can expect to see it on the page or on the screen moving forward. I'm Tiffany Smith, and I'm so excited to welcome our panelists here today. First up, we have got a legendary comic book artist in his own right. He is also the chief creative officer and publisher for DC, and he sits at the heart of everything DC does and is a master of the multiverse, Jim Lee.
Thank you.
Next up, he oversees DC's films, which run the gamut from The Joker to Aquaman, and has huge plans for where DC movies are about to go next. Walter Hamada, how you doing, sir?
Hello, I'm good. Great to be here.
And finally, one of the key architects of DC's Arrowverse and the amazing Crisis crossover event, he is executive producer of nearly a dozen fan-favorite DC shows like Batwoman, The Flash, Supergirl, Doom Patrol, Titans, and the upcoming Superman and Lois, and many, many more. It's Greg Berlanti. How are you?
Very good, very good. Great to be here.
Let's just kind of go to the top of it, and I'm going to go to you, Jim. What exactly is the DC multiverse for people who may not know?
Yeah, I think when people think about superheroes, they know the names, the costumes, the powers, the origins, and it kind of tends to be this sort of monolithic kind of thing. But one of the things that really is distinct and unique to DC is that it's the first large work of fiction that has leaned upon this idea that we are not alone. We have this reality, this earth, but that there are alternate realities that sit side by side with us, and the infinite number. And on each of these different earths, we exist, but maybe in slightly different variations, right? We might be a different gender on another planet, or we might be furry creatures. And this extends to all the superheroes. So you start seeing this kind of endless spectrum of characters that you can create. And so it allows us to have the freedom and to create different versions and then lean upon that canon as we, change up the mythology and the pantheon of characters to better reflect the true diversity and inclusivity that our audiences want and that our audiences live in.
And you kind of touched on it already, Jim, but let's go to you, Greg. How do you feel like the multiverse really informs the stories that you tell through DC TV?
I would say that when we started out just with Arrow, 8-9 years ago now, it wasn't our intention to replicate what everyone had done so brilliantly in comics, and it wasn't until The Flash came along, and we tried in the pilot of The Flash to put the two of them on screen together, that I remember watching that first scene of the two of them together and thinking like, oh wow, this makes me feel like the DC books made me feel, like 1 + 1 = 3. The other thing it allows for is the vastness. You really feel the vastness of each of these different worlds, and I think it adds to the importance of these heroes and the myth of them, and that's been really exciting. And again, the element of surprise. If the universe that everyone's constructing, the different showrunners and creators and directors, and obviously with Walter and Jim helping shepherd all of it, if it can go to all those different places and still be tethered together, I think just as an audience member, I want to show up and not know, like, who might I see here, and I think that's incredibly exciting.
Well, and I think it's something too where, you talk about comic book writers getting to play with the characters in different ways. Same thing on the TV shows, where it's when you bring a character from one show into another show, those writers now get to play with that character or a different version of them, which I think the fans, myself included, have loved seeing on TV.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun for the actors. They love it when they play a villain version of themselves from another planet. Everybody loves to play a villain.
You face some of the greatest evils known to man, and you've defeated them. If you think so highly of yourselves that you can defeat any threat that comes your way,
how do you feel about us?
like you said,
have to pick one or the other. You can love both, and they do both exist in this great multiverse. And I do think that moving forward, there's more opportunities for us to do things like this. And really, at the end of the day, it's about the fans, and I think the fans want to see it. And it gives us a way to sort of explore maybe some different stories and different ideas and use the medium in a different way than it's been used thus far.
We can just dive in a little bit more into the DC films. Walter, for you, what does the multiverse really mean?
What the multiverse allows you to do is sort of lean into this idea of you can tell just great stories, and you don't have to really be as focused on it has to fit within a singular continuity. On one Earth, we have our Gal and Jason and Ezra version of the Justice League, and we can continue telling those stories. While on a separate Earth, we don't have to worry about the continuity. We can have a more grounded, real year 2 Batman and build out that world and not really worry about continuity, story elements, and et cetera. And so it's really kind of the best of both worlds and allows us to take advantage of everything that's great about what we've done and really allow us to sort of expand moving forward. And we're trying to keep it as simple as that. Like there is that one Earth, the greater Earth of sort of this existing Justice League, and then the beginnings of another Earth that is sort of happening, that's early stages of year 2 Batman. And then obviously there are outliers like Joker, which it doesn't exist in either Earth, but that's okay. It's all part of the multiverse. Matt Reeves can continue to build out his Gotham, and he's got great plans to how to build it out and build it out in a way that's sort of innovative. And they announced recently that there's an idea of taking that Gotham and exploring it at HBO Max as a show. Like those are things that you can do because we don't have to worry about how that would impact Aquaman 2 or how that could impact The Flash, And so I think it just opens doors for us in ways that you couldn't have if you had to have a singular universe.
So let's get into some of the questions that we've got from fans. The first one is for you, Jim. It's from Van in the US. Now that Doomsday Clock has concluded, will we see any more of Alan Moore's comic characters cross over with the DC multiverse?
Probably less on the crossover side. You don't want to, dip into the well too often and kind of make it too regular a thing. It becomes too commonplace. You want to save it for really big epic storylines where you've got great creators like Jeff Johns, who's able to come in and really deliver, a story worthy of that kind of concept. But we are, there's a spin-off, there's a Rorschach series that Tom King is writing. It's not like necessarily a crossover per se, but we are exploring more of the Watchmen universe. It's obviously got kind of a second life with the HBO TV series. And so it's been kind of fun exploring that. But yeah, that's all I can share at this point.
The next one is for Greg from Swarup Kumar Singh in India. The Crisis on Infinite Earths finale showed that the multiverse is gone and there exists only one universe and one Earth Prime. But since other shows like Titans, Doom Patrol, and the DC still goes on, is the multiverse actually gone or is it recreated?
It's not gone. That was to really help us, sort of like the original reason for Crisis, when they were like, oh, we have too many worlds. Let's start combining things for the purpose of the books. I think for the purposes of the CW, those worlds are now one. But off network is like being off planet in a different part of the multiverse, but it's still alive and flourishing.
The multiverse. Every existence multiplied by possibility. And spread out before space and time in infinite measure. Civilizations rose and fell. And rose again across reality's grasping expanse. Life, a precious gift, persevering in the face of every obstacle. Until, finally, the Age of Heroes was born.
Okay, well, the next question is for you from Sumik Day in India. Will we get more multiverse movies or even Elseworlds movies like Superman, Red Sun?
I think it's the possibility is there. It's not, it really comes down to, like I said, our focus is great stories. And so if we come across the right filmmaker with an interesting story that doesn't work within our existing timeline, and it would work as an Elseworld, we would definitely explore it. I can say we're not currently developing Red Sun, so that isn't one of them, but it really comes down to when the right filmmaker or the right idea comes together. That's the beauty of the multiverse, is we can explore it. We can go down the road and take a shot at it. But what we don't want to do is be in a place like Jim was saying, like it should be special. It doesn't, you don't want I don't think you want an Elseworld movie every year, like clockwork. Like it'd be much better for it to be a special thing. And we also want them to be great. We want them to be special. We want to make sure that it doesn't just sort of feel like we're just cranking out a volume of different versions of these characters. There has to be a reason for it. And I think it has to be a reason that we're excited about, that we think the fans will be excited about. So yes, the answer is yes, there will be opportunities. That one is not one that we're currently exploring.
We've got one more question for all of you guys. This is from Ryan Keller in the US. With the existence of the DC multiverse, how do you approach managing a wide variety of characters, stories, and universes for DC? And how would you work to help keep the audience connected with such a large variety of characters and stories? I imagine that you guys all have like a board somewhere in your house. It's like you open the doors and it's like, here's the characters in the whole world connected with yarn. I don't think that any of you have that. If you do, please show us right now.
It's like one of those True Detective scenes or something where it's just like newspaper
yarn, just yarns and pins. Yeah.
No, I think that is the challenge. There's so many characters, so many versions, but we have people through film, TV, within Berlanti's company. These are the assets we track and try to make sure that there aren't inconsistencies and that we are constantly communicating between ourselves so that we deliver something that's satisfying and maybe paints a bigger picture. And now that this has been established, this multiverse across all of the content, I think there's going to be a greater need for coordination to kind of deliver even cooler surprises going forward. But I just want to really thank and applaud Greg for really laying the groundwork for all this, because they didn't have to do this. From what I hear from Mark Guggenheim, it's a crazy amount of work, and bringing all these people together to deliver something that could potentially be very confusing or complicated, and being able to tell a story that's kind of derived from the canon, it is an amazing thing. And the fact that they've been able to do it year in, year out with different kind of crossovers and big events has been a real blessing, I think, for the DC universe, and has kind of shown that it can be done. But we just need to be on top of the storylines and where the characters are and how they're being used. But that's part of the job, and a lot of fun, and there's a lot of fun involved as well, because we get to really explore really deeply into the DC catalog sometimes.
When we were first pitching the idea of certain characters, there was a sense of like, okay, well, and this was years ago, but like, oh, we might use this character in the movie space, so maybe we won't then use a character there. And I would say, well, I can watch an animated Batman, and I don't confuse animated Batman from the Batman in your movies to, something on a show. But it doesn't mean that we still don't have to warrant using that character. Certainly any kind of character with that kind of size and scope and that much meaning in the world like this. But so we want to justify our use of any character, but at the same time, ultimately, I think it's in the, as we bring all of these characters into live action and to life, it's just so much more enriching and rewarding for everyone, to feel like, okay, the best idea wins, and the best version of the story is going to be what we're all really trying to serve.
I think in the past, there's been like, well, features might do something with that, so stay away from it. It could be years before that character ever showed up on the screen, if it even showed up on the screen, and it was clear to us, like, it doesn't make sense to hold that back from the fans. Let's explore that. And by the way, if they fall in love with the character on TV and we do something in the movies 3 years down the road, all the better. Like, it's just a greater awareness for the characters. And so our board is much smaller because we have fewer things that we're working on. We have, within a movie, it's 120 pages and there's a handful of characters, whereas in TV, there's a bunch of other characters that pop up. So it's a little bit more straightforward for us. I think really Jim is the great sort of, he's the center of everything. So he has to know everything that we're doing in features, everything that's happening in TV, and everything funnels to him. And I think that's great that we have this guy who sort of knows the world better than anybody, who can sort of look at it and kind of go and come up and say, wouldn't it be great if Ezra showed up when met Grant? And like, you don't get that without Jim sort of being sort of at the center of all this. And so I think it's just a great collaborative team, and it's really just the beginning of what we're doing here. I think with just the stuff that we're working on now, the idea of the multiverse, and really HBO Max being this other venue for us to really start to meet in the middle. I think if there was that sense that TV was TV and film was film, Max sort of becomes this place where it'll be our clubhouse. Everything will gather into that space, and we'll be able to explore different opportunities and cross back over. And I'm excited about the potential.
Tenemos lo de Flash, lo de Batman, lo del Escuadrón Suicida.
In the multiverse.
Awesome. Well, I want to say a huge thank you to the three of you guys for taking the time to chat with me
Oye,
and all
pero
of the
qué
fans
largo el
here
panel
in
de
the DC
Escuadrón
fandom.
Suicida.
This is such, like,
O sea,
we're talking
desde
about
la
different platforms for
55
things, and this is a whole new platform for fans to get to
Está
experience
full largo.
the DC multiverse as well. So thank you guys
Está
so
full
much.
costo.
This has been awesome.
Thank you, Tiffany. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
Y ahorita ya creo que empieza
¿Ya
el
activaste?
Flash. ¿Qué?
¿Ya activaste todo? ¿Ya está transmitiendo?
Sí, ya está transmitiendo. Solo estoy poniendo en mi cámara.
The future certainly looks bright for the DC multiverse. I'm still not sure what I
Bueno,
will
listo,
look like
ahorita
on
vamos con el
26,
panel de
but I
Flash
can't
para ver
wait
qué
to meet me there.
tomamos.
Now, if you're a big DC fan like me, then I'm willing to bet that you cannot wait for the Flash feature film to electrify the big screen.
Esperemos
The
que
good
nos
news is
sorprendan
that
con
you don't
algo
have to
aparte
wait
de
that
lo que ya
long,
anunciaron
'cause we
con el regreso de Batfleck.
A ver. ¿Sale algo?
El argentino Andrés Muschietti.
Director of the Flash movie.
I'm Christina Hodson, the screenwriter of The Flash. I haven't spoken to humans in a while, so I'm going to be rusty.
I'm Barbara Muschietti, the producer of the Flash movie.
I play Barry Allen, aka The Flash, in the upcoming Flash movie. And I love you, and I'm excited to be here digitally with you. Flash fact, if you go to the bottom of Andy Muschietti's Wikipedia or IMDb page, you'll see that he actually has a PA credit on the 1996 Madonna movie Evita. Must ask you more about that, Andy.
Telling the story of one of the greatest superheroes of the DC world is a challenge. The most important thing is that it gets to your heart. Growing up with Batman and Superman and Flash, it was an opportunity to reconnect with childhood experiences reading DC Comics.
Flash fact, DC Comics actually stands for Detective Comics.
Es que también ha de haber sido. Yo siento que fue de broma, ¿no? Por cómo ahorita se va
I think
acercando.
it's very
Sí, yo
much
también sí
Andy's
caché que era
signature.
broma.
He can jump from
Veremos
funny
qué
to
dice la gente,
scary to
Como
emotional
son los
really
viejitos,
fast.
And
entonces.
it's also a time travel story, which I
no,
find
el
very
maltratador
exciting.
ese.
And he
ver,
managed to
¿dónde?
put these tiny little DC Easter eggs into the It movie.
Ah,
I like
ve,
your glasses,
Easter eggs
Mr.
en It. Eso no
You
sabía.
look just like Clark Kent.
Ese sí.
Toca prestar atención a las
One,
películas.
he was vying for the job
Es que es de Warner
way
igual.
earlier than any of us knew. Or
Claro.
two, while
Tienen
making the
ese
Flash
chance.
movie, he discovered time travel for real, went back in time, and went to put all these things in just to mess with us. Either way, well played, sir.
You meet Andy, and you immediately can understand why he's the perfect choice for this movie. It's his compassion, his priority in this film of finding the heart of the story.
I'm also excited to see Andy's version of the Speed Force. He happened to have done some doodles that I may or may not have taken and kept. They are literally unlike anything you've ever seen before.
Está chistoso.
Flash fact, did you know that according to actual comic book canon, Superman is both a vegetarian and a Metallica fan?
Fan de Metallica.
Which is, of course, impossible. But then again, he's Superman.
Batman lost his parents.
¿Ve?
Superman lost his planet. Harley Quinn lost her egg sandwich. But Barry, because he's got this ability to go back and manipulate time, he's the only one who can actually go and
¿Quién
change
es
his own
el
personal
man que
story.
está
His
encarcelado?
mother
Era
was
el
murdered, his
Doctor
father was
Manhattan.
framed and incarcerated, and all his journey
creo.
from then was
No vi
of a
bien.
man trying
Sí, el que
to
es el
make
papá
things right.
And it sounds like a
en
cliche,
Justice
but
League.
script
Ah, sí, sí.
is
Claro.
Es Billy Kudrow. Kudrow, que se llama, no estoy seguro.
Me parece que sí.
No sé, lo que no me gusta del Flash de Ramírez es que tiene los rayos azules. No sé si tenga que ver en algo, pero no sé. Siento que en sí es el velocista escarlata y esa función que tiene de los rayos entre rojo y amarillo cuando va corriendo tal cual como lo muestran aquí es lo que realmente me parece un plus para el personaje.
O sea, sí, pero ya son decisiones que tomarán ahí. Yo no sé cómo toman algunas decisiones, o sea, en qué momento piensan que algo es bueno o malo. Comparte tú la pantalla.
Ah,
Comparte, porque no cacho.
Alan.
Really, I can feel his passion and his enthusiasm and his creativity.
he was born to play this role.
Flash fact. The first appearance of the multiverse
Flash
in
fact.
DC Comics is actually a Flash comic. Flash Comics number 123, The Flash of Two Worlds.
Wow.
Time travel isn't simple. It's not always a straightforward case of go back and change one thing and another thing changes in the future.
This film is immensely important because if you look around at the DC universe, obviously we have all of these characters that exist within their own bubbles. We even have now multiple iterations of the same story.
I'm Batman. And Batman. I'm Batman. Sound like a cool guy.
This movie, by opening that door that Flashpoint did in the comics, all of these stories and characters can start to collide. Hello?
qué buen momento que fue.
This should be impossible
Edición.
now. It should be impossible
Fue
now?
una maravilla, sobre todo con el mejor Flash que es ahorita, que es el de
Oh my God,
Agosto.
don't do this to me. I don't know about the what.
Sí, ese sí
The
es el mejor
cinematic
Flash,
multiverse is
sin
going to
duda.
be born out of this movie. It's born out of Barry's story.
It blows our minds, the levels of possibility that exist within the context of this character in this story.
I can't wait for all of us to be able to sit down in a theater and enjoy these movies in the dark with a lot of people and with great snacks.
So obviously, I don't want to spoil too much of the movie. I want you to be surprised when you see it. There's something that I can show you, a little sneak peek.
Okay, un sneak peek.
Oh my gosh. Oh, nope, sorry. That's my fault.
Me
That's,
acaban
it
de
was an
trolear.
accident. I don't...
A todos.
It's not my personal playlist, but it might... Yeah, that might have been my fault. Back to you, Andy.
So I'd like to share a couple of concept art drawings, and it's Barry Allen's.
Bueno, veamos qué tal van, qué tal están esos.
Ese sneak peek.
As you can see, it's more organic. You can
Se ve
see
bien.
light embedded in it.
Sí.
It has been
Se le ve más.
from Bruce Wayne. This
¿Qué
is-
dices? Es Michael
Oy.
Keaton.
¿Viste eso?
Flash fact. The first ever Batman movie is actually an unlicensed Batman Dracula movie made by Andy
La
Warhol
película
with
de
a
Drácula de
soundtrack
Batman.
by the Velvet Underground. It's unreleased, but there's 39 minutes that have been recovered, and I highly recommend watching them. They're extremely strange.
There are so many potential crossovers in the multiverse. So
Voy a
many
confirmar
cool
Michael
things that you
Keaton.
could do.
I would
Sí,
really love
qué
them to
madre.
do
Ya lo
a
veo.
two-hander with Wonder Woman. I think they would
Oye, ahorita
solve
tienes
a lot
mejor
of
internet,
problems
ahorita está
in
transmitiendo
Italia.
mejor.
I'd
Muy
like
bien,
to
muy bien.
see Game of Thrones crossover.
Vean nomás eso, ese tipo de crossovers con Westeros.
King's Landing, it would happen in
Cachi sale
2
corriendo por
seconds.
ahí, es Ramírez.
Barry Allen in the Iron Throne.
Qué maravilla, Cersei Lannister, la mejor reina que tuvo todo
Behind the
Westeros.
scenes DC multiverse crossover. My best friend growing up is Rob Pattinson's older sister. So I've actually
Y lo
known
que
the
más
new
estamos
Batman
esperando
since
para
he
el día
was
de
2
hoy,
years old and in
lo
diapers.
que es
I would like the
todo
Flash
el
to
panel de
meet
Batman.
in the multiverse
Obviamente.
Nicolas
El
Cage.
Batman.
Not the Nicolas Cage Superman that
El
never
Superman de
was.
Nicolas
I want
Cage.
the
Qué
Flash to meet
maravilla.
Nicolas Cage,
Qué horrible traje,
this
loco.
world, who I
No me
believe
imagino
probably
a Nicolas
does have the
Cage
ability
como Superman.
to transcend
El
space.
verlo es como que...
The real
Sí, yo tampoco.
proposition.
No sé, se me hace muy viejo como para ser Superman.
Es muy
No ahorita,
para
sino cuando le querían poner de Superman, incluso ahí se veía muy viejo para ser Superman.
I also can't wait to hear more about The Flash. Thank you, Andy, Barbara, Christina, and Ezra.
Estuvo bien,
Fun
pero
fact,
me esperaba
we all
un
know there are
mini
several
trailer o algo.
Flashes, Wally West, Jay Garrick,
Es que no
Bart
tienen
Allen,
nada
and
grabado
Barry
para que
Allen.
realmente
Did you know
no
when
es como
Barry
que...
isn't working to save the world as
Lo
the
que me
Flash,
estoy
he's
esperando es
working
saber
to
si
save
dicen
Central
algo
City as a
del Batman de
police
Michael
scientist.
Keaton y el Batman de
Okay,
Ben
that's
Affleck.
all for me right now. I'm going to turn this
Ah,
over to Jaden
obviamente.
Rodriguez, and I'll see you back here soon.
G'day DC Fandome, I'm Jaden Rodriguez from Australia, and I'm so excited to be here with you all. I just gotta say that being a total superhero freak that I am, I'm totally loving being part of this epic DC event. And you can't talk about superheroes without talking about the man himself, Batman. I mean, dude, can you imagine how awesome it would be to be Batman? In fact, if there's anything better than watching Batman, it's watching two Batmans. Or
Ah,
Batmans.
este es lo de
It doesn't matter. Let's have a look at this
Batman
mashup
del
of two
futuro,
of
ni
fan
sé qué.
favorite Dark Knights who happen to reside in the opposite ends of the Bat spectrum.
Ah, esta animación. Qué bacán esta animación.
Batman Beyond.
A Wayne Powers deep space probe is receiving an anomalous communication. I'm patching it into you now.
Is that you?
Clearly, that's not me, Terry. But apparently, it's what
Qué
passes
maravilla
in this
es ver a Adam.
Whoa! Who's the dweeb?
That would be Robin's counterpart.
Ese es Kevin Conroy, ¿no? La voz del Batman viejo.
That's not
De la voz del efectivamente que Kevin Conroy hizo básicamente las mejores interpretaciones, incluyendo esta, ya que esta se desprende de la serie animada de Batman.
deadly psychotic.
He's
Claro.
throwing fish at you right now.
Kevin Conroy
One
es
thing's for
leyenda.
sure, this Joker could up his thuggery.
Kevin Conroy fue Batman
Yeah, pick up a fish and start
en
tossing already,
la
slacker.
crisis en Tierras Infinitas.
Is he stealing a fish? Oh, this has got to be the dumbest heist.
El Batman del futuro nunca me cayó muy bien.
¿Qué dices? ¿Qué pasó?
Se te cortó.
¿Qué pasó? No, Dios mío, ¿qué pasó?
¿No te ha pasado antes?
No, Beletó.
Yo cerré la ventana porque vamos a estar alternando. Entonces.
Bueno, lo que estábamos viendo antes era el Batman Beyond, que fue una serie desprendida de la serie animada de Batman.
Again, not my cow.
Que duró desde el 92
What-
hasta el 97. Y esta sale
What is it?
en-
Are the eyebrows
entre
painted on?
1999 hasta el 2000.
Oh, yeah, they are.
You know, my great aunt does the same thing with her eyebrows. Totally works for Aunt Phyllis.
What the?
Un poquito.
Now what's going on? Where's this?
I'm not sure, but whatever it is, it must be built on a hill.
Joker could really stand to run a...
Ya se llegó.
Miércoles. No está,
Inténtale.
And who is he even
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
shushing at this point?
no está ocupando nadie más el internet.
No.
What's with the 57 random telescopes lying around for no reason?
Bueno, personalmente es uno de mis Batman favoritos.
The Gotham High girls volleyball team's gonna be
Es
ticked when they find out
maravilloso
their net
cómo
was stolen.
pudieron
Actually, I'm
volver a
not sure
alguien
which is more
que
disconcerting.
perdía a sus
His
padres
trap,
tan
or the
cómicos
fact that these two can't seem to
y
find their way out of it.
volver a un psicópata criminal, asesino,
Fish fry
alguien
guy
tan
here is
divertido
angling for
como lo hizo
promotion.
César Romero
Settle down there, fish fry.
de 1966. También, de hecho, Frank Sinatra audicionó para ser el Joker en esta serie y no le dieron el papel, pero obviamente se lo dieron a César Romero. Es genial.
Claro, Frank
Realmente me
Sinatra,
encanta
es cierto que...
es muy genial. Esta serie fue una maravilla cómo fue ejecutada y hizo muy clásico el batitwist, que uno se puede reír, pero para sus tiempos, y de hecho para eso también, donde la música disco estaba de moda, esto lo vuelve como que más dinámico, diferente.
I would have gotten out of this in 2 seconds.
Aunt Phyllis could have gotten out of this in 2 seconds. By the way, Bruce, what do you feed paper mache?
Oh, what a hideous face!
Oh, be nice, Venus. Robin's sitting right next to you. You get it? 'Cause she was talking about... Never mind.
Mollusk? Some mollusk! Push yourself away, Robin.
Is it weird that part of me is rooting for the clam?
Elegant sign! Robin!
I was actually feeling bad for Robin, but then I saw those elf booties again, and well... Hey, what happened?
That's the end of the transmission.
What do we do?
Not sure, but I know what we won't do.
What's that?
We never tell anyone what we saw here today.
Seriously? Not even the mustache?
Never.
I can tell you're serious. Know how? Your eyebrows, very expressive on their own. Why you ever chose to paint?
Don't you start.
Muy bien. ¿Qué decía Now Available?
I love it. Batman has such a
Que ahorita ya
great
está
sense of humor.
disponible en...
Okay, devoted fans teamed
¿En
up
dónde
to
era?
show out in force at the DC Fandome.
No sé.
Let's take a look at some of the best group cosplays, and coming up is a showdown like you've never seen before. Stay tuned for lots of fun and games with the Suicide Squad.
The Suicide Squad. Deja de transmitir un rato. Ya, chévere. Ok, ahorita estoy a toda velocidad, entonces si falla mi transmisión te digo que compartas y compartes de una. ¿Sí o qué?
De una, obvio.
Davicho Josi. Ver, Josías.
¡Jodías!
¿Qué te perdiste? Pues... el pequeño avance de Flash. Que bueno, no fue nada, solo fue un...
Let's go.
¿Y eso qué es?
Recuerdo que estaba transmitiendo después del panel de la Mujer Maravilla. Esta es la secuela.
I like watching the stars.
Ah, es que eso no alcancé a ver.
The plow.
Es donde dije que hay una versión del payaso de Krusty, pero en el Joker.
Ay, ay, ay. Esa voz de Batman está un gozo.
Polaris. And the big triangular thing.
Esa risa de Batman me encanta. Suicide Squad.
Comenzamos y comenzamos. Y este sí, casi una hora de panel.
I know that if I was
Pues sí.
ever in trouble, I would call upon this next
Siéntate
group
bien.
to help me out. As you know,
Ahorita
director
sí,
James Gunn
prepárense
announced in
para lo
February
que venga.
that filming had wrapped for the Suicide Squad. And right now, he's taken a break from the edit bay to be here with us to discuss his vision for the film, answer fan questions, and have some insanely crazy fun with the cast. And, of course,
¿Y este
share
Joker
some
quién es,
never
güey?
before seen content with us. Check it out.
Está chistosa. Está
This is
chistosa la...
amazing.
Ve, James
I'm so
Gunn.
excited to be here at DC Fandome with all the
siento
amazing
que estoy
DC
viendo-
fans. As many of you know, the Suicide
Siento
Squad
que
is
estoy
by
viendo un
far
panel de
the
Guardianes de la
most
Galaxia.
fun I've ever had making a movie. I am
Oye, se
still
ve más
working
viejo
hard on
James
it
Gunn.
every day from morning till night.
Sí.
But we're having a great time creating something
Los tweets
incredibly special for
le
people.
envejecieron.
And I'd like to take
Josías,
this
no,
break
no
now
salió nada muy
to
importante
take some
de
questions from
Flash.
you guys.
Hey, James.
Solo unos artes conceptuales, pero nada muy importante.
Hay un arte conceptual de Flash al lado del Batman de Michael Keaton.
Eso sí.
So I remember reading the very first issue of that run and falling in love with the concept, with the characters. I loved the movie The Dirty Dozen that came out back in the 60s, and this was like a super villain version of The Dirty Dozen. And I loved the character of Amanda Waller, who was so different
Amanda Waller.
for the time.
Amanda Waller está verde, que parece Hulk.
Such a strong woman, but not kind of an anti-hero, but kind of bad, kind of good, not physically the same as everybody else you saw in comic books. And I just thought she was so cool. And of course, I loved all the characters and Boomer and everybody. And I just had a great time reading that initial run.
My name is Maisha Kondakar, and I'm a loyal DC fan, and I'm making this video from Dhaka, Bangladesh. I have a question for James Gunn. Which DC character were you most excited to write about for the Suicide Squad movie, and why?
¿Qué personaje
Meisha,
le
I think
emociona
the
más?
character that I was the most excited to write for was Harley Quinn. I've loved this character ever since
Harley
Paul
Quinn,
Dini
obviamente, el
first put her in
personaje que más le
animated
emocionó
shows.
escribir
I think that there's
para la película.
a sort of chaotic trickster
Harley
god nature to her,
Quinn,
where she's
partiendo de
just
que
always going off in
todos
random
la tachan
directions,
de
and
una
as a
única
writer,
gente
that's a
dentro
really
de la
fun thing
serie
to
animada
deal
de
with.
Batman,
She takes you in
donde
places
sale,
where you don't know
creada
where
por
to go.
Paul Dini y Bruce
So a
Timm,
lot of it was writing
es
for
un gran
Harley, a lot
personaje.
of it was
De hecho,
Harley
es
doing some of the
uno,
writing for me
es el
during the
personaje
Suicide Squad.
que estuvo a punto
I'm Jake from State Farm, and
Claro,
since
Harley
matar a
you
Quinn.
had the
Batman.
massive
Harley
amounts
Quinn
of
sí
Es
days
es.
that
realmente
you must have had the squad rack up in that one scene, can you
es
confirm
una maravilla
the
Harley Quinn,
number
¿verdad?
of crashes
Dejando de
and
lado
explosions?
todo lo que se
No.
le ha jodido estos años.
Hey, Jake,
Desde
I
Escuadrón
cannot
Suicida y su
confirm the
relación
exact
con el Chucky
amount of
Joker de
explosions and
Jared Leto.
crashes, but I will say that we have about as many explosions and crashes in this film
Hay
as
muchas
in any
explosiones y
film
choques
ever.
en la
In
película.
fact, the guy who did all of our special effects on this film, Dan Sudik, who has done almost all of the Marvel movies, great movies,
Ve, Marvel.
says there are more effects in this film than all of those movies he's done combined.
Dijo que
So
uno de
we
los
have
que se encargaba de
quite
los
a
efectos visuales en las películas de
special
Marvel
effect explosion
se encargó de esta
extravaganza
película del
for you
Escuadrón
guys.
Suicida.
You've said Ostrander's run was influential, but what else inspired you to feature these under-the-radar characters?
That is an amazing question. One I'm excited to answer because I actually had a long talk with John Ostrander, about this, because he came and he visited the set, and I said I don't think of this movie so much as an adaptation of your comics. I think of this movie as a sequel to your comics, to your run in the comic books. What would John Ostrander be doing with these characters, if it was 30 years after he first started? And so I think that it has the spirit and the lifeblood of the Ostrander books, but I also like to continuously take in new supervillains, other supervillains who have sometimes been in the Suicide Squad comics over the years, but also a
Lo
lot
que
of
todavía me queda duda, esto
characters
es
like Polka Dot Man
secuela
and
de la
Rat
que
Pack,
salió en el
who have never been in the
2016,
Suicide
es
Squad, but who I
spin-off,
just think are
es
great
remake.
DC villains,
¿Qué es?
who have something to
Yo
offer,
pensaría
and that
que,
were
o
put
sea,
into the movies.
yo no lo
So
consideraría
that
como un
is
reinicio,
where
sino
my
como
biggest inspiration
un
comes from.
secuela. Es que,
villains as a kid?
mira, sea
And
como
did
sea,
working on
no
this
se
movie
puede
teach you
borrar lo
anything
que
about
se
these
hizo.
quote-unquote
Pero
villains?
lo puedes continuar
Wow, who were my
y lo puedes
favorite
hacer mejor.
villains growing up? Well,
Claro.
Te
I was a
enfrentaste,
huge
lo primero que
Batman
hiciste
fan,
fue
and I'm
una
going to tell you
cagada
who my
con
favorite villain was, and maybe it's a little embarrassing, but I'm not
Simplemente fue
embarrassed by
regresar a
it.
donde
It was
estabas
Batmite.
y
I
hacerlo mejor.
loved Batmite. I thought he was hilarious and
Batmite.
creepy as heck. So,
Es que es un clásico,
Batmite
ya,
was
es no sé, Mr. and Mrs. Piglet, pero en su parte Batman.
Estoy enojado con el Discord. Perdón, te hice grandecito un momento en el streaming. Era necesario.
nos van a revelar que el casting básicamente, quién interpreta a quién dentro de la película de Suicide Squad.
Comparte pantalla. Oye, vamos a tener que dejar tu pantalla compartida. Si no va a estar complicación.
You're wrong. We'll have to see, but here it is. Everything.
Aquí está todo.
Vamos ahí.
Successfully complete the mission, you get 10 years off your sentence.
Perfecto, regresa Viola Davis como Amanda Waller.
Eso es bueno.
Me gusta esta Harley Quinn.
Oye, ese está bacán.
Mucho Harley Quinn. Casos más.
¿Qué era el Ratcatcher? No.
Personajes de ese Idris Elba. Qué maravilla. Va a ser King Shark.
Oh.
Qué maravilla. Es Mongol. Es Mongol. La versión femenina. ¿Qué dices? Es Doctor Psycho. Peter Capaldi es en Tinker.
No.
El Tinkerer salió en la cuarta temporada de Flash de la serie, entonces esto podría expandir más el universo. Más Nathan Fillion. Shotgun solo sirve para hacer stop motion. Regresa el Capitán Boomerang.
Y Slipknot, sobre todo, espero Slipknot.
Y John Cena.
John Cena
como Peacemaker.
Como John Cena.
John Cena.
Oye, este se ve... Wow. 2021.
Sí. Debe ser que...
And the characters they're playing of the Suicide Squad. First of all, we have Idris Elba as Bloodsport. John Cena
como el Peacemaker. Qué maravilla.
John Cena.
As Malchian as Polka Dot Man. Jai Courtney as Captain Boomerang.
Regresan 3 integrantes originales del Escuadrón Suicida de la primera, la dirigida por David Ayer, lo cual me parece maravilloso.
This is like a really messed up Brady Bunch. Daniela Melchior is Ratcatcher 2.
Ratcatcher, ese villano. Suena bien turro, pero bacán que le presenten.
Michael Rooker, unfortunately, is Savant.
Michael Rooker, es una maravilla. El Tinker. Peter Capaldi.
Steve Agee is John Economos and our on-set King Shark.
King Shark.
Alicia Braga as Sol Soria.
King Shark también ha aparecido en la serie de CW. Y es cool. Cool.
Real great guy. Joel Kinnaman is of course Rick Flag.
No, mentí. Son 4 los que regresan de la primera de Escuadrón Suicida. Esa mujer es hermosa. En el papel que le pongas es hermosa.
Pues sí, ¿para qué te digo que no?
Are you excited to be a part of DC Fandome?
We're excited. This is gonna be great.
Well, we're gonna have some
John Cena.
John Cena.
Oye, a John Cena también le vi más flaco, ¿qué cae?
And so I would like to have a couple of team leaders, and I think it only makes sense that we have the people in charge of the Suicide Squad, Viola Davis and Joel Kinnaman, as our team leaders.
Hey, team leaders!
Yeah, why don't you guys go ahead and let's pick teams.
Bloodsport.
Thanks, but thanks.
Definitely.
All right, I'll take my girl Harley Quinn.
All right.
Yay!
I will take Savant.
Oh, good for you. What a bad mistake.
That is a bad That is. And you guys have scenes together too. I can't believe you made that mistake.
You just made a big mistake.
John Cena. I'll take John Cena.
I want to reassure you that that is a horrible decision.
No, I already know that.
David dice, ¿qué es lo mejor que han mostrado hasta ahora? Pues el primer tráiler de La Mujer Maravilla. Bueno,
El segundo.
El nuevo tráiler de La Mujer Maravilla.
El nuevo tráiler de La Mujer Maravilla.
De ahí también el tráiler del nuevo juego de Batman, que se va a llamar Gotham Knights y va a ser multiplayer. Y hay como jugar como Batichica, como Robin, como Nightwing. Eso estaba chévere. Va a salir el próximo año, pero todavía no se sabe si es para Play 5 y para Play 4 y Xbox One y Xbox Series X, o solo va a ser para Play 5 y el nuevo Xbox. Y eso, y ahorita lo del Escuadrón Suicida. Y más noche, tipo que era 7 de la noche, iban a presentar el nuevo juego del Escuadrón Suicida igual, que me imagino que ha de ser igual multiplayer. Y ya, eso es hasta ahora lo que han mostrado de lo más importante.
Presentan a Mongo, la versión femenina de Mongo, que es copia de la copia. La verdad no me disgusta. Claro, no hemos visto a Mongo, lo cual yo espero que se explote en alguna película de Green Lantern. Sobre todo en su traslado cuando destruyó Coast City y Hal Jordan pasó de Linterna Verde a Parallax, de Parallax a Spectre. Entonces, yo espero que lo exploten de esa manera, porque ver a Hal Jordan, más bien, ver a Green Lantern, a Hal Jordan transformarse en super villano, me parece maravilloso.
Pues sí, sería interesante.
A. Harley Quinn and King Shark. B. Harley Quinn and Amanda Waller. C. Harley Quinn and Peacemaker. Or D. Harley Quinn and Boomerang. Which two have had their own series?
Su propia serie, dijo.
Harley Quinn and Peacemaker.
Boom! Yes!
Me perdí de qué estaban hablando.
No sé, ahorita creo que están haciendo como una encuesta de qué les gustaría ver, no sé. Una serie de Harley Quinn y Peacemaker o de Harley Quinn y King Shark.
La verdad, King Shark sale en la serie animada de Harley Quinn y es uno de los mejores personajes. Es demasiado genial esa serie. La recomiendo tal cual. Hay un chiste metido ahí. Bien, también. ¿Ves, Joaquito? Sí, o...
Mándale.
What career military man probably wishes he'd never followed in his dad's footsteps?
Joaquin, the great Coachy Loco!
Rick Flag Jr. I had Super Grover. Is Super Grover?
It's not Super Grover.
Wrong.
Casi ni se parecen los ñaños Gun.
Wrong canon. Points for creativity.
Now, there's no multiple choice. You just got to answer right away, and you have to have it be the right choice.
Okay, okay.
Who has more tattoos, Harley Quinn or Pete Davidson?
Harley Quinn?
Harley Quinn.
No,
Pete? That's another point.
I was thinking about his character. Oh, Pete with
we were shooting.
This is a language. This is a misunderstanding.
That's always your answer when something goes wrong. Who's next?
The Bond.
Billion, TDK.
What is the government's official code name for the Suicide Squad?
I thought it was the Suicide Squad.
No, era el Escuadrón Suicida.
No.
Building dying over there.
Extremely.
Task Force X.
Task Force X.
I can't say that even if I knew the answer.
You said it. You say it in the movie. some of these are too easy. Hey, can we go to like one of our secret guest questions?
Hey guys, which team member would you sacrifice first?
Slipknot. Ay, no, perdón.
Qué maldito.
Is that what you said, Steve? I said. What's the answer, Jen?
I would have to go with Savant because he's played by Michael Rooker, and if anyone here has ever had to spend a day working with Michael Rooker, I think they'd probably have the same answer.
Qué desgraciado.
People are always like that. They always want to get rid of the most dangerous one first. Yeah, I understand where the is coming from.
All right, we're gonna have Flula versus Elise. Oh boy! Which character made his or her first full appearance in Superboy number 9 in 1994?
Chuta.
A. Mongal. B. King Shark.
Me imagino que de ser
D. The Thinker. May I ask a question?
King
No
Shark.
es Bloodsport, es el último que dijo, pero no creo que sea King Shark.
Dijo de Tinker era el último, creo.
The character was not fully exposed. No, the character had some items of clothing on.
Got it. Then I would answer King Sharky.
Let's say B.
B. King Shark. How did you guys know that?
Oh, I said King Sharky. That's incorrect. So,
okay, go to Elise.
yeah, sorry. Jeopardy rules, guys. Pronounce it right.
Like not even going to get.
Wait, he doesn't get that?
You can't just give away the point.
You can't give away your point, dude.
Why not? I give away snacks at lunch. Have my point.
Hey.
Men, ahorita están... ¿Qué están haciendo? Una trivia.
Están jugando. Claro, básicamente están jugando en equipo. Están triviando en equipo.
Triviando.
Wait, I'm not on Rooker's team?
I thought you were on my team too. But no, you're not on my team.
Okay. Wait. We have another special question. Why don't we do the last special question?
Hi guys, so now
Efectivamente fue King Shark el que apareció en Superboy número 9 de 1909.
¿Ves? Hubiese atinado.
Was it J.R. Ewing, Peacemaker, Bloodsport, Amanda Waller? Let me know.
That is Storm Reed.
My daughter.
Which of your characters is in prison for shooting Superman?
Bloodsport. Bloodsport.
That's correct. Bloodsport is in prison for shooting Superman. Storm Reed turns in an amazing performance in the film, and some of the most memorable scenes, like really amazing. Really.
What movie is that?
Oh my God. Is there anybody left? Pete, who's left?
Blackball.
Against who?
Lula.
Oh, great!
Oh,
Okay.
Flula.
Who will lose first, Pete?
What comic book series did the Suicide Squad debut in? A. The Brave and the Bold. B. The Bold and the Beautiful. C. The Bravest of the Bold. Or D. Time to Die Hard.
Me imagino que The Brave and the Bold.
Brave and the Bold.
No creo que sea.
Pete, you did it!
No creo que sea The Beauty and the Bold.
Bloodsport versus Mei Ling, Manga. Okay, question. Which character... Oh, this isn't fair. Oh well. Question. Which character goes into the mission armed with the most weaponry?
Bloodsport.
Oh, isn't it the That's the older.
Deadshot. Digo, perdón.
Deadshot. Oye, sí, Will Smith no está ahorita que caigo en cuenta.
Well, it's just one weapon. It's polka dot.
Gracias por caer en cuenta estas horas.
Bloodsport pulls off all the different kinds of weapons.
Sandals.
The Mandel's weapon that he wears in the movie?
Oh, come on. He does not.
I was editing a scene yesterday, Idris, where you're, and I noticed for the first time that you're going up the side of a wall in your Mandals.
Yeah.
Well, he always was. I guess he was always wearing his Mandals in that scene.
Always.
I just never noticed till yesterday.
Danielle loves those mandals. Don't you, Danielle?
Okay, who's next? if given the chance, which superhero would your character like to take down?
It's not about taking anybody down. It's about trying to bring yourself up. You know, spread some positive vibes.
Cena for president. After that answer, I'm going to vote for John. That's it.
Which new addition to the squad was the biggest surprise to you?
I think Weasel was the biggest surprise. You're going to expect him to be this crazy animal. He can't even. I mean, come on.
Wait till you see Weasel in action in the movie.
How is the movie? How does it look?
It's amazing.
Bueno, mientras van jugando vamos teorizando qué es lo que pasa en este panel. Van a mostrar el tráiler. Eso es todo. Siguiente.
El tráiler, no creo que muestren el tráiler, la verdad.
Yo creo que sí, porque ya está grabada la película.
¿Será? ¿Tú crees?
Down the line, it's just the greatest cast I've ever worked with by far. Just every single person is amazing.
Le dijo, es el mejor casting con el que ha trabajado. Eso incluye Guardianes de la Galaxia.
Fuertes declaraciones.
But I can cut around them pretty easily. So
he's looking at me every day on the cutting room floor. They don't even do that anymore, do they? It's all digital.
They made it digital for you, so we don't even have to look at you on the cutting room floor.
I just got to say, what an amazing experience it was. But out of you and all these guys, you know, the atmosphere on that set was so positive. It's such a warm, wonderful, supportive place to be. You know, not everybody has been in a big superhero, even if they've been Doctor Who or anything like that. So to walk onto a set like that can be quite intimidating. But the welcome that you and everybody here provided was just fantastic. So thank you and everybody here for that.
Leave it to the British guy to come in right at the end and say something beautiful that makes us all look stupid.
That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm called the thinker.
So the showdown champion, I believe, even though we haven't been keeping very good score, is Viola Davis's team.
Tiene que ser Amanda Waller. Imagínate si les metieron.
Creo que a nadie más le pega tan bien a Amanda Waller, la verdad.
No, la verdad es que no, tal vez. ¿Cómo se llama?
Bebe.
Ahí está.
I think it's gonna surprise people.
You kind of sit there and go, how did they do that?
It's going to be different from any superhero movie ever made.
Me encanta Harley Quinn. Parece la Harley Quinn de Injustice, la Harley Quinn de Batman Arkham Asylum, no del sitio, del Asylum.
La que tiene la falda de enfermera.
This is a gritty 1970s war movie combined with the brilliance of James Gunn's characters and comedy.
Me encanta, creo que es el look de Harley Quinn que más me ha gustado hasta ahora.
Pues sí.
¿Ves? O sea, es una maravilla. Me recuerda mucho al cómic. Es muy genial. John Cena como Peacemaker. Parece personaje de super escuela de héroes.
De ley.
Pero pega un montón, o sea, no hay como decirle, no hay como discutir eso. Pues Michael Booker también.
Oye, deja de transmitir un rato. Pero no quites la ventana que dice stream, o sea, déjala esa ahí. Eso. No la quitarás.
This is by far the biggest movie I've ever made.
I don't think that you know what to expect.
Oye, esa Harley Quinn sí está genial.
This has been truly the greatest, most exciting journey of my life making this film. Cut, that was great. So that was it. What do
Muy
you guys think
bien.
of that?
Pues,
¿Fue un
¿será de
desastre?
apostar? ¿Será de no apostarle?
Fue un detrás de cámara, básicamente.
Anyway, I can't wait for everybody to see The Suicide Squad in theaters all the way in August 6, 2021.
Estuvo bien, la verdad no me disgustó. Pero, no sé, o sea, toca ver un tráiler, porque este fue como un detrás de cámaras nomás.
In the DC universe who came and checked out and hung out with us for a little while and saw this train wreck that would have gone perfectly smoothly if not for Michael. So, thank you guys.
Way to go, Viola and your team for the win.
Eso fue
Ça va,
todo.
DC Fandome? I'm Terry LTM, your French host, and I've
Ahorita
got a big
revisando
admiration for
qué
James
hay
Gunn
en
and the
el
cast. What a great team.
shop.
Now I'm even more excited for the
¿Qué hay?
Suicide Squad
¿Qué
movie
toca
than
ahorita?
before. How about
Pues hay
you?
todo.
Tweet us at #DC Fandome.
Ahorita
Next, we
toca.
have a very special
Ah, no,
DC
espera.
fan guest with a question.
Pero todavía faltan 15 minutos.
Take it away.
No sé qué irán a hacer ahorita.
What kind of training did you do for your role in the Suicide Squad?
Tengo que responder preguntas de los fans. Sí, en un momento se acaba esto en... Sí, efectivamente, 15 minutos y después sigue Both Females of Color Within the DC Universe Panel, en donde van a exponer a las mujeres y lo que coman sobresalido. No, miento. No sé. Dice, ¿cómo descubre aquí cómo algunas de las mejores actrices de televisión y las películas de DC se sientan con el famoso DJ D-Night y la cantante actriz ganadora de Haremos para hablar sobre cómo usan su confianza y vulnerabilidad para navegar en sus carreras de Hollywood? Hay panelistas variadas, todo.
¿Qué hacemos? ¿Vemos ese? No creo.
Todo lo que es el universo DC. No lo sé, la verdad. Está Megan Good.
¿Sabes qué? Hagamos un repaso a lo que han mostrado.
A lo que han mostrado hasta ahora mientras se desarrolla el panel.
Voy a poner en...
Ahorita esperemos los dos.
¿Qué?
Esperemos un segundo que se acabe esto. Y justo en el panel de que sigue, comenzamos a comentar todo.
Dale.
Porque después de eso, sigue el legado del Marciano.
Ese sí vamos a ver.
Todo como ha marcado, como Batman ha marcado a la gente.
Ese de ley vamos a ver.
Claro.
¿Cómo nos vamos a perder eso? Oye, tú quitaste tu cámara del Discord, la que te dije que no quites.
No, está puesta. No, sí está puesta.
A ver, aguanta. No, ya se quitó, ya nada. Pero ya te pongo. Ok. Yo sinceramente quiero ver un mejor vistazo al juego ese de Gotham Knights.
Sería maravilloso, pero tampoco podemos esperar mucho de eso. Porque sea como sea, de ahí lo que sí es...
Búscale el tráiler de Gotham Knights. Porque ahorita ya no creo que muestren nada más realmente.
Por si acaso esperemos hasta el final. Sea como sea, de ahí tenemos 20 minutos en esto de lo que es el panel. Sí, efectivamente, tenemos 20 minutos podemos ir comentando todo y analizando esto.
Ok. Pero ¿por qué aquí está Patty Jenkins? Eso está raro.
Listo, tenemos el tráiler y el gameplay.
just try to be my best.
Yeah.
Be who I am, and most of all, I want to be proud of who I am and what I do when I look back. And
Creo que esto ya es lo de Females of Power, ni sé qué. Porque esto ya no es de Suicide Squad. Pum, pum, pum.
No creo, porque...
Pon lo del Suicide, lo del Gotham Knights, para ir comentando un chance eso, hasta que...
Ok.
Pon el tráiler de...
Voy a poner en silencio, igual cualquier cosa tenemos que estar pendientes, porque...
De ley. Pon el tráiler de DC, el de la cuenta de DC.
Listo, porque el DC Fandome en estos momentos se supone, aquí dice 2:40, que se supone, pero en ningún rato creo que dice Patty Jenkins. O sí, Candice Patton, Tala Ashley, Nafessa Williams. ¿No?
¿Qué?
¿Qué pasa? Seguro que esto sí es parte de lo que...
Es que sí, porque de Suicide Squad ya no hay nada.
No, me parece raro. Bueno, entonces en este momento vamos a ir comentando un poco de esto, igual tengo que estar pendiente de lo otro.
Sí, aquí estamos
y
viendo.
está sin audio.
A ver, pon el tráiler de Gotham Knights, pero el de DC. de la cuenta de DC. ¿Ya pusiste?
Ya está puesto.
A ver, pongámosle play a la 1. Aguanta.
Pero ya estaba puesto.
Ah, no,
Okay.
no, retrocédele. A ver, 1, 2, 3.
In breaking news, we've received reports of an explosion.
Sí, porque este no vi bien.
Waiting for the police to confirm if there are any victims. This story is evolving rapidly. Please bear with us.
Just really loud boom. There was smoke. Emergency services have confirmed that they've discovered a body buried in the wreckage. We're still waiting for further details.
A Warner Bros. Montreal production.
Now able to confirm that billionaire philanthropist Bruce Wayne is
busy. Claro, entonces se supone que esto es ya después de Arkham Knight, que Bruce Wayne está muerto supuestamente. Sí, porque está igualito al del Arkham Knight. Ah, dale. Oye, pero aguanta, esto está raro porque... O sea, ¿esta batichica de aquí es Bárbara Gordon o es alguien más? Porque en Arkham Knight Bárbara Gordon está lisiada, o sea, está en la silla de ruedas. No puede ser batichica. No, pero aquí sale... Aquí
es Bárbara Gordon.
Claro, pero, o sea, de lo que están diciendo, esto es exactamente después de Arkham Knight, que Batman supuestamente muere. Y explota la mansión y la baticueva y todo. Pero en ese juego Bárbara Gordon se casa con Dick Grayson al final del juego y está lisiada, entonces ¿cómo puede ser Batichica? A menos que no sea ella.
Mira nomás cuánto spoiler en un ratito.
Ah, qué bacán. La cara de Nightwing no me gusta.
Sí, no.
Oh, qué bacán. Claro, Batichica creo que es la única que puede planear. Me imagino.
Claro, porque el otro que tiene capa es Robin, pero nunca le hizo a Robin planear así.
Y está Red Hood. Claro, y al final de del Arkham Knight, salía Jason Todd, que era el Arkham Knight, el caballero de Arkham, y se convertía en Red Hood al final del juego. Pero todavía me quedo con eso de Bárbara Gordon.
La corte de los búhos, como ya habíamos comentado.
Eso se ve genial, la verdad. Pero me imagino que, no sé, sería chévere, sería interesante ver tipo, o sea, que en Gótica, en la superficie, por así decir, la familia de Batman, los Gotham Knights, ¿no? Batichica, Robin, Red Hood y Nightwing. Pero que en la superficie, enfrentándose a la corte de los búhos, Batman como tal.
Claro, pero eso ya como que cambiaría un poco lo que pasó anteriormente en el juego previo, en su muerte. Entonces...
Claro, pero es que Arkham Knight acaba con Batman supuestamente explotando la mansión Díaz porque todo el mundo descubre que es Batman y supuestamente ahí finge su muerte. Entonces, y aquí claro empieza con eso, diciendo que es una grabación después de que explotó la Baticueva y todo eso. Pero, no sé, o sea, me imagino que han de ser tipo, como que ya para despedirle a Batman totalmente, han de ser tipo que eso, en la superficie esté Robin, todo, y abajo Batman como que enfrentándose allá a su juicio final total. Y yo que sé, o sea, juguemos como Batman una última vez y muera de algún modo y ahí sí ya se queda el resto.
Bueno, como en todo pueden haber sorpresas, entonces esperamos a ver qué es lo que realmente sucede.
Sí, pues toca esperar a ver.
Ahora quiero hacerle con estos otros dos, que me sorprendió muchísimo en verdad.
¿Cuál?
El de Mujer Maravilla.
¿El tráiler?
Ya está puesto. Ajá.
A ver, aguanta.
Podemos ver a Diana de pequeña corriendo, siendo digna de ser una de las amazonas más fuertes de la India, al lado de Niskira.
El lazo de la verdad se ve tan genial. O sea, ¿quién más se columpia en relámpagos? ¿Sí?
En rayos, nadie. Eso puede ser básicamente la referencia que, como ella es hija de Zeus, entonces...
Ah, claro.
Puede estar siendo ayudado por él, ¿no? Igual salimos de una película en la cual ella ya se enfrentó contra un dios.
Claro.
Entonces...
Gal Gadot.
Bárbara Minerva.
De ahí está con Steve Trevor.
El
Ese
poder
estuvo
de Bárbara
bacán.
Minerva, el poder de Cheetah, realmente no sé.
La verdad es que yo a Cheetah siempre le vi como un personaje chistoso. O sea, nunca me lo tomé en serio. Pero aquí sí se ve.
Ya no es la némesis de...
Claro, y es la archivillana de Wonder Woman. Pero no sé, o sea... Me parece genial, o sea, que hayan tomado la decisión de poner la Chita, que la verdad es que es un personaje que al menos en el traje...
Quiero regresar un poco y detenerle justo.
No, se ve genial.
Pues. Es que es un segundo. Vamos a ver a Chita.
Se ve genial,
Todo
Chita.
Algo que básicamente fue spoileada por Funko y fue spoileada por Lego. Y ahora ya lo tenemos como tal.
Se ve bien, la verdad se ve bien.
Se ve bien todo. Tengo un ligero problema con la cara que está medio rara una por ahí, pero cómo se mueve, toda la agilidad que tiene, es básicamente la Chita de cómic, es la Chita de la serie de Justice League, es la... ¿Es Chita?
Es Chita.
Y está súper bien hecho.
Es Bachita.
No puedo decir nada malo al respecto de esto porque pega. Y como dije antes, el traje de Wonder Woman, que uno de los mejores trajes que tiene, sobre todo me recuerda mucho a Kingdom Come. La forma en la cual Alex Ross lo dibuja es simplemente maravillosa.
Ah, sí.
Me encanta que lo hayan adaptado de esta manera en esta película. Es impresionante la verdad.
Alex Ross es Alex Ross.
Barbara, what did you do?
Esta es
You know, I'm not so keen on this one. I figure you are, but you know what? I'm ready to go.
We can do better.
Parachute pants?
Yeah.
Does everybody parachute now?
Es el mismo Sister Act.
Pues sí. Tal cual.
Realmente sí me interesa saber cómo regresa la moto.
¿Y qué ha pasado del DC Fandom? ¿Nada?
Bueno, en esto... No sé, veamos qué procede, qué más sigue, qué están haciendo.
Pues bien, hasta ahora va bien. Está interesante. No me disgusta.
No.
Lo bueno es que tiene buen ritmo. Todo el evento como tal.
Sí, está fluido, no está para nada pesado, todo está... No sé. Bien, ¿eso se puede decir?
Voy a intentar transmitir yo en el Discord.
Ok.
A ver si podemos ver los dos a la vez. ¿Estás viendo? Sí se ve bien.
You do not want to miss this next conversation as we gathered some of the most electrifying females from Megan Good to Candy Spade,
Oye.
the new Batwoman, Javisha
¿Sí?
Leslie, and more.
¿Sí ves bien?
Conversation we call
¿Sí?
Boss, Female,
Yo estoy viendo desde YouTube porque en la página de DC no carga.
Sí, no carga, no sé qué pasó. Voy a ver si en otro live están...
O sea, pero ahorita en el Discord sí estás viendo bien tú.
¿Sí?
Veámoslo, sí.
Déjame verle si a alguien más le pasó.
Right, we're going to start off by introducing some of the panelists today. Megan Good, who plays Darla Shazam on Shazam the film.
And I'm a big fan of this show. Candace Patton, who plays Iris West Allen.
Iris West, bro.
We got Nafisa Williams, who plays Anissa, Thunderbird, Blackbird, on Black Lightning.
En Black Lightning.
She plays Grace Joy on Black Lightning.
We got Javicia Leslie, who plays Ryan Wilder, aka Batwoman, on Batwoman.
Hey. We also have Anna Joe, who plays Coriander on Titans.
Hey, we got Damaris Lewis. My little sister, I love her. Plays Blackfire on Titans.
And we have Tala Ash, who plays Zari Tarazi on DC's Legend of Tomorrow.
Awesome. So, okay, so we want to start this off with taking a minute to congratulate the newest boss of the entire group, Javicia Leslie, the first black actress to play Batwoman. And look, this is huge news, given that only a few iconic black actresses ever did. Halle Berry and recently announced Zoe Kravitz. I know to hang around the Batcave, like, but you know they're Catwoman. Javicia said she want to be Batwoman.
Batwoman.
That's a huge thing. So we want to congratulate you and big you up for even doing that. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Or who was kind of like your blueprint? Who do you think? Who is a person that you said, oh, this is why I want to do this?
I've always truly admired Eartha Kitt. But I admire Eartha Kitt even outside of acting. I love her for her activism.
Yo diría que tengamos otra receta hasta las 3 y comienza lo otro.
¿Cuándo empieza el otro?
A las 3.
¿Qué prosa que es?
El legado del murciélago.
Ah, ya. Sí, ese sí, de ley.
Entonces, descansemos un ratito y
Pero
ya regresamos.
Dime en el Discord si se ve bien, si ves bien el...
Se ve bien.
Ya
Sí, se ve bien.
veamos la asiento.
Ok.
Bacán. Entonces, bueno, ahorita vamos a tener un pequeño receso. Y ya nos vemos a... ¿Qué hora dijiste? A las 3.
A las 3.
Ya en 15 minutos. Para el legado del murciélago. Así que... Bueno.
Nos vemos.
Hasta pronto.
Ya veo, no sé si. Me escuchan, se escucha. ¿Me escuchas? Yo sí te escucho.
Those issues.
Yep.
And so that's the thing that I would take and I would give everybody.
No estoy viendo en la
I'd give
página.
everybody the ability to go inside and truly ask yourself how we got here.
Yeah, I would use shape-shifting power to swap some people out of the office.
That's a good one. We were talking about this, Batwoman doesn't necessarily have a superpower, but I do have the ability to put a mask on and do things that I feel other citizens are too scared to do based off of, it ruining their reputation or it putting their family in danger.
What does being a boss mean to you?
I think being a boss is making more bosses. I think that we have to everybody on this call right now has to give it up for the people who came before us, who took the crap, who showed up every single day with the circumstances that they were handed. I don't think they get enough credit.
Está muy atrasado el tuyo
The stunt people,
con respecto a la página.
the people behind the scenes who are editing us, the people whose names never
Sí.
get called when people are accepting their awards at award shows. We are here because of previous bosses, and now it's our obligation.
Sí, es bastantito.
Ahora ya le pongo de nuevo. Estoy
You
viendo
want
desde
to be
YouTube.
forever. So first of all, shout out to all the other bosses on this call, and thank y'all for showing up.
Being a boss means following your heart and also being of service to others.
I think
Ahí está igual o.
to me being a boss is knowing
Un poco
that it's
atrasado.
bigger than you. I was gonna say that, the word boss, and when this panel came up for me, it reminded me.
Claro, ya es menos, pero igual está atrasado.
And the flip
Mejor le
side of that
comparto
is
de
we
acá.
also get called difficult.
No, es que a ti se te ve
bossy.
lento cuando tú
And
compartes.
for me, being a boss, especially a boss as a Black woman, a woman of color, means standing in that, being okay
Igual
with
solo es
being
un poco.
labeled as difficult if it means that I have to stand up for what's right and do the right thing.
No veas la
I've had to
página.
learn as I get older to not be afraid as a Black woman to speak up because I've been taught so much in my life to be quiet, be grateful, don't say too much, don't ask for too much, don't disturb too much, just go with the flow. And, in the last several years of my life, I have been able to find my strength in being able to stand up for myself and for others, more importantly. And I think often we get labeled as divas, difficult, you know. And I love that we changed that title into boss, because that is really being a boss. It's really being a boss. Like when I go to work, I'm a boss. I'm a boss for me, and I'm a boss for everyone around me, meaning that I will stand up for you. And if that means that I have to take on a label as being difficult to do the right thing, then that's what it takes, you know, and I think that's what we
lo
have
que
to do as black
representa,
women,
cómo
is be
ellas
bosses, be bosses for each
le hacen
other.
para
So,
poder
yeah, I'm proud to be a boss.
seguir adelante con sus carreras en todo
That's good. Thank you
mal
for allowing me to be the only
que
man
les
in
pasa.
this,
Aunque,
in
bueno,
this
si les pasa, dejan
conversation.
que las
D-Nice, thank you for
o sea,
being
como
such a
sea,
blessing to
son
all
mujeres
of
de
us during
color,
this
son
pandemic.
mujeres
What you did and took upon yourself to do
que luchan
gave
todavía
so
contra el
many of us
racismo,
just
el
light
machismo,
when we
con todo lo
truly,
que ha salido
truly needed
últimamente,
it.
con todos los
So
escándalos
thank
de
you for
Hollywood.
that.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more time, we're gonna do a roll call.
Qué atrasado que está el tuyo, los fans.
Roll call, make some noise for Megan Good. Make some noise for Make some noise for Chantal Tweed. Make some noise for Jamaica. Make some noise for Adam. Make some noise for Denise.
Ahorita me
Make some
puse a ver
noise for
más otras transmisiones que estaban haciendo otros youtubers y full han tomado un descanso en esta parte justo. Y ahorita que toca.
Hola mis amigos, I'm Damian Moya
El
from
legado de
Madrid,
Marcela.
Spain. Where are you watching us from? Tweet us your location and your favorite DC superhero with hashtag DC Fandom. One of my favorites is
Es español.
he's smart, successful, cool, crafty, and I don't know anything.
Dejarte comparto el mío, tengo mejor definición en el mío que en el de
One of
YouTube.
those guys who isn't really sure how one bat can star in so many different stories and in so many ways. Comics, films, TV, games. Don't worry, I'll watch it all. But I can't help think it takes some real world's greatest detective smarts to pull off a strategy like that. How do the folks at DC do it? Well, we're about to find out, because up next we have a panel dedicated to the legacy of Batman and the Bat family. From the Good Fight, please welcome actor and bona fide Batman blur, Nyambi.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Legacy of the Bat, the DC Fandome panel where we take a deep dive not just into Batman's history, but how he has created and inspired proteges that have grown into an extended Bat family. I'm Nyambi, and I am pleased to introduce our esteemed panel of Bat experts. So first off, much like the Cape Crusader himself, our first panelist is a legend in the comics industry, Jim Lee.
Hey, how you doing? Exciting to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. She's the first person to pull Batwoman from the pages of the comics and bring her to life on your TV screens. And soon she'll be ushering an all-new vigilante crime fighter into the world. Please welcome the showrunner for television's Batwoman, Caroline Dries. Yes, you've already seen the big announcement. Next panelist's new video game, Gotham Knights. So please welcome back the creative director for WB Games Montreal, Patrick Reddick.
Hey, how's it going?
Please, everyone, I want to welcome the legendary John Ridley.
Thank you.
Our next panelist portrays one of the most well-known longtime members of the Bat family. He pushed this character into a whole new light when he uttered just two little words. From Warner Brothers Television's Titans, it's Nightwing himself, Brenton Thwaites. Brenton, you are the first person to play a live-action version of Nightwing, but it's been a journey over the past 2 seasons of the show, and a pretty bold decision was made to kick off the show by having Robin say 2 little words. Now infamous Batman. Dick Grayson is not just fighting crime, he's stepping over the line a little bit here. And the Batman was thrown in there to show that he is attempting to break away from Batman, and you know, he's kind of sick of fighting crime in Batman's shadow. And that's kind of what season 1 was about. And then at the end of season 2, obviously, he develops into Nightwing, which is a character that for me kind of symbolizes putting away his past and finally developing into this character that can lead and that has a moral compass and that can fight crime in the way that he truly believes. And then having you know, a new Robin come into play with Jason Todd, what was that like to explore in terms of, you know, that relationship? Jason Todd is a rebellious character who doesn't have
the same respect for authority that, let's say, Dick Grayson has. And I think Dick Grayson tries to mentor him and tries to offer up that open channel should Jason want it. And,
Aquí se supone que va a salir Michael Keaton.
Make a few mistakes and tries to step in.
Ah, no lo sé. Val Kilmer también dijeron que podía saber. Que estaba invitado.
Val Kilmer. Qué loco.
But there's another member of the Bat family with a different origin. I'm speaking, of course, about Batwoman. Because Batwoman's not a sidekick. She never was a sidekick. She entered the Bat family a fully realized superhero, right?
I think the fun that we had with season 1 is Kate, you know, finding her way into being a superhero. It's all about the learning curve. And then it's the moral responsibility of learning, like, how do I deal with this and how do I best represent the Bat legacy? So it was really just about her arc into becoming the superhero.
It's a very personal story in terms of what Kate Kane is going through. Why was that story so special to you?
So my opportunity as a writer was to say, how do we represent Batman through the eyes of a woman, and in this case through the eyes of a lesbian woman. And part of her growth was realizing, as Kate, I am a lesbian and I'm open and out and comfortable.
Ah, esto es de Batwoman.
I put on this costume and I automatically hide that thing that makes me so unique. I think an important story that we tell this season.
Yo no sabía que era lesbiana.
Literally comes out of the closet so that people see not just Kate Kane, who's a cool badass CEO, cool girl. I want to see the superhero that I'm looking up to on the rooftop and saying, oh, that is somebody I could be someday.
You're now poised to break even more ground in season 2 with the first black actress to ever play Batwoman, which is huge.
It's huge. It's awesome. Kate Kane has disappeared in season 2, and it was controversial to the fans because, of course, they love Kate Kane, and so, of course, we're going to keep her part of the show. But it also gave us this
bueno, están hablando de lo que se fue la anterior actriz.
Ruby Rose. La parte de Ruby Rose como Batwoman.
La verdad a mí no me afectó.
La verdad a mí no me afectó porque ya ni la serie.
Por eso.
And as a special bonus treat, she just said it, we have Ryan Wilder herself, the new Batwoman, with us here today. Please welcome Javicia Leslie. And how does it feel to be the new face of Batwoman?
I found out an hour before everybody else found out. So I was pretty shocked along with the entire world. And then I was like looking through some of the articles, and one of the publications put Javicia Leslie is breaking history by being the first black woman to play Batwoman. And then it changed for me.
Ahí se equivocó un poco. Dijo, soy la primera Batwoman en interpretar a una... No, soy la primera Batwoman negra en interpretar a una Batwoman negra.
Estar nerviosita. También.
What I love about DC, what I love about WB, what I love about Berlanti is that you have these iconic characters, and they've done this amazing job making them so many different ethnicities and shapes and sizes and things that weren't as typical as you may have imagined when you were a kid and seeing them. And what DC has done, what WB has done, what Berlanti has done is they've showed us that you can be anything, no matter what the color of your skin is.
Now, how do you see this incarnation of Batwoman fitting into the full legacy of the Bat?
Well, at first, she doesn't fit. That's the story. She doesn't fit. Literally, she makes it fit her. And in making it fit her, she makes the Bat accessible to this whole other world of people who normally might not have had a hero to look up to. And so she, puts her stamp on the legacy.
All right, Jim. Okay, you've been doing this for a few years, right?
Yes.
Right? For a few years.
Yeah.
You've been around the block.
Jim Lee.
Yes.
How many times do you think you've drawn Batman?
I've been a DC since 1998, so I figure I've drawn, like, what is that, 22 years, so at least 22 times, but I think no more than 10,000, so somewhere kind of in between the two, yeah.
Cacha, he dibujado unas 10.000 veces a Batman.
En 22 años, ¿quién no va a dibujar unas 10.000 veces a Batman?
Chuta, pero en algún momento se ha de quedar sin poses para Batman, ¿no?
Ya tiene el mejor dibujo de Batman. ¿Qué más quiere? ¿Qué más se va a querer?
Le ha de tocar dibujar a Batman en el baño o algo así.
No tiene que más seria. Es que imagínate tantas poses en las que se le ha hecho a Batman que ya no sabes ni cómo ponerle.
Claro, no es
Y
como...
en tantas gárgolas que ya ha posado en Gótica. Cada edificio en la arquitectura de Gótica necesita tener sí o sí una gárgola. Si no, no te dejan construir el edificio.
Si no, ¿dónde se posa Batman?
Exacto. Como que va Lex Luthor y dice, ¿saben qué? Quiere construir un edificio en Gótica para expandir el horizonte. Los móviles le dicen, bueno, pero tiene que poner una gárgola, si no, ¿cómo, ¿dónde se posa Batman para vigilarle?
Gacha. Un edificio super futurista, así, paga una gárgola de piedra.
A big part of my life has been around Batman. Has been around people who choose to do better, and even if some of that is just wish fulfillment, you know, it is part of what we want our young people, kids, to believe in. That everybody can be part of the process. And for a long time, as was said, you know, for those of us who are outside of the prevailing culture, it didn't matter the race of Batman or Superman or Wonder Woman. We just identified with the idea of trying to be the fabric of an environment that was better. I think it's a pretty safe bet that if I'm writing Batman, probably a little better than a 47% chance he's going to be a person of color. That's what I would say. What's very exciting for me is that
Quedan 10 minutos de esto. Ojalá salga Val Kilmer.
So you have Lucius Fox, this
Y Michael Keaton y Batfleck.
Other than Alfred, probably the person who's been at Batman's side maybe the longest. But he has a family, and this is a family that has secrets, has kept secrets from one another. It's a little bit different dynamic than the Batman that we've always seen.
Everyone loves Batman. He has millions of fans. He has inspired one of the most badass entourages.
Obviamente que todo el mundo ama a Batman.
Yet there is one amongst us. Seems smiling already. Working on a game where Batman is actually dead.
We wanted to take away any certainty, any feeling of safety, so we could take a Gotham City, you know, where Bruce Wayne has been operating as Batman for 15 years, with all that history, with his whole network of allies, and then take him out of the picture. It really demands players figure out, how would I step up, and how would I protect Gotham City?
Let's take a quick look at what's coming out of WB Games Montreal next year.
If you're watching
¿Ves?
this,
Otra vez.
I'm dead. We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize.
Está raro ese Bruce Wayne, pero...
Sí, no me gusta acá con
el resto sí está genial. Bueno, la cara de Nightwing también está rara, pero...
Okay, so before we wrap up, we have a fan question brought to you by one of Gotham City's good neighbors, Jay from State Farm. Yeah, we all know Jay from State Farm. Take it away, Jay.
Jim Lee, hello.
¿Ves? Esa colección de Batman debes tener.
Huge fan, and I love your work. I mean, obviously. Okay, let's get to it. So, James from
Tiene el busto de Batfleck ahí al fondo.
when you first started drawing Batman,
Es que básicamente no es el gusto, solo la máscara.
for your design
Ah, bueno, sí.
for that character.
For those of you that collect comics, you know, I think one of my main influences is an artist named Neil Adams. He just brought this, you know, sense of reality, fancy word, very similar to his art. I just looked like it was real, like you'd go out and touch it. This is before there were movies and TV shows, so this is as good as it got for us. Another artist later, Frank Miller, who, you know, I was in college, and Dark Knight
Bueno, ya comí.
that changed my life. I mean, that was the story that kind of inspired
Ahora sí
me
puedo
to
prender la cámara.
pursue a career in comics. So when I drew my own story,
Ahí estoy.
Hush, I actually started
Ahí
out
no.
drawing
Qué
Batman
negro.
kind of thick and blocky, kind of like how Frank draws it, kind of homage to
Ahí estoy.
Sprang, to the artist from yesteryear. But then as I drew more and more of the character over the course of the year and a half I worked on that project, by the end it was kind of leaner and looked more like a Neil Adams physique. Those are my two influences.
Clearly, we're all big Batman fans here, right? We're all big Batman fans here. That's why we're here. I'm a fan too. This is one of my many statues that I have.
Ve el guante de Batman del Arkham
I have a fan question
Asylum
for you.
City.
What would you say is your first memory of Batman?
Obviously, Eartha Kitt was a huge influence because she was the first cow. And to see that role and to see her really be her, because that's her personality in general, it really brought like this sexiness to something that was, to me, originally when I was a kid, I felt like it was a boy's world. Then The Dark Knight came out, and that's when I was insanely addicted to the world of my craft, of my art, and to see Heath Ledger and all these iconic actors play these iconic characters is when I became obsessed.
Sí.
I gotta say, I'm with Javicia. As a kid, I knew of the world. I was a fan of Batman, but it was really the Batman Begins, Nolan's Batman, that really
Batman Begins.
threw me into the world.
I agree. I
Es
think
que
that was
Batman
the
Begins
first
es
time
genial.
I saw a
Tiene los
superhero
espantapájaros y a Ras al Ghul.
I
Nunca te has
was
visto.
just expecting it to be a superhero
Creo que
movie,
el
and it
espantapájaros es un poco desperdiciado en esa
was
película.
that, Batman Begins, just how did this boy become this vigilante?
I watched the Adam West TV show as a kid. I remember spending hours playing with the Batmobile and shooting little pellets out of the motor in the back, and that's kind of my history of the character.
Yeah. There was a world's finest two-parter years ago. It was Batman and Superman who were captured.
Algo me dice que no veremos a Michael.
A nadie.
Everything about it was so painful.
Veamos el panel sorpresa y noticias. No solo regresa Michael Keaton, sino también Val Kilmer.
Yo la verdad me emocionaría más si en el panel sorpresa dijeran que Henry Cavill sigue siendo Superman.
Yo también.
Creo que sería...
A mí me encanta Batman Forever, pero siento que Michael Keaton Henry Cavill como Superman es
más importante.
Lo mejor que nos ha pedido ver.
So many amazing world-changing things coming down the Bat tunnel. But if you can't get enough of the Bat, don't worry. We've got more Bat-related news, never before seen content, and director Matt Reeves all right here in the DC fandom. And it's all coming your way, so
muy bien.
stay with us.
Me quedo con ustedes.
There's little bits of Batman stuff that is coming in that I don't want to talk about because, that stuff is best left as a surprise, and those who get it, and those who don't. But the big Batman mythology character that is coming, that we're going to meet this season, is Lucius Fox.
Lucius Fox?
Which is very exciting. Not cast yet, so can't say who's going to play it, but he comes in mid-season and comes in a big way and is pivotal in turning the story around.
Volvieron los plastilinosos.
Sigue comiendo galletas, que triste.
Las voces que les ponen de niño, he visto.
So I guess this is like commercial breaks in between, but DC fandom's pretty interesting so far.
I don't know, I just like them.
The different kind of panels they have. Some of them are a little long-winded, I'll be honest, but I guess some are pretty necessary. I
can fight the wind.
Like, say what you want, but I think the women of color within the DC universe
Prueben en la página de nuevo.
very
¿Qué?
needed.
And you have to be like slow.
Prueben en la página de nuevo.
overall, I think we're gonna be getting
Por.
to the good stuff soon.
Ah, es que ahorita creo que está hablando el brother que,
Started strong and
del que
then
puse el
we're
video.
gonna have a draggy middle, but we're gonna have some good stuff later. But
Ya se acaba, ya
back
se acaba.
to the fandom. Oh, okay.
Lo bueno es que este man no habla. Young Justice, ve. ¿Estás viendo en dónde?
All working from home, and for the most part, when it comes to the pre-production, the script writing, the storyboards, design work,
¿Ahorita qué toca?
we've successfully transitioned to working at home.
Dice Chris Daughtry Performance.
Fun to not be in the office and have everyone together, but we're doing it. That's not a problem. The thing that's been tough.
Dura solo 10 minutos y de ahí es lo del Joker.
We used to record everyone together as much as possible in a room.
Nos quedamos viendo.
Every once in a while there was someone who couldn't make a session.
Yo le cortaré un rato porque tengo que estirar las piernas, ya me duele esta Entonces, 3:30, 5 minutos para ver algo relacionado con
Joker,
la película del año anterior, ganadora del Oscar, Joker.
Bueno, entonces ya nos vemos
en
8
7
minutos. Dale.
soy, pero no soy la mejor. Gente, pero ahí. Un beso. Baja y pongo. La ven. La otra. No, la otra.
¿Qué juegue? Sí, dale nomás. Dale. Ahí. Ya. Chut. Sí, para mí es la de Slash.
I just love how the DC fandom is connecting fans from across
No le
the
vi.
globe. We are all so different, but today we all have one thing in common: our love for DC superheroes. Okay, turning things over to Clara. Clara, take it away.
Thanks, Damian. It's Clara here from the UK, and it is great to be here with all of you. And what an amazing show so
ya le vi.
far. Are you guys having fun? I know you are, but do make sure you tweet us using the hashtag DCFandom and let us know how we're doing. Now, when I think about our beloved DC superheroes,
The Joker. 5 minutos de Joker.
I'm talking Superman, Wonder Woman, all of them I love. Look, you can see they always put a massive smile on my face.
No, el de veras.
Now let's get this party started!
There are so few surprises left in the universe.
De este.
This is gonna hurt. The world is full of monsters, and the only way to defeat them is to become one yourself.
Oh, I love it! The chaos is so invigorating!
Now, we should have known those guys wouldn't take a day off from all the mischief and all the mayhem. And let's just be honest, no one loves the spotlight more than a DC supervillain. So, it looks like it's time for the Hall of Heroes to become the Hall of Villains.
Yep.
And personally, I'm all for it because DC has got the best, the Joker, who has undergone many iterations since his debut in 1940. And although I wouldn't want him plotting against me, I have to say his choice in lipstick is pretty much perfect. So let's put a smile on our faces and have an in-depth look at one of the best baddies ever. Here's the Joker.
You can call me Joker.
The Joker is the greatest supervillain ever created.
I was a fan of the comic books, and particularly of the Joker.
Difficult time, David and Goliath, to Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty. I thought the stronger the villain, the stronger the hero. The Joker sprang into mind because cards were a big part of my family.
It is that carnival mask of a clown that hides the horror lurking just below the surface.
The Joker is a horrific version of Batman, whereas Batman scares criminals, Joker scares the ordinary people.
In the 1950s, you have a censorship movement which leads to the Comics Code Authority, which really is why all characters in the 1950s get goofy and weird.
The writers and artists of the era felt very restricted. It was a dark time for America. There was an urgent need for heroes.
1966's Batman became a pop art campy comedy. Cesar Romero's playful,
El
prank-calling
Batty
Joker
Twist.
stole the show. As culture took a turn for the revolutionary, writer Denny O'Neil introduced the idea that the Joker was truly insane.
We undid 15, 20 years of lousy comics code. So you got a tremendous amount of experimenting.
It left the way for people like me and Alan Moore to do stories that
Joker
were
de The
beyond
Dark
the
Knight
understanding of an
Returns.
8-year-old.
Killing Joke showed us how deep the Joker's depravity could go.
It's basically a horror story. The Killing Joke was the first time that anybody really started
Killing
taking it
Joke,
deadly
mi
serious.
cómic favorito.
It's Joker's magnum opus.
Escrito por Alan Moore y dibujado
Stories of
por...
the 1980s set the stage for a Joker that
¡Qué maravilla! ¡Qué hermoso Joker! Es justamente este Joker de aquí.
Jack Nicholson as the Joker
Es
now
hermoso.
is just everybody's
Es divino.
first choice.
¿Cómo lo
Goes
amo?
beyond your expectations just because he's so good.
Even in my own life, people have said, but sometimes, Jack, relax with the humor.
Oh, I got a live one here.
This does not apply to the Joker.
Gotham City was brought to younger audiences. In
Después de eso, la segunda
the animated series debuted on
fue
Fox Kids.
Batman, el Joker de Batman de la serie animada, dado la voz era impartida por Mark Hamill, por el propio Luke Skywalker.
And really made him a scary character.
Filmmaker Christopher Nolan elevated the comic book film. The gritty,
Y este es el mejor Joker de la historia. El nivel en el cual este Joker, tal cual el que dirigió Christopher Nolan, fue interpretado por Heath Ledger, es una leyenda en la manera en la cual hicieron todo. La dedicación que le dio al papel Heath Ledger es, de lejos, uno de los mejores actores que ha tenido el género de superhéroes en el cine. Este sí es horrible. El del Lamborghini morado.
The trick was to be incredibly respectful, yet at the same time, reinvent the Joker.
No. No.
Audiences were in for a laugh when comedian Zach Galifianakis voiced the clown prince of crime, bringing
O sea,
his own
este
brand
Joker, el Joker del Lego, dado la voz por Zach Galifianakis, el mismo que le hace a Alan en la trilogía de Hangover, de ¿Qué pasó ayer? Es muchísimo mejor que Jared Leto como Joker. Y eso, Jared Leto es un actor.
but there was still room to push the character even further.
I have never really thought about doing a comic book movie. For me, it was more about
Nunca me gustó Batman.
doing a film, but about somebody people have no idea who,
Fue
what, where he came from.
el segundo Joker que ganó el Oscar.
What happens if we humanize this person?
I think part of his transformation is finding his voice, finding Joker. And I think prior to the emergence of Joker, he's struggling with what it is.
Es un Joker como tal, y es maravilloso saber que sí, que un Joker así puede
Every
existir.
kid loves this guy, and I particularly love just the name Joker. It's fantastic.
There's no definitive Joker. He will be reinterpreted long after I'm gone because he's just such a great
A
character.
mí me encanta el de Jack Nicholson, no sé, no, me encanta el de Joaquin Phoenix, pero más me gusta el de Jack Nicholson.
The Joker has such a rich history, but hang on a minute, of course you guys did. You're all the experts. Now, Jim Lee is an expert in all things DC. He is a world-renowned comic book artist, writer, editor, and publisher, and he's got his eye on some supervillain art. Take a look.
Hello, everyone. This is Jim Lee again. I'm here with Mohammed Haq, and we are going over his fabulous submissions to the DC Fandome. He is a big Batman fan, and he has a day job. So he does this spectacular artwork in his spare time. And I'm just going to kind of give him some feedback and hopefully kind of encourage him to keep pushing himself, as we should all push ourselves as we try to become and strive to become better artists. And you are here in the U.S.?
California, LA.
Okay, that's part of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's all good. All right, so you're super close to, because I'm in LA too. First off, let me just say thank you very much for submitting your work to DC Fandome. I loved all your single piece illustrations. Is this something that you're doing now professionally? Can you talk a little bit about your work, and do you do panel to panel work too, or is it all just single images, covers, that kind of thing?
I pretty much draw or paint digitally for just for fun, for as a hobby. I'm a creative director. I work on figures, collectible figures, pretty much art directing or doing concepts.
It seems like some of these are like almost like poster images. Walk me through like this one. Like
Mr. Freeze is such a cool character. I seen artists draw his costume to be, be very simple, but I want to see him in more of a armor type, even more of an armor type design.
And then even as you're doing this, are you imagining it?
Igual sé, como es el único Capitán Frío que hemos tenido en una película, es el de Arnold Schwarzenegger. Y también el que salió en la serie animada, en la serie clásica de Batman. Me cuenta mucho, ya ni me acuerdo qué es.
Color as you did this is because in my head, I'm seeing this in color, right? I'm seeing like this as a pencil drawing and create the light source using color. I love the tonal graduations, but maybe if there was if the light source are here, like coming out of this gun, what happens to this part of the figure with a stronger light source there, right? This part here, like, suggests to me like we were on this path of.
Está bien atrasado el tuyo.
Hey, there's light up here and it's casting the shadow.
Vele con la, no, es que ya viene el panel sorpresa. Vele con el, inténtale con la página.
Right here, and then here, just in general, like on this side,
right,
and then darker, maybe that arm, like,
totally.
What inspired this?
The first issue of Deceased.
Are there other things could have done to maybe get focus up here, where it starts getting like more out of focus at the bottom, like a little more painterly? It's just something to think about. I just think your use of color and textures, creating that glistening kind of gum line, it's really really well done. But again, what happens if it gets a little darker around the fringes?
No, I get what you're saying.
Right. So
we're focusing on the eye right now, right?
Yeah.
So focused, you're not sure what you're looking at.
What happens if you play around with that? I'm trying to have like that light streaming off to the side, right?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Just like make certain things pop and kind of play around with the contrast, the values of your colors, right? Push it more to the extremes. You're really super solid in this middle ground. What happens if you push the extremes of light and dark to the image? So things to think about as you do it, but really, really solid piece. So this Joker piece, same thing with Mr. Freeze. You've got the lettering in here. I feel like you started and then kind of stopped. You were in there, maybe you were gonna go all the way to the top, and then you're like, I've said my piece. I know what would look like. Generally, you should use it as a real part of the composition, right? Even those lettering, right? And what kind of shape it occupies, and it just kind of fits naturally in the same kind of space. Kind of creates this squared composition, and I kind of wonder if you have something like that, and then maybe the all that, maybe it falls in like a big ha, or something, right? Where all the lettering.
Or he creates the bat symbol or something like
that. Or even like a shat, or even his shadow, right?
Right.
Like if he's uplit. And then in the coloring of it, the lettering would be darker, and that's how you would see that shadow.
Right.
Just something to think about. I think because if you're going to add the lettering, I feel like, once you start, you got to think it through and say, okay, what am I doing with the lettering? What role does it play in the composition? What kind of extra thing does it give? What does it unlock? And I think it unlocks a lot. I'll just end with this one. I think this is my favorite piece. I get a Frank Quitely vibe from it, but I also love the way you did the coloring, and I think you did push it on this one, like the that thin white highlight on the edge is just perfect. It really picks it up, and not monochromatic, but you have a red kind of light across all of it, and that's the kind of stuff I love.
Qué
You know,
gracioso.
it's not about local color; it's about colors interacting with the light that's on
Bueno,
them.
mientras
I think she's
seguimos
really
viendo
nailed it,
como
and the
Gigi es el
expression,
puto
and
amo,
even again the subtlety
nos
of
queda
her, you know,
el
kind
panel
of
sorpresa de DC,
of her hand
por
gesture. I think
revelar,
you really sold it in this one. And that's why you know that also
las
resonates
voces
for me as well, right?
de
You
Batman,
know, Mom, I want to thank you for
en general,
sharing your
en
talent
todo
with
el mundo.
us. You know, I looked through all the
El
submissions, and I
Snyder
picked my
Cut,
5 favorite,
que es
and your work really stood out to me
básicamente lo
as
más importante,
really unique and special.
o lo
And I
segundo
hope
más importante,
that you do more of it beyond just, you know, as
a hobby.
I think there's a
de
lot of
Flash,
great potential there, and
la
just
serie de
little things
televisión
that
que
would elevate
a
to
mí
the next
me
level.
encanta, me parece la mejor serie que tiene el
Just
CW.
ask that you think about it and
Esa,
really challenge yourself every time
Arrow,
you sit down and draw.
Supergirl,
No, I really appreciate it, Jim.
Legends of
You know,
Tomorrow,
it means a lot.
Batwoman.
I'll say
Hasta ahí llegar.
I'm self-taught.
Ahora que
Drawing,
también
coloring, all
parece
that,
que le van a
but
añadir
it's your work that actually
a Black
helped me
Lightning
get where I am right now when it
y
comes to
a...
Awesome, man. Thank you very much.
No,
Great plan.
Stargirl. Ah, claro, Stargirl, que no he comenzado a ver todavía. Y...
Those art submissions
Funk.
were scary good. Now, from the page to the screen, actors and artists bring these DC supervillains to life, and in real life, cosplayers do the same thing.
Bueno, aquí viene. Ya viene lo que todo el mundo está esperando.
Wow, seeing those incredible costumes makes me realise that I really need to step up my game this Halloween.
Ciao dall'Italia, mi chiamo Andrea De Logo. It's great to be here with all of you in DC Fandom, the ultimate destination for all of us who can never get enough DC. And now, there is even more to love with a new comic series from Milestone. Take a look.
Hello and welcome to DC Fandom and this Milestone Media Panel. My name is Mark Bernardin. I've written on TV shows like Castle Rock and Carnival Row and Star Trek Picard, and I co-host a podcast named Fat Man Beyond and another one named Battlestar Galacticast. And I've even written comics, including a short run on Static Shock. But today we're talking about the history of Milestone, as well as taking a glimpse into the future the publishing initiative started in 1993 by Dwayne McDuffie, Dennis Cowan, Michael Davis, and Derek T. Dingle to challenge the status quo, how superhero stories were being told, as well as the ones who got to tell.
Hasta ahí llegó tu con sorpresa.
A bunch of stuff in this next minute, but before we do that, let's introduce our panelists. We got Reggie Hudlin, Milestone Media, Dennis Cowan, co-founder of Milestone Media, Jim Lee, Chief Creative Officer and publisher of DC Comics, and Phil Lamar, the voice of everybody under the sun, including Virgil Hawkins, Static Shock. Hey, fellas, how are you?
Great. We're
Awesome.
good.
Well, thank you for taking the time to talk about this. I mean, it's near and dear to my heart, and I assume it's near and dear to yours. Dennis, can you tell me a little bit about the early days at Milestone?
It actually started at San Diego Comic-Con. I don't remember the years, probably like 1990 or something. I'm at Comic-Con. And the idea of starting doing Black superheroes or doing a group of Black superheroes was something that was on my mind a lot. So I called my friend Michael Davis, who happened to be at the con. And I said, meet me downstairs in the lobby. I mean, we walk around the whole convention, the whole convention area. And I'm pitching him my idea about doing a Black comic book company. And Michael said, you crazy, man. Ain't nobody can do no Black comic book company. No, it could work. It could be a Black comic company. So he says, okay, well, who else do you want in? I said, let's call Dwayne. Dwayne McDuffie happened to be at that convention. So I called Dwayne. He met us downstairs in the lobby. The three of us walked around the same block. Serious. And Dwayne, at the end of this long walk, which he didn't want to take, I said, so what do you think? And he said, you're crazy. Nobody's going to be a black comic company. So I'm in. So, that's what he said. We knew how to write and draw comic books. Dwayne and I have worked on Deathlock and, various projects at Marvel, but mostly Deathlock. So he knew how to do that. But we didn't know about business, but I knew a business guy. It's my friend Derek Dingle that I knew since third grade. He worked at Black Enterprise in management and stuff, so he must know about business. And he wore a tie. So, it's the truth. So we called Derek, who said we were crazy, but he was in because he's my friend. And that's really how it started. The best thing about Dwayne's involvement early on, when my idea was to do a black comic company full of black characters, and if black people bought it, great. His idea was to expand that, to make it inclusive to a lot of marginalized people who are underrepresented in comics. He took my idea and just, boom, blew it up to a much bigger tent than it originally was. It expanded our universe and it set us on a path that, we're still following now.
Reggie, talk a little bit about Dwayne McDuffie. I mean, he was one of comics' greatest storytellers, and a gift he would take to animation as well. But talk about, his legacy a bit and his influence and impact on the visions and goals of Milestone.
Well, I mean, first, I want to tell my meeting Milestone story.
Estoy viendo un montón de comentarios en otros en vivos y parece este es el panel sorpresa.
Qué tontera. Es una sorpresa porque parece que nos están robando. No, dijeron panel sorpresa y todos esperábamos ver Superman, Batman o algo así.
Definitivamente esperamos ver a Superman.
Nos han estafado. Ahorita estaba viendo igual en otras transmisiones. Y a full gente se le está cortando la transmisión de la página. Me imagino que debe estar súper saturada.
Talking to Dennis and Dwayne, and these are folks who I was fans of. I remember reading their Deathlock book and like, oh man, you guys killed it on Deathlock, and they were starting their own company, and they were talking about how they would get phone calls from Clarence Thomas, who was a fan of their character Icon, and I was like, what? And like, yeah, we thought it was a prank call, and then we called back, and then they said Supreme Court. They're like, what? So it was just a really beautiful idea.
Jim Lee es el único blanquito que está ahí. Parece un niño colado, así como que...
Niño colado. Me recuerda mucho cuando en un documental era un documental de Marvel, Stan Lee estaba hablando sobre Black Panther. Me recuerda a lo mismo, casi.
Me da la impresión de que van a hacer alguna serie o película con este personaje.
Yo pienso que lo van a sacar de nuevo en cómics.
También. Chuta, pero si este es panel sorpresa, pues...
¿Qué excepción?
Pues sí. Chuta, no deberían hacer eso, o sea, si ya presentan... Si ponen panel sorpresa, obviamente que todo el mundo va a esperarse algo de los personajes principales, pues. Eso ya no es culpa. Claro, es que eso ya no es culpa de la gente que se hace ilusiones, sino que, chuta, o sea, si te ponen panel sorpresa, debe ser algo súper impactante.
Es culpa de la gente.
No, es culpa de los que hacen el evento, pues cómo van a poner panel sorpresa. Obviamente todo el mundo espera algo muchísimo más importante.
Right? It was 6, 7 artists that worked at Marvel that basically said, look, we don't want to work for the company anymore. We'll take our, we want to kind of grab destiny by our own hands. And we had the same realization. We have no business experience or skills, but we didn't go to a guy like Derek. We just did it without a business guy. So that was kind of the two different paths that we took initially. But I remember that first Comic-Con when they announced Milestone. They threw a party, and there were no parties at Comic-Con back in the day, right? It was like you just wandered around trying to find like open hotel rooms where people had like a case of beers and you just kind of hang out. And they actually threw a party at a club, and I'm like, who do these guys think they are? Like, and they were all like dressed up in suits and stuff. Like what's wrong with our tie-dye jeans and our mullets and
Bueno, ¿qué te ha parecido hasta ahora?
¿Qué cosa? ¿En general todo o el panel sorpresa?
El panel sorpresa.
Oh, sí, bien interesante. O sea, de hecho es interesante. El problema es que me cargo toda la decepción del mundo. Por eso mismo estoy siempre en Iron Man 3.
O sea,
bueno, no tanto, pero más o menos.
Debían poner nomás, o sea, de qué iba a tratar este panel, no sorpresa. O sea, sorpresa guárdate para, yo que sé, para el anuncio de Batman o algo, no sé.
golden era for people going out and doing stuff that was new.
That first Comic-Con when we had that party, Jim is being a little bit disingenuous here because what they did, Image guys introduced us to the public. You know, remember that? There's photos of it.
Qué decepción, qué decepción.
Claro, es que ni siquiera le puedes prestar bien a lo que están hablando porque te quedas pensando como que yo me esperaba ver a Henry Cavill, a Michael Keaton o algo así.
Literal, es como que te descuadra todo y no sabes qué es lo que... ¿A qué debería estarle poniendo atención?
Yo sí estoy perdidazo, o sea, cacho que están hablando de ese personaje Icon o... No cacho mal.
You guys had passes. It was exclusive. You couldn't just come in and walk in. You actually had to. It was like, what? It was cool. Way ahead of its time, both.
Supuestamente estoy viendo que el panel sorpresa comienza a las 4, supuestamente.
A las 4.
No estoy seguro. Porque creo que a las 4 había otra cosa.
No, no puede ser a las 4. Se supone que el panel sorpresa es ahorita y dura... Se supone que ya se acabó. Ah, no. A las 4:10 termina el panel sorpresa. No, sí, este es del panel sorpresa. No, qué turro. Ahorita sí me doy cuenta de que falta Superman en toda la presentación.
Falta Superman.
O sea, lo único que hay de Superman es el Snyder Cut y el juego de Suicide Squad. Pero no hay nada más de Superman.
That's different. This is a cool new look. I've never seen anything like this.
Coming to it from the outside, as you did, who was Virgil to you? Like, what made him special?
To me, Virgil was what I had always wished for as a comic book kid growing up. Black Spider-Man. Because
Black Spider-Man.
Obviously, a good story can make you
Static.
feel it. It doesn't have to look like you. But
¿Quién será?
when it does, it resonates on a whole other level. And for me, the issues of Static, it was so real world. The texture of those stories was so much more removed from the old 1930s. We are exhibiting the world. Like, it felt like a comic book drawn by somebody who lived in a building that I could go into. You know what I'm saying? So that to me was the big difference. It touched on archetypes that I, as a old school comic book fan, loved and honored. But it also touched on my life as a real as a black man in the real world. Like, I've never had these two things come together before.
And we got a fan question here from Aaron M. Specifically, I think for you, Reggie. Is there any discussion about bringing the milestone characters to the big or small screens? You know, what's new and what's upcoming in the multimedia?
What?
Well, one of the things we're really excited about is, you know, we really want to live up to the name of the Milestone Media. So when we, you know, spoke with Jim about
Esto está siendo un poquito muy demasiado decepcionante.
we all know that this, you know, has been, you know, hit comic books and a hit.
No, pues que no presentan nada, están hablando.
Back into all those areas and then some. So we're in serious conversations about, as we're launching the comic book series, developing the Static Shock movie. That'll be a theatrical feature film. What we're talking about is
Cacha lo que dicen. O sea, van a traer de vuelta a ese personaje a los cómics. Pero mientras hacen eso, están teniendo prácticas para hacer una película. O sea, recién están teniendo prácticas.
No sé si pegue, porque básicamente... No sé.
O sea, es que...
recién le quieren volver a traer y le quieren hacer una película. Ese personaje, no sé ni cuántos años ha de haber estado metido en el congelador.
Pero por algo ha de haber sido.
Donde la Black Exploitation era el boom y luego dejó de pegar. Eso es todo. Pensaría yo, creería yo.
O sea, el problema es que, ya bacán, o sea, si el panel sorpresa es esto, y ya presentan esto, aunque sea yo que sé, un tráiler, la portada de un cómic, yo que sé, algo, o sea, pero solo están diciendo como que estamos planeando traer, y para eso hicimos un panel sorpresa.
¿Sabes qué es lo peor?
¿Qué?
¿Quieres saber qué es lo peor?
¿Qué?
Que Jim Lee tiene una camiseta de Superman.
Ah, sí, ma. Es como estoy diciendo, esto pudimos presentar, pero no.
Yo puedo presentar esto, o sea, pero no quiero.
Esto que tengo aquí al fondo es lo más Superman que hay de la presentación, creo. O sea.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? O sea... Ay.
No, este panel sí me pareció súper desperdiciado.
Hace falta Superman en donde sea.
Superman es la insignia de DC, o sea, aunque Batman ahorita tenga más popularidad, pero Superman es Superman.
Es el símbolo de esperanza. Le da a la gente.
Tan fallado. Static, o sea, sí creo que he oído, pero o sea, no sé, no llama la atención. Más triste va a ser si ya sacan de nuevo los cómics y fracasan.
Aunque tocará ver, ¿no? Porque esos sería políticamente correcto.
No sé, o sea, a menos que le pongan...
A menos de que le den un trasfondo de esos, ya, qué maravilla.
O sea, son pilas, pero son desgraciados, porque al tú poner panel sorpresa, obviamente haces que todo el mundo inmediatamente vea eso. Y obviamente dijeron, no vamos a poner el nombre de lo que vamos a presentar realmente porque nadie va a ver, como los anteriores que nos saltamos. Entonces dijeron, pongamos panel sorpresa y presentamos esto para que todos vean. Y aunque no les guste, ya vieron. Entonces, son pilas, pero qué desgraciados. No, ya no. Ya pasen a las voces de Batman. Faltan 5 minutos de estos manes hablando de Static.
those characters so much. It's such a unique concept. This man who's actually a 300-year-old alien who's here on Earth, who ends up partnering with a 14-year-old girl from the hood.
Es una copia de Martian, del detective marciano. Es un alien.
Solo que ahora sí, en vez de ser verde, transformarse en una persona de colores, ya.
You make that look cool. Oh, so it's always fun for us to work together, and it's great to do it on characters I love so much.
Working on that was a trip. The first artist we got fell a little bit behind, so I came in and took on a story arc for Icon of Rocket. Very casually, like, yeah, I can do Icon of Rocket, no problem. Then I realized, except for the covers, I had never drawn Icon of Rocket. And like a
Cacha.
story, you know,
Mr. X ya subió un video resumen de Suicide Squad.
Porque ese tipo no tiene nada que hacer. No me entiendo.
Nosotros tampoco, pero...
Es que Mr. X es un tipo, por donde le veas.
Chucha, el mano de tener dos monitores. En uno está viendo el DC y en el otro está editando. Así.
Está descargando y editando.
De ley descargando, porque aparte tiene... O sea, cacha, el man tuvo que grabar, comentar, tener un pequeño guión o algo, renderizar y subir.
Sí, pasa.
Y eso lo hizo en, ¿qué? 2 horas.
Menos también. ¿Qué es un tipo?
En febrero. Por Dios.
Listen, gentlemen, I could not be more excited about the future of Milestone. And I'm so
O sea, sí te puedo creer que estés bien emocionado y todo, pero imagínate toda la gente que también estaba emocionada. ¿Los crees que te van a comprar el cómic después de que...
Está de ver después la reacción de la gente de otros directos, a ver qué piensan del panel. La de Javi Olivares está de ver después.
Lo estoy viendo. Está poniendo F. Decepción. Hashtag decepción.
Dios mío. Cacha tiene el logo de Magnum en la gorra. Ya, por favor. Las voces de Batman.
Ya tú un patrón. Mira, es Victor Stone, que pertenece a la Doom Patrol en vez de pertenecer a los Teen Titans. O sea, el Mac siempre está. Le ponen a Cyborg donde no debe estar. Igual que en la Justice League.
Bueno, en la Justice League Cyborg últimamente sí tiene más importancia en los cómics. Por eso le ponen.
No le soporto a Cyborg en los cómics.
Pero ya sinceramente...
Es como que Martian Manhunt acá.
O sea, yo prefiero...
Cambiaron.
Yo sinceramente prefiero más a Shazam que a Cyborg en la Justice League. Aunque Shazam tampoco es que es mucho de...
This facade in which, you know, when someone asks us, are you okay, and really you're not, but you say that anyway. The superhero that we try to put in front of the real version of us and everything that holds, you know, the real meaning of what it means to be a human, which is all of this craziness in which we experience. Did you know that we receive over 28,000 questions from all over the world for DC fandom? We love our fans. And
ya basta.
while we couldn't answer all of them, we should try to answer as many as possible.
Ve, sube tus preguntas ahora. Pregunta por qué carajo hicieron eso.
My question is for Breck, and I'd like to ask, what was your first initial reaction seeing the Star Wars
Melanie.
for the first time? How cool was it?
The first time I ever put on my super suit, it was
so empowering. Just like my posture changed. It was the first time I truly felt like Stargirl.
Dios mío.
2 words your tried and true fan have been chanting. Snyder.
Cat.
Coming up next, don't miss the latest intel surrounding the Snyder Cut's much anticipated
¿Qué?
release.
Se saltaron lo de Batman.
Zack Snyder himself. Like you,
Es el panel de...
becoming big fan of this virtual universe is not only a great way to connect with other fans around the world, it's also a great escape from reality. And I think
Recuerdo esas épocas de 1980 cuando me hicieron participar en el hashtag Release Snyder. ¿Cómo recuerdo esos tiempos donde todo el mundo quería Snyder Cut? Que se lo dieran. Qué tipazo que saque Snyder, Dios mío.
Yo no hubiese sacado el Snyder Cut. La gente es muy hipócrita. Cuando salió...
¿Cuándo salió?
Cuando salió... Ve, Lego. Lego Batman 2. Ah, esto es lo de Batman, por fin.
Porque soy Batman.
Ve, Val Kilmer.
Cualquiera puede ser un héroe, también un hombre que hace algo tan simple como calmar y ponerle un abrigo en los hombros al niño.
Esa es la frase de...
Que no es
The Dark Knight
Rises.
Sir, aren't you forgetting something?
Nope.
Your cowl,
My what now?
your armored face disguise.
Fine.
I am Batman.
Hi everyone, Will Arnett here. I'm here to talk to you about some of the most powerful words in the English language.
¿Qué te pasa que es Will Arnett aquí también?
You're darn right, Whoa.
Sí le sale bien la voz de Batman.
Still get chills every time I say that.
Es que necesitas tener ese potencial, necesitas ser Batman para poder tener esa voz. Yo soy Batman.
Batman speaks dozens
Falta en Swahili.
other languages thanks to voice actors from all over the world who have been dubbing Batman's voice ever since he first appeared on screen.
Ve.
Lo siento, mi oído de murciélago debe de estar fallando. That means in their countries, they are Batman.
Je ne vais pas te tuer. Tu vas me rendre un service. Fais ma publicité auprès de tes amis. What are you?
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
So let's meet some of these amazing actors from all over the world who, with their deep, dark voices, have been striking fear in the hearts of bad guys everywhere.
Qué vocesota del cabrón.
The first time I was voice acting was at the age of 9 years old. It was the third grade.
Y les hacen hablar en inglés.
You have got a good language command. You have got a decent voice. So why don't you try voice acting? So I said, okay, let me give it a shot.
Eu pensava pausa em música, em plateia, então aquilo ali era completamente
Em português.
o inverso do que eu estava pensando assim. Mas eu fui parar na dublagem 4 anos depois.
El aspecto más retador en doblaje para mí es hacerle creer al espectador que los personajes, los
Que soy Batman.
están hablando en español.
Every language has a tonality, a different way of taking pauses, speaking, speed. So there are a lot of things that come into the picture.
You have to concentrate all the emotions, all the things that happens while doing the scene.
As a voice actor, I didn't have to transform my body, but I have to find
René García también hacía la voz del Joker.
No sé. La verdad de los actores de voz no en español no. No es que les he puesto mucha atención. O sea, no les he seguido mucho. Que digamos.
Ah, no, es Rubén León.
Poder interpretar o reinterpretar, que es lo que hacemos en doblaje, o sea, todos estos personajes icónicos que existen en nuestras vidas
tanto de
Tell me,
caricaturas, de series
do
de
you
televisión,
play?
y tienes movimiento muy ágil porque de repente
Once a month.
toca
No,
hacer un doblaje de un personaje de un superhéroe, como en el caso de Batman.
Batman é um personagem universal, né? Se você botar aquele símbolo do Batman em qualquer lugar do mundo, do universo, todo mundo vai saber.
Batman
¿Cuál
es-
es la verdadera importancia de Batman en la historia?
Batman is much deeper, he's darker.
La verdadera importancia en la historia del mundo o en la historia de DC.
En la historia del mundo. Porque puta, en la de DC es la gran mayoría. La Trinidad es la gran mayoría del universo de DC.
Me parecía el
Pues
personaje
sí.
con el que yo más identificado. Así que
No sé. Me imagino que pasó por las manos de los mejores escritores, al menos de la época de los 90s, 80s.
Siento que siempre ha tenido buenas historias, siempre ha tenido un gran desarrollo, siempre ha tenido lo... Sí.
Soy Robert Pattinson. ¿Ves? Hijo de madre.
Mira, parecía Shark Clooney, boludo. La película que nunca entendí qué diablos quisieron hacer. Quieren curar el síndrome de McGregor con... Es que solo Batman se le puede enfrentar al X-Men. O sea, Batman y Superman.
Solo Batman, dice.
Solo Batman y Superman le pueden hacer frente y que ese man no...
Y solo el Joker puede enfrentarse a Batman y a Superman. Y convertir a Superman en un dictador malvado.
¿Qué te pasa? ¿Qué es el Joker, Dios mío? Es como que todo se conecta de cierta manera.
Algo me huele que va a aparecer nuestro pana Daredevil.
If I'm going for such a big project and big actor, such a huge personality, I have to just be closer to him, as close as possible. The subtlety and organic performance which they give.
El portugués blanco.
Exactly the same note. You have to be more melodramatic, and once you see the scene, you have to start copy him.
Para los que nos estén viendo, Batman v Superman es una excelente película.
No sé si excelente, pero es buena.
Muy buena.
A mí sí me gusta.
La única cagada ahí es el diseño de Doomsday y la muerte de Superman y... ¿Por qué dijiste ese nombre? El resto...
Por eso digo, por eso yo no hubiese lanzado el Snyder Cut, porque todo el mundo le cayó a palos a Zack Snyder, que no sabe dirigir, que es un mal director, que de gana le dieron, que ni sé qué.
Yo siempre me quejé por esos tres aspectos. Entonces, así como que... Supongo que lo hizo por algo.
O sea, pero full gente le cayó a palos a Zack Snyder cuando salió Batman vs Superman. Que sí, que mal director, que no debería dedicarse a eso, que ni sé qué. Y sale Justice League y sale una película que a mí me gustó, pero pudo ser mejor. Y ahí sí que regrese Zack Snyder, que él sí sabe. O sea.
A mí no me gustó esa película.
A mí sí.
La segunda vez que la vi, me gustó un poco más. Pero todo el crédito se lo lleva Batman, la Mujer Maravilla y la historia de las Madres Caja.
Y Aquaman.
Porque como le reviven a Superman, Dios mío. Qué horrible.
Joe Chill. Esta serie me gusta full. Batman el Valiente.
El Batman de Brave and the Bold.
Lo que me gustó es que intentaron darle un toque más cómico, tipo serie de los 60, pero animado. Y le salió bacán.
Es que es bacán. Y siempre tiene un compañero justiciero que...
De ley.
Y siempre tiene un compañero justiciero el cual le acompaña, le ayuda, como por ejemplo Plastic Man, que me parece, o sea, combaten a uno de los peores villanos que tiene Batman, pero lo hace tan bien que hasta el peor villano que pueda tener Batman es el mejor.
O sea, a mí me gustaba full el capítulo en el que aparecía el Batman, el Batiduende, y peleaban contra el hombre cebra, contra
Batman y contra Calendar Man.
También. Bueno, el hombre calendario es un personaje más chévere, por así decir, pero pelean contra el hombre cebra, contra...
El problema con el hombre calendario es que realmente llegó a ser chévere después de Batman y Arkham Halloween, que es donde realmente le desarrolla.
Y Arkham
hasta ahí
City
le hacen quedar mal, porque viene otro man y hace exactamente lo mismo que el hombre calendario, pero no le atrapa. Entonces...
No, en Arkham City también es chévere la participación que tiene el hombre calendario. Pero está ahí nomás.
Lo que sucede es que tiene una cosa tecnológica, es un aparato que le cambia la voz para que no lo reconozcan. Entonces, lo que hice con eso fue bajar.
Y el problema que tiene el Batman de Bale, de Christian Bale, es que tiene cáncer de garganta.
Y se le ve gordote. Porque la máscara está aquí y el man está acá. Le va aplastando la cara y le ensancha, o sea, le saca los cachetes.
De ley.
Se pasa toda la verdad. Do you play?
You will.
You will.
The way he speaks and the way he interacts with other characters, he's always like so cool and so never gets.
Yo no sé por qué no le dejaron en paz a la voz en Dark Knight. Creo que eso es lo peor de la película, la voz de Christian Bale cuando es Batman.
Así que...
Fíjate si sería fan de los cómics.
Parece que, o sea, el man tiene la voz de Reagan en El Exorcista. Y también se queda sin aire. Eso también es el problema con Bale. Porque Bale es casi perfecto.
Cuando está peleando contra Bane en la última batalla y le pregunta ¿dónde está el detonador? Puta, ya no jala, o sea, solo le falta quitarse la máscara y decir chucha, qué calor.
Nosotros en el doblaje, para cada uno de los Batman, de Christian Bale,
Where is the detonator?
Lo que hacemos es meternos en el original.
Simón ya se queda sin aire, o sea, no le cachas qué dices.
Christian Bale, que hizo una creación, desde luego, icónica, ¿no?, para el mundo del cine.
Y en español no es muy diferente, que digamos.
¿Dónde está?
¿Dónde está el detonador? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está el detonador? No se lo diste, digo, ¿dónde está? ¿Dónde está el detonador?
El man ya se muere, yo no sé cómo lo hace.
O sea, parece que Batman tiene peores problemas de respiración que Bane.
Estoy esperando que le saque la máscara para ver si él se pone un poquito.
Siempre en esa escena del estadio, cuando está cantando el niño. Siempre me da chiste cuando Bane dice que tiene una hermosa voz. Y el man con la voz horrible que tiene. ¡Qué hermosa voz que tiene!
Pero qué hermosa voz.
Y cuando pide el detonador, parece que le dice, pasa el inhalador, así. Injustice 2, yo hasta ahora no he jugado Injustice 2. Y me muero de ganas.
Estamos así de cerca de llegar a lo más importante de todo el evento.
Lo segundo
Y
más importante.
Yo pensé que es de Batman, pero es el corte de Justice League.
Depende
Porque
de si el futuro de
todo
DC.
depende de eso, exacto. Todo. Entonces, básicamente estamos llegando a la parte más importante.
Io non provo nessuna emozione a parte la rabbia. H24, 12 mesi all'anno, a 1.000.000%.
And if you think that there's something behind that,
Don
you're
Vito.
crazy. Good night, Alfred.
Sir, it's morning.
De Mark Ruffalo. Ah, no. Es Taika Waititi.
Taika Waititi emocionado como una rufa.
No sé por qué me imagino una película de Suicide Squad dirigida por Taika Waititi.
Estos ya se van a pasar a DC.
La experiencia de doblar al Batman de Nolan, al Batman de Gran Aventura Lego 1 y 2, es muy diferente, pero la verdad la 1 y 2 es muy divertida. Entonces es como jugarlo más, tienes que sentirte un poco más libre, ¿no?
La segunda película de Lego fracasó, creo, ¿no?
Sobre todo para el humor latino.
¿Cómo fracasó?
Primero el trabajo que hizo Will Arnett es espectacular.
Pero bueno.
Hacer siempre un Batman serio. Y poder hacer
Lego, lastimosamente, últimamente ha estado
de sus miedos, de sus
en caída.
inseguridades, que se vuelve
Creo que lo último grande que ellos hicieron fue la película de Batman.
Lego Batman de Lego. Porque, o sea, Lego era full bacán cuando salió Lego Batman, el juego. Y salieron los juegos también de Harry Potter y de Star Wars. La película de Lego y Lego Batman. Y de ahí ya fue como que... Chuta. No les fue tan bien.
Pero bueno, no sé, Lego tal vez lo está sobreexplotando todo.
Sí, esto también llegó a un punto en el que ya llenaron todo de Lego de ganas.
So Batman will be always close to my heart. Because Batman is one of the best characters in my life. I'm a bit emotional now.
Debe ser un honor para cualquier actor de doblaje de cualquier país interpretar a Batman.
Y de DC Fandome el día de hoy, yo creo que vamos a estar muy emocionados todos viendo a mis compañeros actores, viendo a todos.
Pero se le quita un poco de mérito cuando escuchas la voz original y dices, no, me quedo con esto. La voz de Batman de la serie animada de los 90 es buenaza. Esa creo que es la mejor voz de Batman.
De hecho, sí tiene mucho de... No sé, sí tiene muchas de las voces de los traductores que sí me han llegado a gustar. Por ejemplo, la voz de Bale.
Bien, ¿no? Prepárense.
Ya estamos ahí.
That wasn't bad. With a little audio mixing the song luck, maybe they'll cast me as the Italian Robert Pattinson in the next film. What do you think?
Yeah, this.
Coming up, we have another WB Games debut, and we are talking to Matt Reeves, director of the Batman.
Matt Reeves. Esos tatuajes. Era de que tatúes antes y mandes tu foto.
Hey everybody, Shin here, the guy behind the stream that is being provided to you. That was kind of cool to see all the voices of Batman around the world, but what I really wanted to see from this DC fandom is the Justice League panel for Zack Snyder's Justice League, which is coming up next. So I'm really hyped for this, hopefully you are too. Thanks for hanging out, thank you for just joining me as I watch. I was going to do commentary in the beginning, but I thought it'd be best not to because it'd get in the way of what's being presented. So once again, thank you for hanging out. If you have subscribed to my channel, thank you so much. I wasn't expecting it, but here we go. Justice League panel. Let's go.
Justice League, Justice League.
Hi everyone, the Brazilians are back in the house, and let me just say that you guys, I mean, the best, are the best. I
The
love
best,
everything
the best.
and incredible stuff. I can't wait to see more from these super talented fans.
No puedo creer que hemos llegado al punto más definitivo de la noche. Ya que ya ni es noche porque recién son las 4:30 de la tarde.
Ya te perdiste, salió Zack Snyder diciendo I love Batman.
So, right now, we're gonna check out this very exciting panel featuring Zack Snyder and some special guests, as well as some of the fans who helped bring this DC dream come to life.
¿Ves, hijo? Zack Snyder.
Me encanta el traje de Batman en esta película.
Sí, ¿para qué te? Cacha Cyborg es el único que no tiene traje real. Pobrecito.
¿Ves? Henry Cavill sin bigote. No sabía que eso existía.
Por favor, eso, la película sin el bigote. Sin la boca de un palumpa que tiene.
Awesome. Well,
Ve.
thanks, guys. It's awesome to be here at DC Fandome. This is amazing. It's been quite a journey with the DC fans, and I've had a great time bringing some of these beloved DC titles to the big screen. And the Justice League really is, for me, and in this format, an amazing crown jewel. As a community, we're able to make this thing happen. We really appreciate it. We're going to shake it up a little bit for this panel, and I'm going to have some fans ask me questions. I'm going to ask some people questions. We're going to have special guests, so let's get to it. We have some questions from fans.
Ve nomás qué invitados especiales hay.
Justice League. Looks like next we have Batman, my Batman. Go ahead, what do you got?
My Batman, cacha.
Ben Affleck, lo mejor de 3 películas del universo extendido de DC.
Batman
vs Superman, Suicide Squad y Justice League.
No puedo creer que las mejores escenas de Suicide Squad sean las de Batman. Todas las 3 veces.
De ley.
Would have to be sort of staying in the DC world as I do. It's got to be Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen, I think. I don't know, for me, he's like this super cool quantum superhero whose time, space, reality, all those things are at his fingertips. So, yeah, it's got to be Dr. Manhattan. That was awesome, Ben. Thank you so much. That was cool, and appreciate you stopping by. I think next, is it Superman?
Hello everybody.
Henry.
Oh.
Mi Superman. Yo no nací en la época de Christopher Reeve. Y soy feliz de tener a Henry Cavill como el Superman.
Ojalá siga siendo Superman, la verdad.
It's a great question, and thank you so much. I think the important thing for me, as the Justice League comes together, is this idea that like a lot of them basically are loners, right? You have Batman, who's in a cave, his only buddy is Alfred, really. You got Wonder Woman, who after Steve.
El Alfred de Jeremy Irons también me parece un excelente Alfred. No, creo que es el segundo mejor de las dos.
Sí, la verdad es que es muy
porque
bueno.
tenemos a ¿cómo se llamaba este man?
Michael Caine.
No. Ese sí lo tengo bien claro.
Ese para mí es el mejor Alfred.
Tenemos a Michael Gugh, que fue el Alfred de las 4 primeras películas de Batman. Tenemos
Está bien,
a Batman de la serie animada, de la serie clásica,
Nada, dale.
que eso lo hizo, ni me acuerdo quién lo hizo. Alan Napier fue el que hizo de Alfred en la serie del 66, en la serie de los 60.
No sé, para mí el mejor es Michael Caine. Y después viene Jeremy Irons.
Michael Caine, Jeremy Irons, Michael Cook y Alan Napier. Y el de la serie animada.
Ah, sí.
Ese sí, cómo olvidarlo. Porque yo tengo muchos. Le tengo presente al de Michael Cook porque es una de las escenas más, no sé, definitivas del personaje en la película de la Chilena.
El de Arkham
Cuando
Origins también es bacán. Solo que se muere.
It's a great question. When Chris and I were talking about this movie, I think we're big fans of
El que también es bacán, pero creo que le desaprovecharon full es J.K. Simmons como Gordon, que se ve bien, pero tiene poquito.
Tiene todo para ser un gran Gordon.
O sea, lo que daba chiste es que el man subía fotos preparándose para Jim Gordon y todos pensaban que iba a tener un papel más importante. Y, o sea, está bien, se ve bien como Gordon, pero chuta, faltó más.
Claro, le dieron una escena donde le dejan hablando solo, por decir. Jason Momoa, qué maravilla.
Ese es el rockstar de la Liga de la Justicia.
O sea, si le pusieran la mano de Garfield en vez de la mano original, no me dejará para nada.
Ve un comediante.
Ezra.
No me disgusta el Flash de Ezra, pero
Corre feo.
sí,
Súper feo.
corre como Kiko, así con los pies chuecas.
Es como si fuera, el man va corriendo y va botando las partes del cuerpo.
Sí, eso no cacho, ¿por qué va botando rayos así?
Billy Kudrow, el Doctor Manhattan de la película de Zack Snyder,
de
Watch.
O sea, los rayos la verdad no tengo problema porque hacen, no sé, quedan chévere con el color rojo del traje, como que resalta un poco. Pero lo que lanza es, eso sí no cacho.
Qué hermosa que es esta mujer, Dios mío.
Sí, Wonder Woman es lo mejor sin duda. Que lo chistoso es que, por ejemplo, a Capitana Marvel le intentaron dar un mensaje mucho más feminista, más obvio, y terminó siendo En cambio, esta película manda mensajes, por ejemplo, la escena de las trincheras, que todos están escondidos y no pueden salir. O sea, esa escena,
qué maravilla la escena, que es como viaja la bala, impacta con el escudo de la Mujer Maravilla y ella se abre camino entre todo. Hasta parece, es demasiado simbólico.
Es que claro, o sea, esa escena no dice nada, pero tú ves eso y dices, entiendo. Esa escena me recordó full, o sea, para mí es el equivalente a, por ejemplo, la escena en Superman Returns, cuando para la bala con el ojo. Solo que aquí con el brazalete.
Muy genial, la verdad.
without giving too many
La verdad que sí.
You're going to see something flash in this film I don't think that you've ever seen before. Something that has
¿Ve?
to do with his abilities. Because you know
Algo
he's
que
a
nunca hemos
quantum
visto de
character.
Flash.
He interacts with time and space, so you might see him do something that is timely. But awesome, Patty. Awesome question, and it's awesome to see you. All right, let's move along, shall we? And I think I want to ask some questions. So let's get some.
Ojalá esta película tampoco sea una decepción, la verdad.
I'd like to get
Yo le tengo muchísima fe.
Yo también.
Tengo demasiada fe.
Pero si llega a ser algo no muy diferente a lo que hizo a la película que se estrenó en los cines, o llega a ser incluso peor, ahí sí va a ser como que nunca más.
Oh my god, that and his studio. It's like a dream come true.
Es Yuriko. No, mentira.
I'm going to ask you some questions. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
First off was, what about this movement and the Snyder Cut and the whole thing? What was the thing that got you to say, like, hey, you know what? I gotta, like, get involved with this?
After I saw Batman with Superman in theaters 4 years ago in China, I was blown away. After watching Justice League, it was immediately clear that many parts of the film were not consistent with your usual filmmaking style. So we are the fans. We knew that there was a real version of the film out there. We started asking for it. Why not? We started a petition, if you remember, that reached to 180K.
Yo solo quiero ver más escenas de Superman.
Then I think it's not enough. So I
Sin
created
bigote.
a website called forsnydercut.com that allowed us to start doing some online and real-world events, such as Twitter trends, raising money for AFSP, letter writing, and phone calls to Warner Brothers. Now, here we are.
Awesome. Wow. And look what happened. You guys did it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
So, did you really think it was going to happen, though? When we really started to, when it got closer?
It all started with hope and dream. So many moments, I think, never go beyond that. To actually achieve a dream, you need organization and selflessness. Then we have a team that put a billboard in Times Square.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I think you remember that.
Yeah.
When you see all these people, when you
Zack Snyder está como que sí, ya cállate.
and generous people, you know it's
Sí, awesome.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I always thought it was funny that, like, the scale started to get bigger and bigger, and we would notice, like, oh my gosh.
Faltan 10 minutos para que acabe. Tienen que poner un trailer de siquiera 7.
And then a billboard in Times Square, and then on the anniversary of Justice League, and it just goes completely nuts, and everyone's like, okay.
It's like snowball, rolling with a
Rolling.
Yeah, a giant snowball. No, yeah. What was your favorite moment for you in the whole experience?
I think my answer to this question evolved. I started out because I admire you. I love you. I want to fight for you and your work. But at time passed,
Falta decir, cásate conmigo, hazme un hijo.
much about fighting alongside my fellow community members. It's power from art, mostly. Power from you art. You empowered us.
Well, that's amazing. And well, it's amazing to see you, and thank you so much for.
¿Y ella quién era?
I can't wait to come to China.
Please come to China. I want to be your guide. So see you.
Yeah, see you soon. Thank you, Fiona. Okay. We have another call from Dexter, another amazing friend and another amazing fan.
Dexter.
Who also was super important in the creation and cultivation of this movement. He's been around for a long time and really making this happen. So let's talk to Dexter. Dexter.
Hi. How are you, my friend?
Awesome. I'm glad you came.
Super fan.
Thank you. Great to see you as well.
Estos son algunos de los fans que ayudaron full en el Snyder Cut.
I guess the first question is, what are your initial thoughts?
And release the Snyder Cut.
First heard about the Snyder Cut movement, or how did it come on your radar?
Yeah, well, it was very early on. I'll tell you, right after the viewing of the theatrical edition, I went to the internet and I felt that I couldn't be the only one that felt a certain way. So after maybe a few weekends, I had a few chats with a few people, and yeah, it kind of fell into my lap, and I said, this is something that I can really get behind. And I did what I could in order to try to help, and here I am, you know, multiple years later, still trying to be a forefront of this whole thing to help you guys out, and thankfully it's been a positive turn of events.
Yeah, like how crazy is it that, like I was saying the other day, I shot the movie in 2016. Like that's when I was on set shooting, and here we are in 2021, and well, coming up to, and that's when the movie's going to come out, and it seems impossible.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So to that, when you started in this movement, did you think there was a chance that it would actually, that they would do?
That's a really great question. Early on, I had high hopes about it, and I think it was just because of my ignorance on how the industry worked. Toward, you know, a quarter into it, I kind of said, well, we're not really speaking their language. How can we get them to want to do this for
Estoy en
us?
Facebook
I think
y
that's the key.
no se demoraron
Made it
ni
really
5
happen.
minutos en
They
sacar
saw that
memes
there were so many people
del Arkham Knight,
that really wanted to
del
stand
Gotham
behind
Knight
the artistry of it all, the
y
artists,
de,
and integrity of
y de
it.
lo que
And,
dijo James Gunn de que es
here we are.
es de lejos la mayor película que he hecho.
Yo sí te
No
dije.
esperar ni 5 minutos.
No pensé que iba a ser tan rápido, no pensé que iba a ser meme, pero yo sí te dije. Así como Mr. X es rápido, la gente que hace memes también es full rápido.
Yeah, it was tough coming up with those things at times. It really was. We would chat a lot of behind the scenes Zoom calls and phone calls and WhatsApp messages, really trying to come up with what can we do next? We're thinking about our next event, and then when you were to kind of give us a little hint or a little something to play along with, and it just really ignited us to continue on. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that for me was amazing. It was cool to have this kind of conversation with the fans, where I could like either, you know, release an image or just say something and just get this response that I could feel, this kind of energy exchange that was really exciting. Do you have a favorite moment from this experience?
I think my favorite moment so far is getting the opportunity to fly out to your event at Pasadena. The Director's Cut weekend was such a memorable event for me and my sons, and something that I will always cherish with me. And one of the other things I was just really excited to see, and this is just me, and I don't want to make things heavy, but just the opportunity to see the smile on yours and Debbie's face when it was official. It was just really heartwarming to me, and honestly, I did tear up a little bit. I will admit, I teared up a little bit, but it's just because it was just a lot of work that paid off, and I'm just excited to see that you guys were really happy.
Well, I got to admit that we also, you know, when we heard the news, we all got pretty emotional, and it's been an incredible journey. And for us, one of the amazing parts is that we were able to, you know, interact with and be part of this fan community in an amazing way, and it's changed us and made us, you know, really grateful for being able to have this dialogue, and also frankly feeling the incredible support for the work that I get to experience, you know, when we see these fan generated events and things that really have nothing to do with selling a movie, with doing anything that has to do with commerce. It's really for love, and we feel it. And also the amazing charitable work that you guys, the amount of money you've raised for suicide prevention is just unbelievable. So again, thank you so much. We couldn't thank you enough. So Dexter, thanks.
Thank you so much. It's been our pleasure. We appreciate it.
It's cool to interact with the fans and get to talk about
Vamos
this,
a los trailers, por favor.
we've been on, because it has been something quite amazing.
Ya se
We
acabó.
actually talk for a second about how you guys are going to see the movie and what format we're going to have it in. It's going to be in 4 parts,
4 partes.
1 hour each. So
De 1 hora
4
cada
hours
uno.
of Justice League is coming your way. We're going to
4 horas.
work on a way of bundling it together at the end so you can watch it as a single film if that's the way you want to experience it. Also, to all my international fans and everyone watching all over the world, don't worry if you don't have HBO Max, because we're working on a distribution plan, so I promise you're going to get a chance to see it
Si no tenemos HBO Max, igual están buscando la forma de distribuirla.
Qué maravilla.
Deberían estrenarla en el cine. Ahora sí que la gente iría a ver.
Ya. Ok.
Vamos. Hijo de madre. ¿Ves? Darkseid.
Es Darkseid.
Tenía el Omega en el pecho, ¿viste? Parece el intro de Watchmen. Es la canción con la que Night Owl y Silk Spectre lo hacen en la nave. Aleluya. Oh, qué maestro.
Sí van a poner lo de Iris West.
Sí, ahí está. La escena que nunca se vio.
Vaya.
¿Ves, Cyborg? Ah, mira.
Oh.
¿Ves, hijo? ¿Ves? Steppenwolf. Estaba con capucha.
Ese sí es Steppenwolf.
La plena.
¿Qué pez?
No. Oh, oye, mira.
Ese sí es Steppenwolf.
¿Viste? Estaba con el traje negro.
Está con el traje negro.
¿Viste eso? ¿Qué hizo con el guante? No. Nos mutearon. Ya nada. Bueno, igual sobre la canción. Desmuteame.
No estar viendo desde la página, chaval. Es que
Pero es que no sirve la página, pues, mijo.
no sirve la página, no sirve la página.
No se ve bien en el directo. ¿Qué esperas? Ya se acabó.
El panel no me gustó. Pero el tráiler.
Sí, eso de que hablara con los fans, no sé. Espero que pasen más imágenes o algo. Pero sí, el tráiler estuvo...
Te meten a Darkseid gratis. O sea,
YouTube is kind of
coge
nitpicky
toma.
about copyright stuff, and I think if it kept going, they would make my stream unavailable.
¿Qué te pareció?
Es un perro con la máscara de Bane.
¿Qué te pareció el tráiler? Sí estuvo bien, ¿no?
Me encanta. Me encantó el tráiler. No sé qué diablos dijo al final. Pero bueno, ya 2 minutos que le suban a...
Oye, ni sabes.
Sí.
Nos bloquearon el streaming.
Sí.
Por la canción de Aleluya. O sea, por más que hubiésemos visto en la página, nos hubiesen bloqueado por la canción. Por eso el man muteó. ¡Qué masa! ¡No!
Bueno, hasta aquí hemos llegado a Sotro.
De nada. Hacemos una ahorita, porque ahorita toca lo de Flash y Black Adam.
Sí.
O hacemos otro cuando toque lo importante.
Es que eso es importante.
Bueno, ya hago otro. ¿Qué nota? Qué huevada.
the fastest man alive.
No, sí se está transmitiendo.
Yo sé, pero toca poner el directo, pues eso demora un chance.
No entiendo.
¿Cómo? O sea, ¿el nuestro?
El nuestro se está transmitiendo.
¿En serio?
Ujú.
Creo que me sale bloqueado. Ah, no, sí está. Ya nos quitaron el copyright.
Candice Patton. Bueno, a mí, como dije previamente, me encanta esta serie. Me parece la mejor serie que tiene el CW. La primera... No sé, tengo... Son medio raros cómo se han manejado esto, porque... Este sí no tengo ni idea de quién es.
Loco, Andrés Navi acaba de subir la reacción al Snyder Code, o sea, hace menos de 2 minutos.
The Flash.
¿Qué está diciendo? No le entendí nada. ¿Cuántas temporadas tiene ya Flash? ¿6?
Son 6 temporadas. La primera fue contra Reverse Flash.
La segunda
contra Zoom. La tercera contra Savitar, que es una porquería.
O sea, la tercera la trama es media buena, pero el villano es hecho caca.
Contra el Tinker.
Ah, sí.
La quinta contra Cicada. La sexta, que es la que nunca vi. Y hasta ahorita no veo, estoy esperando que Netflix suba. Contra Bloodwork.
Yo me quedé hasta la cuarta, la mitad de la cuarta. No vi más.
Kind of puts us in a headspace of, you know, feeling reinvigorated with the work.
The first half of the season was very much about sort of Barry's walk up to crisis and him dealing with his mortality.
¿Qué dices?
I don't know how you're doing this. Real or not, I'm coming for you.
Rand, for you, what was it like sort of
Ese gran ghosting parece...
Este man es el mejor Flash que va a haber en la vida.
La verdad que sí. Le queda perfecto el papel de Flash. Y el traje. Eso está raro nomás.
It was a long time coming. I think we've kind of teased Iris being this ace reporter since season 1. It's always kind of been put on the back burner, so it was a nice treat to finally have it be at the forefront of her character arc for the season. It's such a male-dominated cast. I love these guys, but having more women and having this kind of Charlie's Angels reporter team, it was really cool. It brought a new energy.
Metieron un grupo de reporteras en la serie. Eso no sabía.
Y justo es en la sexta temporada, porque en la quinta sí lo hace, pero se desarrolla por medio de... Solo le tienen en la primera a la camarógrafa, que comienza a salir con Cisco. Pero en la sexta supongo es donde realmente ya comienza a formar, Iris comienza a formar ya el equipo de reportaje.
Claro.
She was like, do you want to take a picture? And I was like, do I want to take a picture with you? Yes. And then I got the courage to like ask other people to take pictures because she like made me feel so welcome instantly.
Créelo, ¿no? Faltan 3 horas para que se acabe el DC Fandom.
Ya hemos pasado 5 horas aquí. ¿Cómo pasa el tiempo?
Pues sí, pues sí. Ya no falta nada ya.
my spot, my place, without interrupting or changing too much.
And Brandon, I know in the past, Eric has
Después de
talked
esto...
about Chester, he researched Chester,
Black Adam.
him, is like, he does enough science and all that. I'm curious,
Eso sí
one,
toca ver de
what
ley.
conversations did you have with Eric about the crafting of the performance?
Titans, Aquaman,
Did you base any of it
la
on
celebración de los 80 años de Wonder Woman,
I remember the first
Shazam,
day on set, I met Eric, and I remember
el
him
cast de
telling me
Wonder
this
Woman,
guy's brain works faster than his mouth. He can't
el juego de Suicide Squad
quickly as he thinks.
y de Batman. Nos faltan
Lo que
8.
sí se va a extrañar en las siguientes... Lo que se va a extrañar un montón en las siguientes temporadas es quien lo Get It Man, a Ralph Tiffany, que le despidieron por lo mismo que James Gunn.
Ah, cierto.
Así que... Y lo peor es que sí es un personaje bien desarrollado, la verdad. Me estaba gustando como... Y no sé, yo esperaba verle con su Disney, tal vez algún rato ver lo que pasó, una ligera adaptación de la crisis de identidad.
Eso hubiese sido bacán.
El problema es cómo metías eso del Dr. Lu.
Claro. Deberían hacer una buena adaptación de Identity Crisis. Qué buen cómic es ese.
Una maravilla de cómic, la verdad.
La verdad que sí.
know her perspective on things. So it was really fun to get to dig in and flesh that out and have a little bit of fun with it. You know, like Candace was saying earlier, it's nice to have the variety after, 6 seasons and 100 and, we're rapidly approaching 150 episodes.
On the subject of change, this season for Cecile, she sort of decides to become a meta attorney for metagame and view. What has it been like to see this character evolve from when she was initially introduced to where she is now?
It's a blast for me because I got to be a regular person, and I got to be a telepath, and then I got to be an empath, and then now I am a meta attorney, meta defense attorney, and then from what I understand, there's going to be some shifts next season.
Esta actriz siempre me hizo acuerdo a la novia loca de Marshall.
I have always, this is not news to anybody.
¿Cuál? La que le hace de morena a Karim.
I have wanted Cecile to be bad, just a little bit bad, forever, so just a little bit.
Sí tiene cara de loca.
I would have a lot of fun playing like bad Cecile. Unfortunately, Eric does not believe me to be as good of a writer as I am.
Pero él también es una bestia dentro de la serie. No me puedo quejar.
Sí, eso sí.
Qué buena fiscal de distrito.
Eso sí no tenía. Cisco tiene full estilo, cacha.
Carlos Valdés es colombiano, si mal no estoy. Man tiene una banda. Aparte de eso, es un tipazo. Qué maravilla que es Vibe dentro de la serie. Eso me parece de los personajes mejor desarrollados que tiene. Sobre todo, y es desde la primera temporada, cuando todavía no se sabía que era Vibe.
Claro.
Y todo lo que pasa con Harrison Wells.
Con Harrison Ford. O sea, pero, cacha, comparado con la serie, aquí tiene full estilo, así como en la serie se ve full nerd. ¿Ves, hijo? Machete.
Where did you get that? In Cisco's workshop. I don't know how it got there.
I do. He just murdered my daughter with it.
Wow. Machete. Pero tenía que aparecer con la cabeza de la tortuga.
So gratifying to my budding narcissism.
On that note, we also have a sizzle reel for what's to come in season 7. When we last left off season 6, Eva McCullough had gotten what she wanted, and she framed Sue, and the sizzle will sort of tease what's to come when the show returns. So let's check out that clip.
This hijo.
I've achieved my goal. This company is all mine. You lost your speed, your
Perdió su velocidad.
What are you? I am a product of your broken mind.
How much speed do you have left?
Not for a few hours. I need your help to build an artificial speed force. That's how I can get my speed back.
I was an empath too, only I never held back. What did you do to me? Imagine what you'd become if you weren't so afraid.
Puta, yo sí estoy perdidazo con la serie.
Coming to save you. Now your friends. Now your husband. There's only two options in this place. Survival or madness. Real. You lied.
Yeah, I lied.
Oh, frack.
There's a supersonic jet about to crash over the city.
And the Flash isn't fast enough to stop it.
Eva can move anywhere, through any mirror in the universe, in the blink of an eye. She's faster than I am, and somehow I'm supposed to stop her?
I have unfinished business and a whole world.
Eso quiere decir que el villano de la nueva temporada es Mirror Master.
Parece que sí.
So much this year. Some things can't be taken.
¡Qué maravilla! ¡Ya era hora! Han sacado a grandes villanos de Flash dentro de toda la serie, pero yo esperaba que alguno de ellos protagonizara una temporada completa como el villano principal, que sea Capitán Frío. Pero que sea Mirror Master es algo
La verdad es que sí.
impresionante.
A mí me gustó full ese personaje cuando salió en la película animada de la Liga de la Justicia contra... Ah, no, era en la de la Torre de Babel, en esa película animada. Ahí sale Mirror Master. Solo que ahí tenía un traje turrazo.
Even though it's only footage really from one episode, pay attention to the way it's presented. It's actually huge spoilers all over the place.
And that sizzle had a lot of Iris in it, a lot of Iris in the Mirrorverse. Candace, I mean, can you sort of, in your mind, I guess, how do you think her time in the Mirrorverse has sort of affected her?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see when she comes out, and I believe she will come out very soon when we pick up season 7. It'll be very interesting to see how she's been affected by being kind of stuck in this maddening world with this super villain.
Preview show that sort of Barry is sort of working as much as hard as he can to get his powers back, get his speed back. I mean, for you, do you think Barry has enjoyed any part of not having his speed at this point, or do you think he really does just really misses it, I guess?
Yeah, no, I think he really just misses it. I don't think, especially with Iris being trapped in the Mirrorverse at the moment, and then Eva being a factor, I don't think any part of him has been like, well, I guess I'll just enjoy this downtime while I can. I think he genuinely not just wants his powers back, but he feels that he needs them back, and he's also starting to feel that they define him, and what is he without them.
Big bads for season 7, Eric. What was it about Gotcha? You're like, oh, there's something there for that.
I want to make sure that new fans, especially new young fans who are reading the comic book right now,
Dice quién era.
are welcomed to the show. So it's not
El que
just
estaba corriendo era Godspeed.
Estaba gordito.
a young girl or a young boy who is reading those Flash comics right now and going, where's my villain, my generation's villain?
And with that, let's move on to some fan questions. Last season, we got to see some romantic moments between Barry and Iris, even though it was Mirror Iris. Will we get to see more of that with the real Iris this season? And this question comes from Jimmy.
They will find their way back to each other eventually. A lot of the romance and the chemistry between Grant and I has always been something even deeper than that. It's the way we look at each other and the way the characters are written.
For Grant, which from all over the world wanted to know this, when will we get to see the Flash in the iconic gold boots?
This might be a question for you, but really it's for Eric, because I don't know if this is saying too much, but if it were up to me...
Cierto, ¿no? Este Flash no tiene las botas amarillas.
Well,
no
that'll
tiene.
do it for us today. Thank you all for joining me for this panel. I had a really good time. For everyone watching, please make sure you tune into The Flash when it returns in 2021. The Flash, the complete 6th season, is available now on digital and comes out on Blu-ray and DVD on August 25th.
Las 6 temporadas en Blu-ray. Eso sí me compraría, la verdad.
Yo solo estoy esperando que suban a Netflix.
Netflix es malo.
Bueno, de aquí
Black Adam.
vamos a Black Adam.
La verdad esta sí me emociona también.
Sí, la verdad es que sea como sea Black Adam,
And now for some more of your fan questions. Check it out.
chiquelo.
Black Lightning. No, se equivocaron de negro. No entiendo.
I would like to. I mean, honestly, as a nerd, seeing the whole table of
Esta serie sí no he visto ni un poquito.
I got chills, and it would be cool to be like Justice League out.
¿Cuál es?
You know, that would be awesome. So
Black Lightning.
for that to happen. And,
Tampoco.
as far as Henderson, you know, I don't know. I was not a fan of him going. So, I mean, that's.
Pero creo que le ha ido bien porque creo que ya va a tener 3 temporadas.
So I would love for him
Sí,
to.
parece que sí.
I will go on record that I wanted him to not die.
Vamos, Black Adam, Black Adam.
Comics have always been an aspiring
Jeje.
art form. Our characters have been interpreted in so many ways over the years by incredible artists, including you. Let's take a look at some
Oh.
of your amazing art
Ahí está el fanart.
created by our talented fans right now.
Ahí va a salir el nuestro.
Qué maestro.
Ya me desilusioné.
While this fan art appreciation montage is going, for anyone who's a little upset that I muted the last portion of the Justice League trailer that they showed, or for anyone who missed it during the
Vamos. Cacha ese de Black Adam.
Súbele un poco.
No, es que está hablando el man del video.
I'm sure you don't want to hear my voice
Bueno.
anyway.
Ya, ahí sí. No, no salió.
Wow, such amazing art. And did you see that Black Adam art piece in there?
Sí.
I wonder what else might be in the store for Black Adam.
Jejeje. Trailer. ¿Qué
I've been
dices?
waiting for this moment for a very long time. This is the one.
Ah, el logo sacaron hoy de mañana, ¿no?
This is the one that's going
Sí,
to
hoy en la
change
mañana.
everything. This is Black Adam.
Ahí está la piedra. Ves, hijo.
5,000 years ago, Kahndaq was a melting pot of cultures, wealth, power, and magic. Yet most of us had nothing, except for the chains around our necks. Kahndaq needed a hero. Instead, they got me. I did what needed to be done.
La cabeza está muy chiquita.
Prison paid for it.
El mago Shazam.
Oye, le queda full bien.
5,000 years
Sí.
later,
Ves, hijo.
I'm free. And I give you my word. No one will ever
Oh,
stop
qué
me
malo.
again.
Eso está igualito al cómic. Oh.
All right, what's up, everybody? And so happy to be joining you guys at the first ever DC Fandome. You guys are watching from around the world. You're excited. I'm excited. And I got to tell you, first of all, I got to give props to my two friends, Jim Lee and Boss Logic, who teamed up with me to create that really amazing piece that I was so proud to show you guys. Just to give you guys a little sense of the Black Adam movie that we plan to create and deliver for you. Now, I wish I could show you more, a lot more, but as you can imagine, we're still in the very early processes of this creation. But I can promise all of you this, all of you around the world right now watching, I can promise you this, I give you my word, that we are going to go beyond your wildest expectations. And I already know this because your expectations are high, so are mine. Look, at the end of the day, I truly have one boss that I aim to please. Besides my wife
Ojalá
and my
que
daughters.
las...
And that boss,
Dijo, nos promete que va a superar nuestras más grandes expectativas, nos lo jura.
All right, so I know you guys got a lot of questions. I'm going to do my best to answer as many as I can. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. All right, the first question comes in from June Rodriguez of the United States. The question is, how powerful can we expect Black Adam to be? Well, great question, Jude. Thank you for asking that question. As we all know, Black Adam is one of the most powerful superheroes, anti-heroes, villains, whatever you want to call Black Adam.
Se iba a
He's
decir,
one of the most
no es
powerful
superhéroe.
in the DC universe. But as we all know, the superheroes, they have to exhibit a little bit of restraint when it comes to taking care of the bad guys, if you will, or taking care of the people who are opposite them, who are opposing them.
Pero lo harán tipo, yo que sé, tipo Venom. Que no le harán villano, sino casi un héroe.
Él ahí tiene que ser villano, tiene que enfrentarse sí o sí contra
Eso debe ser una masacre, o sea, Zachary Levi contra La Roca. Zachary Levi así tan flaco como está ahorita contra... Bien, no entra ni en la camiseta. Ya se le rompe.
The number one choice on who I would love to take with me on an adventure would be Wonder Woman. And I'll tell you why. No, I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, of course you would, Rock. No, Gal's my friend. She's a very good friend of mine. The character of Wonder Woman is one that I have such a tremendous amount of respect for. I've always thought that this combination of Wonder Woman and Black
Claro, Gal Gadot salió en Rápido y Furioso también, ¿no?
So this idea that we would go on an adventure together is something very cool. The other part to this answer is, you know, I always thought that it might be cool to hang out with Superman. That would be cool, right? I mean, we're kind of similar in terms of
Superman,
our powers,
con
our
Henry
strengths, our
Cavill.
speeds. Because look, at the end of the day, you never know. Black Adam and Superman
Eso.
could become friends.
Imagínate Henry Cavill contra La Roca. Hijo de madre.
They won't. Who knows? Maybe we'll see.
Eh.
All right, this next question comes from Caleb Hammocks from the UK. The question is, out of all the characters you could have played, what is it about Black Adam that stuck out to you that makes him unique? It's a great question, Caleb. Thank you very much. Caleb or Caleb, I hope I pronounced your name right. You know, as many of you know, Black Adam has been with me for a very, very long time. This has been a project that has been in development for a very long time. Over 10 years plus with myself.
De ley, esta película ha sido planeada desde hace full. Creo que
demasiado el tiempo que le han planeado esta película, pero bueno, ya va a salir.
Creo que incluso antes de que se estrenara Man of Steel ya estaba planeándose esta película.
I also love the fact that his origins are that of a slave.
Y ahorita me pongo a pensar en 2013, 2014, cuando salió el primer calendario de las películas de DC. Y ahorita ya tendríamos dos películas de Justice League, Cyborg, Green Lantern. Yo me acuerdo que decía así como, falta full para el 2020 y 21. Toma.
Ya estamos.
Y no se ha estrenado casi nada de lo que estaba en el calendario.
Okay, this next great question is from Ayush Butola from India. I hope I pronounced your name right. So from India, thank you for this question. Will you stay faithful to the fact Black Adam, at the end of the day, is a ruthless keeper of justice and not a stereotypical villain or a hero?
Esa pregunta está
I
buena.
love this question, and my stripped away honest answer is yes.
Es que claro, supuestamente Black Adam sí es un villano, pero... O sea, dentro de lo que cabe es como que él mantiene buenas intenciones.
What I can promise you is the Black Adam that I feel in my heart is the right one to root our story in the beginning, this origin story. This is a character that will possess all the qualities that we have loved, regardless of what variation of Black Adam you've loved, which he is ruthless. He's a ruthless keeper of justice. He is the judge, the jury, and the executioner, and he believes in an eye for an eye, and he will always do everything he can to protect his people, more so protect his family. So that is my answer, and thank you for your question. All right, so here we go. This next question, it's a video question coming in via video. All right, cool, roll it.
Yeah, hey, what's up, Dwayne? How you doing, man? My question is, I just want to know how you're feeling about the fact that I'm coming for your squat game.
Atom Smasher.
Well, you know what? Look, I'm glad, Noah, that you said that, because there's a difference between coming for my squat game, different than, Adam Smasher coming for Black Adam's squat game. It's a big difference. So you know what? I welcome it. Dude, good to see you, man. How you been?
Good to see you, too. Oh, I've been really good, man. Excited to be here. Excited to be a part of the team, man.
Man, it's so cool to have you be part of this team and to bring Adam Smasher to life, JSA to life, to bring this entire universe that we're going to create together to life. Well, talk to me a little bit about your workouts. I know you've been training hard despite us being locked down. How has that been going? Let the fans know.
It's been really good. There's a lot of different precautions that we take now, but it's been a lot of training outside, on the tarmac or like on the turf, a lot of sled work. A lot of hypertrophy training.
Entonces cuando acabe toda la presentación nos quedamos un chance más haciendo el resumen.
Comentando lo que nos gustó.
¿Qué?
Sí, comentando algo, una parte, haciendo medio resumen.
Ahí va, bacán.
On that tarmac.
Oh, it's warm down here.
Well, man, really quickly, I know that a lot of fans are super excited that we are introducing JSA after all these years. And
claro, la Sociedad de la Justicia de América.
Smasher, which, by the way, is one of my favorite characters.
Estoy muy emocionado por eso, lo que significó para el cómic, para todos.
Man, I think Al, his real name Al Rothstein. I feel like he really has something to prove, especially with his lineage of where his grandfather was kind of a villain, and he's got quite a spirit.
Después de este toca ese de CNN que se nos vamos a saltar. De ahí toca Titans, Aquaman, ese de Harley Quinn que también el de la Mujer Maravilla.
Entonces, ¿de aquí cuál vamos a ver?
De aquí a las 5:50 empieza el de Titans y de ahí el de Aquaman seguidos. De ahí 5 minutos de descanso en ese de Harley Quinn, el de los 80 años de la Mujer Maravilla.
Fíjate que esos 5 minutos sí, veamos, tú pasan 5 minutos.
Sí, yo también. Entonces de ahí sería el de la Mujer Maravilla. De ahí sigue un descanso de unos 15 minutos de ese de Jim Lee, el de los héroes del mañana, ni sé qué. Y de ahí sí viene de largo Shazam hasta The Batman.
El último tramo.
Black Adam just reduced. But it's awesome, man, and I'm so happy you're on board. And I know you've been
prenderás una luz.
Personally, from me to you, I want to thank you so much for working so hard. This is
¿Qué serie se te ve?
Al regreso ya me ven con lucecita.
Sí,
so, thank you. My heart is full of gratitude, brother, for all the hard work that you're going to put in. And this is only the beginning. I can't wait to get on set with you, and we're going to crush this.
Son 20 minutos hasta el de Titans. Full bien.
Thank you for having me aboard. So grateful, seriously.
Well, so cool to see my boy Noah. Can't wait for you guys to see him in the movie. He's going to kick ass. All right, now, I tried to get through as many questions as I possibly could. There were literally thousands and thousands of them. And a lot of the questions were about the JSA, the Justice Society of America, and who from the JSA is going to be in our movie. Well, I don't want to reveal too much this early on, But I thought this might answer some of your questions. Take a look. I have a knack for destroying bullies. But there are some who think I need help.
Hawkman. No jodas.
Dr. Fate.
Dr. Fate!
And their new recruits. Cyclone.
Ah, Cyclone. Bueno.
And Atom Smasher.
Atom Smasher.
Ay, eso es una bestia.
They call themselves the Justice Society.
Está Hawkman y Dr. Fate.
Fighting for truth and justice.
Y Black Adam.
Well, I'm going to teach them that the only beliefs I fight for are mine. Welcome to truth, justice, and the Black Adam way.
¿Dónde está Jay Garrick? ¡Qué estafa! ¿Dónde está Jay Garrick?
Oye, no, está bien, está bien.
Luego ponen a Cyclone y no ponen a Jay Garrick. Lo del Dr. Fate y lo de Hawkman.
Sobre todo lo del Dr. Fate sí me quedó.
Puta, lo del Dr. Fate ahí.
Some of the other ones. Some of the other DC superheroes.
Ve.
Let's let Flash, Shazam, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman. Let's let them know something. Things will never be the same. Because the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
Eso estuvo bacán. La verdad yo sí tengo esperanza por esta película.
Sí, yo también. Ahora viendo Hawkman
y Dr. Fate.
Dr. Fate. Bueno, niños, nos vemos.
Aguanta. Sí, ahora sí ya acabamos. Por ahora.
Nos vemos en 20 minutos.
Ha sido un placer. Nos vemos a las 5:50, verás, pilas.
5:50.
Toca el de Titans.
Is really talk. If you have a best friend or a therapist, you need to process all your feelings and get them out. Otherwise, they just stay inside and can cause physical harm, emotional harm.
Cuddle with your pets. Pets can be very nurturing and loving and supportive during this time. Continue the religious practices. Try to keep your routines as normal as possible.
Seguimos aquí.
If you're feeling sad today or
Hemos vuelto, chicos.
Nuestros fans alrededor del mundo.
Around the world. Creo que llegan hasta la esquina nomás.
Don't allow yourself to be isolated during this time. As humans, it's
Bueno, de
so
momento
important that we connect
están
to one
poniendo
another. Whenever we're going through
los
a
héroes de la
crisis,
cuarentena.
we're not meant to go through it alone.
Gente que ha ido
El
a...
coronavirus.
Gente que ha ido a visitar a gente anciana que ha estado sola en esta cuarentena. Todo interesante.
I guarantee that Batman, Superman, Aquaman, and all the DC superheroes
Era el
will bow
dibujo
to
del
our
fondo
medical
de
service.
Tingling.
Thank you so
Solo
much
con
for
eso
your
ya se
bravery
puede
and
jubilar
your
con ese
continued
dibujo.
service.
Es lo máximo que tendremos de Superman.
Into one of the biggest shows in the DC universe. Titans. Yep.
Titans.
Y yo que nunca le tuve fe a esa serie, me cayó la boca con dos.
La plena que sí. Se veía bien turra, pero...
Es que ese Starfire se veía horrible, pero horrible.
Ahorita con el pelo así lacio se ve mejor.
Sí. Hulk, Dove, puta, como me encanta Dove. Pero Wonder Dove
Los trajes de esos manos.
Donald Troy es lo mejor.
Holbrook from TV Guide Magazine
Para
and
que-
TV Insider, and I am so excited to welcome you to DC Fandome, and you are watching the Titans panel. Titans are back,
Titans.
Let's introduce all of you along the way.
It's
We've
Slave
got
Wheels.
executive producer Greg Walker, Brendan Thwaites, who plays Dick Grayson, Tegan Croft, who plays Rachel, Anna Jope, who plays Corey Enders, Ryan Potter, who plays Gar Logan, Alan Richson, who plays Hank Hall, Minka Kelly, who plays Don Granger, our new guy, Joshua Orpin, who plays Connor, and Connor Leslie, who plays Donna, and then
Ay,
Karen
qué
Walters, who
hermosa que
plays
es esa
Jason
mujer.
Todd, and Damaris Lewis, who's coming in as Blackfire.
Ese Jason Todd sí le queda bien porque tiene cara igual de caer mal.
My choice, because I'm the moderator and I get to say that.
Como debe ser.
Ahí está Rose Wilson.
There's so many great moments along these first two seasons. But the one I went with was Dawn taking down the meth lab in the second episode of season 2. What was that?
Mira nomás esa Dove. Qué más.
Pues sí, pues sí. Ah.
El grito Wilhelm.
Ah.
Please don't kill me.
Where's your phone?
There's a meth lab at 2751 Hollister Lane. It's being run by
3 complete dip.
3 complete dip. So, you better have
¿Por qué
someone
censura?
down for us.
Censura.
Thank you
Oh.
for your time.
Es family
Your
friend.
mother would be very proud. I have to give it up to Orphe. My stunt double really does all
Qué
the
guapa
work
que es ahí.
when it comes to having to
Esa mujer es
navigate those wings,
bellísima.
because the weight of them just takes you. So you really have to learn how to
Oh, ¿viste esa
move
pierna?
with them when you're throwing yourself around. It's a fun challenge.
The first fan clip that everyone kind of like came to was Donna breaking out the lasso for the first time.
Ah, ¿por qué?
Che madre.
Copyright, ¿por qué el copyright? Si quieres tú mira en el directo de la página.
Es que ese ya está adelantado.
Pero mira qué tanto está adelantado.
Ya no sé.
I love the Corey and Donna friendship. It was something I remember reading about when
Sí,
I
no
started
creo que nos
doing some
perdimos de mucho.
research. And so when I read that like they start off kind of rocky, I wasn't even mad at it because I knew that.
Pero igual vele por si acaso si puedes, qué tan adelantado está.
In season 2. So I kind of love that their friendship grew from this initial moment.
Don't all great friendships start out with a lasso around the neck? And
A little bit, yeah.
And
Don't they all start off with like really kick-ass women? Yeah.
yeah.
Really? Can resist.
All right, let's look at clip 2 from episode 6, Jason Todd.
No está tan adelantado. Ahorita que lo estoy viendo aquí en la laptop.
Se carga, no se carga. Ya pues ponerle en el laptop, chamo.
No, es que en la laptop no tengo el programa, pues. Y si pongo en la laptop se ha de explotar. Ahora, no sé si quieres tú verla en la página.
Tiene unos 1 minuto de retraso más o menos.
Menos, no es mucho.
I think that
Sí,
scene
sí,
describes
minuto de
perfectly
retraso.
the brother-stepbrother relationship. You know, in the build between them over the season. And season 2 even showed
Es que
more,
claro, los
so I think
capítulos
that was probably the best scene that
se han de
showed the
tener
relationship for
copyright.
sure.
I think that Dick is, you know,
Capaz.
Las escenas de los capítulos.
frustrated by this kid, but essentially,
Pero mejor este man ya nos está haciendo el trabajo de motear por nosotros, porque si nosotros dejamos, como pasó hace un rato, nos pueden bloquear el directo.
he fails in connecting
Nos
with
bloquean
him,
otra vez.
and, that scene at the
De
end of
ley.
season 2 on the rooftop is kind of an example of Dick putting aside his problems and offering to open up that channel and you know and kind of put it on the table as, you know, I'll help you and be a mentor.
They need your leadership, Jason. You need to set the tone. I'm not Robin anymore. You are.
The next clip is quintessential Jason.
All we know is that whatever.
Ahí es lo que dice, Taters are back, bitches. Bueno, son escenas igual de la anterior temporada, así que no nos perdemos nada.
Nada nuevo, básicamente.
Dale. Como digo, el man ya nos está haciendo el trabajo de motear por nosotros.
Agradecido con el de arriba.
Doesn't have to be talking, and you're like,
Same with you, Alan.
media review, you know? And so, you know, it's always be the one like putting the lid on it, you know, the scene is actually tough.
This next clip is the scene with Crypto and Connor with the Luther Strike team.
Crypto.
El Super Dog. O el Super Can.
No, así está bien, porque...
Y si están comentando mientras nosotros estamos aquí.
No creo que... No, porque hace un rato sí pasaron clips así igual que este, pero con otras escenas antes de que el man muteara. Y no solo son las escenas. No sé para qué, pero pues ahí están. Oye, ¿quieres subir tipo después una compilación de reacciones?
Doy mi like. Con todo ya nicho. Que no tengo. Un saludo a Milo Brizuela.
Sí, porque igual si subimos el video a YouTube reaccionando a esto no vamos a poner porque pues, tampoco es reaccionando a nada, son escenas pasadas. Pero aquí sí se pasaron. Nos ponen todo.
Oye, se fueron 10 pueblos, ¿eh? ¿Será que no están diciendo nada?
No creo.
Veremos.
Vele en el directo. ¿Qué?
Listo.
No están diciendo nada.
Espera, está cargando.
I mean, let's be real. Like, Crypto is the MVP of that scene and probably of the episode. So whenever you're in a scene,
Sí, solo
with him,
estaban,
like,
solo
nothing
pasaron el
can go
episodio.
wrong, man.
Okay, and then the last clip that we have is from episode 5 together.
Y el último clip es del episodio 5. ¿Tú estás haciendo resumen o escribiendo las partes importantes de todo?
¿Cómo?
¿Tú estás haciendo resumen o escribiendo las partes importantes? ¿O algo?
No.
Ah, bueno, ya nada. Igual si nos acordamos. ¿Ves? Ya le banearon el stream.
No, ¿qué dices?
Y a nosotros nos iba a pasar lo mismo, ¿cachas? Ya de volver. Si no, te toca poner otro. Lo vemos desde la página. A ver qué pasa.
¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa si es que...? No creo, no.
¿Qué cosa? Cacha, y el man le muteó y todo y... Nada que ver. Veamos desde la página. Ojalá no nos baneen el stream. Aunque sea un rato hasta que vuelva porque igual se va a estar trabando la página.
Esas escenas de la primera temporada cuando todavía tenía Trigon adentro.
Dale. ¿Sabes qué? Igual dejémosle muteado. ¿Estás viendo el Discord?
No, estoy viendo la transmisión.
Was voted on by the fans because it was so hard to film. I don't know
Ahorita
if you
está
guys
puesto lo de la
remember,
transmisión.
but we were filming in what we
like 6 times.
yeah, what we were
Déjame
lovingly
compartir a mí
calling
de-
the struggle motel.
¿Por
In
qué?
the middle of the night, and it was freezing. We went there so many times.
Se ve mal.
Yeah, so I'm really glad to see that people respond to this series.
¿O cómo?
Qué
Qué verga, nosotros también ya nos banearon el stream.
Muy
We
atrasado.
had that great episode.
¿En serio?
Sí. Otra vez. Luego te toca esperar a que acabe lo de Titans. Es que ya te digo que si tú compartes se ve muy lento en cambio. Qué huevada.
Yo le sigo viendo, viejo.
¿Qué, al directo nuestro?
Damaris, we got a couple tastes
Es que ya de
of
ver,
you in
es que ya valió pues. Te banean un rato.
sold on her being all evil.
It's funny you say that because the villain, you know, I think the villain is generally always my
Estás viendo en la página. Qué verga. Es que se traba mucho la página. No cacho.
A mí no se me traba nada.
Es que tú no estás compartiendo.
Corey being of the
Bueno, este man ya también le volvió
I guess blood or
el
whatever
streaming,
on
así que
our planet.
veamos qué te pasa.
And but with different ability. So I think it's gonna
Sorry guys, so because
Nada, aquí iba a hablar algo de lo que le banearon.
block my stream temporarily, so I really apologize. I don't know. I guess like I'm not technically allowed, I guess, to stream it, but here I am back again. So enjoy.
Villain, you know, if you've watched the show, you know that Jason Todd's had a rough run, and he had a falling out with the Titans. and it didn't end well. And even the Titans, as they kind of reunited as a team, were absent one member at the end who rode away on a motorcycle. And
¿Dónde sigues viendo?
And you know, there's that African proverb if
Me estoy viendo en el Discord ahorita.
something along the lines, you know, the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel it's warm. And,
Bueno, ojalá no nos banen de nuevo a los dos.
Sí, tranquilo. De Ara, no sé qué pendejadas, lo de la iglesia Raven. Putas, las mujeres, yo no sé. Están bien escogidas que están en esa serie.
Sí. La verdad que sí.
Gotham is filled with iconic characters. Who can you tell us that we might meet along the way?
Oh, well, you know, we've got a big one coming up in Dr. Jonathan Crane, also known as Scarecrow.
Yeah.
¿Qué dices?
We have
¿Qué?
another, you know, classic
¿Qué dijo?
character in the canon named Barbara Gordon.
Bárbara Gordon.
¿Qué dices?
No.
We've got
¿Qué
two,
dices?
you know, of the second gen coming up. There was originally Batman and Jim Gordon, and now we have Nightwing and Barbara Gordon.
Nightwing
trying
y
to
Bárbara.
kind of deal with the mistakes of their parents, and it turns out a lot more difficult than
Pero
anybody thought.
Oráculo o Bárbara.
Yo pienso que va a ser Batman.
Congratulations on an awesome run so far. Thank you.
so much.
Claro, Jason Todd sigue vivo.
Qué loco.
Over to you, Jaden.
Ve Aquaman.
Thank you, Gabby. It's great to be back with everyone.
Tiene el
As
poderoso
your resident
Cal.
Aussie, I had to come back and talk about when director James Wan went down under. Then, even further underwater with Jason Momoa and the brilliant
Cacha
cast. 4 years later,
la
in
leva del man
2022, you can expect
es
to
del
see the
Joker mismo.
sequel,
Tiene
giving
los
a whole
jajajas.
new meaning
A
to
ver.
long time no see. But of course, here at the DC Fandome, you won't have to wait another minute to wet your whistle. So let's dive into Aquaman with James Wan and King Ohm himself, Patrick Wilson, here to chat about some of their best memories from set.
A ver.
Well, hello there, Patrick Wilson. Hello, is that James?
Vean
It is
nomás.
James Wan.
Patrick Wilson.
Ocean Master.
Do I look like I'm on the Starship
Night
Enterprise?
Owl.
Wait, should I get a fancy chair?
Y un ciudadano de Horton y el mundo de los King.
No, you're good. Aquaman
Y...
is, what is that, Patrick? Is that the 5th film that we've
Y
collaborated
CJ7.
Well, yeah, in series 1 and
Ah,
2,
qué horrible
Contra
esa
1
película.
and 2. And yeah.
Una de
sí me
los
gusta.
Warren, pero no me acuerdo cómo se llama. No sé,
So, let me ask you, Patrick.
de... ¿Cómo se llama el del matrimonio de los Warren?
Particular project.
No me acuerdo.
I believe we were on
Bueno,
the
el
set
señor
of
Warren.
Conjuring 2. Yes. And you said that you had, I don't think you weren't really signed on yet, but you knew you were going to do this project.
Nos
Right?
van a presentar
I think you kind of
The
floated it out
Trench.
there about
Y van a presentar el conjuro.
Or maybe it was
El Conjuro.
and then we spoke the next day or something. Let me ask you, when did you think that I
Lo
would be
chistoso de este man, del
for
Patrick
Aquaman?
Wilson, es que siempre tiene cara de...
The moment.
como de sorprendido o de que
I
algo
decided
pasa
I was
así
gonna
con
do
la ceja full levantada.
Really? Yeah,
That's
very early
awesome.
on. I'm like, we know that Momoa was already on board, and I felt like
Pesa, toma.
the only
Jason
other guy that could go
Momoa,
up
qué
against Jason
tipazo,
that, at least to the level that I need him
Jason
to step
Momoa.
up to, was yourself. So I floated the idea with Warner Brothers, with DC, and they could. They're like, no. No, they were very supportive from day one. So from the get-go, knowing who was going to play Aquaman and kind of knowing Jason a bit more and getting to know his personality, I felt that that part of the reason why I wanted to come to you was the fact that you guys are kind of different in a lot of ways. I don't mean physically. And so I felt that going into it,
Cacha, qué bacán que se ven los
to do
trajes.
is getting someone that was a little bit different to who he is, so that way it helps to add to the idea that here Arthur Curry is an outsider to the world of Atlantis, that Orm has kind of shaped it in his sort of in his look, with his sort of mentality. And kind of and vice versa as well, how Atlantis has shaped.
¿Será que nos dicen algo de Aquaman 2?
In a lot of ways. And so definitely, like in the same way I would write Arthur Curry to Jason's strength, I tried to write Orm/Ocean Master to Patrick Wilson. Patrick, let me ask you, speaking of comfortable,
¿dónde está Mera? Sí, cierto, lo está indicando. ¿Dónde está
Johnny Depp?
¿Cómo?
¿Dónde está Johnny Depp?
No, ese no. Solo sale, no me molesta. ¿Dónde está Khal Drogo?
Khal Drogo.
The elephant in the room of being in a harness. Like, unless you're in a harness, you can't practice for that. Just doing that, being inverted.
No me gusta el tridente de Sean.
Sí, me
me gusta el pintadente de Justin Lee.
A mí no me gusta cuando le complican demasiado. O sea, es un tridente, debe tener 3. Le pone como 20 ahí.
Pero ya fue a ver el tridente de Poseidón y con eso ya está ya.
Oye, esa batalla final de Aquaman es una bestia.
Es una maravilla, ¿para qué tenemos?
Eso sí que no hay ni una sola película parecida, con alguna pelea así súper épica bajo el agua.
Nothing in the underwater world was easy. One of my favorite, and it was a very simple sort of device that we sort of discovered that we used on Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah.
Was that we realized that we didn't actually have to hang him on any wire.
Ese es Dolph Lundgren.
What do you call it? Like a seesaw, like a teeter-totter, right? That he would actually just stand on, and then we've a couple of stun guys to the side. We just sort of jack him up, but we'll do it in such a way that it looks fluid. So,
haber sido un cague grabar esta película también.
Yeah, it actually worked out really well, and
it was Dolph Lundgren on a teeter-totter, which is, I mean, how
Dolph
do you beat that?
Lundgren.
So believe me, I've learned a lot, and I know what to do in the next one. How did it?
Ivan Drago.
Would you say the virtual sort of filmmaking
He-Man.
process allowed
El Príncipe Adam.
Príncipe de Grayskull.
Well, I mean, seeing the previs was super important because you want
El
to know
Príncipe
as you're
Adam
sitting on
invoca el
top of
poder
a
de Grayskull.
weird, like, blue oil drum. You're like, what?
Esa cara.
And you show a picture of a tylosaur, you know.
You're referring to the tylosaur that's swimming
Qué
up to
chafú la
you,
edición.
then jump onto it to ride it out of the sea.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Then it was different than what I expected. I love the
Tiene más
weirdness
filtros
of
que-
it. I did. I love being in this weird space where there's really nothing. It felt like a black
¿Qué?
box theater where there is nothing, and you just have to make up everything. That's why we get into this business in the first place.
Right.
And so I'm totally. It makes you
Ni
concentrate
sabes
on
hoy.
those relationships. Being Willem, like, okay, what do you want from
Que
this
no.
scene? What do I want from this scene?
En media hora empieza lo chévere.
Find yourself more attracted to work that's like, whoa, this is gonna be big and flashy, or it's like, you know what, I want to be as
Bueno, sin contar lo de Shazam y Wonder Woman en una hora.
as convincing as possible.
And one of the things I love the most about making this movie is sharing this character that's never been done before, and this world that's never been done before, and seeing the the big
Claro,
screen
que son
depiction of
20
this
minutitos
character
más.
and treat them to a visual world that
Yeah.
they're not familiar with. It's just so cool to just sort of watch them
No,
watch
miento,
the
10.
movie in sort of wide-eyed awe, and
Para que se acabe este.
thankful for how well the film was
No,
received
se acaba
by all
este.
the fans out there.
Son 10 minutitos
And
más.
I'm excited to
de ley.
continue the journeys of our heroes and anti-heroes for that matter, and and to continue to expand on the world, with number 2, and ultimately trying to find new things to do that I didn't get around to doing in the first film. That's what I'm always trying to do. Find something
Eso
fresh.
sí hay que darle full
And I think,
mérito
the second
a
one,
James Wan,
is a little bit
que
more,
pudo
I
hacer
would say a little bit more
una película así.
serious, a little bit more
Una
relevant,
película
in the
de
world we're
acción
living in
bajo
today.
el agua
And,
y que no le
that's
salga
the way it
ridículo.
needs to go.
Es que James Wan es
What are
un
you looking
tipazo.
forward to,
O
Patrick,
sea,
number
date
2?
cuenta de
What would
las
you be
películas que ha
excited to see
dirigido.
or would like to see?
Las 2 del Conjuro son una bestia.
Claro.
Annabelle es malísima. Las 2 del Conjuro son malísimas. Y la monja ni se diga. Pero las del Conjuro son.
I'd like to see some of that.
La primera de Saw
because I
El
know
juego
you're
del
gonna push
miedo.
that ocean.
Las
There's a
besó.
lot of unexplored ocean out there anyway.
Qué
You know,
ricas
5%
películas
of the
que
ocean is people, so
hasta te duele cuando se arrancan.
And I can definitely guarantee you New Orleans in this next one.
Yo por eso digo, o sea, que sí tiene full mérito que el man haya podido hacer una película así y que no se vea ridículo. O sea, solo el man pudo haber hecho que Aquaman nade junto a unos caballos de mar y se vea cool.
Como decía en la serie animada, ¿qué?
No, o sea, solo el man pudo hacer una referencia a eso y hacerle épico. Toma agüita. En la tacita de Flash.
Get ready for a fan Q&A unlike you have ever seen before. That's right, it's animated Harley Quinn. Here is our delightfully
¿Es tu serie favorita?
anti-hero wing calling it like she sees it.
¿Qué te digo? Es una maravilla, boludo.
Cuarentena.
What's up? Harley Quinn here, ready to answer some questions from social
Estoy
media.
licuaco que me da esto. Tu pene
What would
favorita.
you say is the hardest part of starting your own criminal empire? Probably deciding where to go for lunch. You know, everybody just sits around just like tossing out ideas. Someone says Chipotle and everybody's like, ugh, we had Chipotle like 3 days ago. And then someone says a place that gets everyone excited. And then we call and find out they don't deliver. And then someone says Chipotle again. It's just such a pain in the ass. Next question. Will the series have a 3rd season? Please say yes to me. I need it. I love Harley and the show. I mean, I hope so. It's probably up to some dickhead executive that has a personal trainer who says the word core a lot. In which case, hi, Mr. Executive. Did you know the show is super cheap to make and I play well internationally because I'm hyper violent? Okay, next question. Which TV show would Harley probably love? Well, Robert Espinoza. I don't watch a lot of TV, but I do love the many offerings available on HBO Max. Between the beloved
Siendo
classic
publicidad
TV series offered and the
HBO.
massive Warner Brothers film library, it's crazy not to subscribe. Next question is
Estaba
from
esperando de
Adrian.
dijo anterior.
Do you have any advice on how to get a girlfriend? Oh, Adrian, have you tried jerking off? It's not as good as a girlfriend, but people seem to love it. Next question is from Brant with a D.
Oirásle.
Brant with
Mejor
a D.
mastúrbate.
It's really lame. Okay. Harley, out of Batman's many Robins, which one is your favorite? I guess Red Robin. Takes balls to name yourself after
Red
a national
Robin,
chain of burger restaurants. I mean, I like
Todo el
burgers, so
mundo ama
let's just go with
Red.
him. Look, it's not science. Next question. From Sharjeel Mogul. Mary Kill, Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman. Oh, Wonder Woman. Kill the 2 dudes after I torture the shit out of them and make them fight each other until they're referencing their mothers. Mary Ivy. What? This is my fucking Q&A, okay? I don't have to play by the rules. Last,
Harley ha
no,
sido
not
lesbiana.
last. Another
O
question
bisexual.
from Keegan
Es que no ves
Sandlin.
todavía
Would
la.
you ever consider
temporada.
opening up a
No.
tattoo parlor? The tattoo
Ah.
parlor idea is interesting if I ever wanted to go legit. Or a tattoo removal clinic. You know, my ex had some pretty regrettable tats he paid a lot of money to have lased off. You know what I'm talking about. All right, we got another question from Gaz. No, I'm f***ing serious. That's this person's name. Question. What music would Harley have on a playlist to listen to while fighting a load of goons in a circus funhouse? Usually when I'm in these melee situations, the voices in my head are singing an a cappella version of the theme song to Seinfeld. You know, I stopped putting in my earbuds during these situations because Ivy would always turn Spotify on at home, and while I'm exploding some goon's head, the Indigo Girls, Galileo comes on. It's just really, really f***s the mood straight to hell. Okay, next question from Mr. Jim Lee.
Hey Harley, what's it like working with the Batman? I'm a really big Batman fan myself, and I don't think people talk about him enough.
Batman is a pain in my ass, okay? He is a total diva, especially for being like, hello, 18th on the call sheet. Plus, his day rate is astronomical, and if you ever say anything about it, he's all, I keep the lights on at Warner Brothers, which is a bullshit, because we all know that's still Friends and Big Bang Theory. Did that answer your question? All right, last but not least, we got a question from Ruchi Bhatia. Advice to all the girls on how to be more confident and badass like Harley. First thing you do is take all the and throw them out the window. You don't want those weighing down your confidence. Who gives a what others think of you? Okay, nerds, I've had a ball, but guess what? I gotta go. Bye.
Estuvo bien.
Me gusta.
Estuvo divertido.
Harley, language. I guess we should expect her to keep the
¿Eso fue una referencia al capitán o qué?
Now, let's welcome these three ladies. I'm confident who will keep it
Ahorita
clean
toca
and
lo de
classy.
la Mujer Maravilla.
Upcoming release of Wonder Woman
Lo de
1984,
la Mujer Maravilla es
and we
símbolo.
have reason
5
to
minutos.
celebrate. I'll let these wonderful women do the honors. Patty, Gal, Linda,
Ve,
it's all you.
Patty Jenkins. Linda
Hi,
Carter.
everybody. Well, there's one more exciting detail that we're so thrilled to be here to talk about, which is it turns out next year is Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary.
Sí, el próximo año.
80th anniversary, if you can believe that. She's been changing the world for 80 years. So there's two people who you cannot have this celebration without. Our current Wonder Woman, the one and only Gal Gadot.
Las dos Wonder Woman.
And the legend, the inspiration, and the reason that we're all here, the person who brought Wonder Woman alive in our hearts and minds and set the world on fire, Linda Carter.
No.
Yay!
Tan linda, Linda Carter.
What a special moment. 80 years. Isn't that amazing?
Unbelievable, amazing.
80 años Wonder Woman o Linda Carter.
You know, only 3 years ago, but
No, esa mujer. Linda Carter.
79.
Crazy. It's crazy
No
that
tengo
it would
idea.
take so long.
I know why. Find the right one.
Yeah. I was going to say it's because
69 nomás tiene.
Linda's very
10
hard
añitos menos.
to replace and to be the new Wonder Woman, but there couldn't be two. It's funny how there couldn't be two more real Wonder Women in the world to play that role, and it's unbelievably unusual for both of you to be so magical playing this role. So I'm so happy to be here with you because this character has meant so much to me since the first day I ever heard about her. And like you guys have brought it to life for so many, and I'm so excited. Like next year, there's going to be a whole slew of things that DC Comics is doing and that Warner Brothers is doing to celebrate Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary.
Yeah, Wonder Woman inspires us, and our collective love for this character has endured for 80 years.
You know, Gal and Patty, we are so excited. You know, she has endured. Now, she has endured for 80 years, and there's a reason. You have given her a new life, you and Patty. And when we put her during my era on television, she resounded, and there's a reason she resounds. And we are about to give you a first look at the official Wonder Woman 80th anniversary logo. Oh my
Logo.
gosh, I
¿Qué dijo
haven't
logo?
seen it yet, but I can't wait to check it
No
out.
escuché el logo.
Let's see it.
No cacho. Yo escuché el logo. Eso. Oye, está bacán.
Está bacán.
Pues sí, está simple, bonito.
You don't look a day
El de
over
Batman me gusta
20.
más.
Also, there's a few more 80th birthdays to celebrate this year, including Joker, Flash, and Catwoman, to name a few.
Y Robin también cumple 80 años este año. O ya cumplió.
Y el Joker también. Joker y Catwoman.
Sí, ahí dijo Flash, Joker, Catwoman. Ah, Linterna Verde.
365 days a year. So I just really wanted to take this time to say thank you to Warner Brothers and of course to DC for creating DC Fandome. It gave us something to look forward to this entire year, and now we're
Green Lantern, Flash,
now, one of the creative geniuses behind this
Gatúbela,
incredibly cool
Joker,
experience
Robin.
that brings us together today is he's kind of on my high of all-time cool people, but he's also on the list of really cool people in entertainment because he makes it his mission to include Asian talent from around the globe in the DC community of artists, writers, and a whole lot more. And just
Bueno, ahorita toca eso de Jim Lee. Entonces eso nos saltamos hasta las 6:40, que es lo de Shazam. ¿Qué dices?
Nos saltamos eso para de ahí sí venir hasta las 6:40. Y de ahí sí nos vamos
Hasta las...
1 hora 20 minutos más.
Ajá.
Sobre todo esperando el panel de Batman, que es lo más importante en estos momentos.
Vamos. Entonces... Ah, no, espera, que creo que van a hacerle un tributo a Robin o algo.
A ver.
Ah, no, es lo de Jim Lee. Entonces, ¿esto pausamos?
Sí. Nos vemos entonces
Para
lo de
Shazam, Wonder Woman,
Shazam,
Suicide Squad y Batman.
Lo más importante de esta noche.
Sí, los últimos 4 paneles y se acabó. Y de ahí nos ponemos a hacer el resumen.
Nos vemos.
Bueno, nos vemos en... ¿cuánto? 20 minutos, no, menos. 15 minutos. 15 minutos.
15. Ah, sí.
Ya, pues.
Ahí nos vemos.
Dale.
Ya.
overall map for DC Fandome, right? The center Hall of Heroes island, and then the 5 different islands that kind of float around it. I saw that there were 3 statues of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, and then this giant kind of auditorium behind it. So first I sat down and I drew the Trinity.
Oh, qué bacán. Está explicando cómo hizo el mapa.
Pareces la atalaya.
Cacha hacer eso, puta, y el pan. Ahorita Jim Lee es DC, básicamente.
Claro.
Debería cambiarse el nombre a DC. Cacha, qué loco. Está loco ese man.
My trusted colorist gave it a really cool silver and gold palette. When we started seeing the initial 3D assets come over, I was completely blown away. The actual floor of the hall is like one giant canvas. It was really flattering and really cool to see the art blown up in this gigantic scale behind the host. We knew that we wanted to have a space that was not.
Se nota que han metido tiempo y dinero en esto. Sobre todo full edición.
Es que ya tuvieron un montón de tiempo para...
Sí, también.
And we could place them in this virtual space. We could customize every facet of the production and put the art anywhere and everywhere we wanted it to be.
Claro, esto ya lo han de haber planeado desde que inició la pandemia, capaz.
On a 2D piece of paper. This time was kind of brought
Capaz.
and really a unique one.
Se han tenido su tiempo para hacer. La canción de Man of Steel y no hay Superman.
It's time to go back to you guys
Qué joda,
for more questions. Now, this fan might look familiar to some of you guys.
¿Qué es otra vez?
Hey, it's Jake from State Farm here. The Amazons really inspired me, so I just decided to train myself to be a warrior. Do you have any tips?
Yeah, well, you definitely need strength and drive and discipline and coordination, kindness and courage. That's a starting list.
Oh, check. Yeah. And if I want to try to compete in the Amazon games, just checking, it's still all Amazons on the Mascara, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen for you. But keep up with the training. You never know.
Okay. Maybe I could just like be there to give a helping hand.
Este man quiere ser una amazona.
Water, be a towel, throw a sword.
Yo también, o sea, date cuenta de que las amazonas son las cosas más...
Yo también.
Diego, ser una amazona es otra onda.
¿Qué prefieres, ser Valkyria o amazona?
Amazona.
Sí, porque Tessa Thompson me cae mal.
A mí no, pero...
Shazam, qué buena película.
But it was everything you and I wanted from Shazam and the Shazam League. Now, the star of this movie may be just as big a kid as he is on the inside as the character that he plays, and he's the first to admit it. So if you want to know more about the next movie, all you have to do is say this word. Shazam!
What's up, fam? Welcome to the Shazam 2 panel. I'm Zachary Levi here
Comerás,
to
hijito.
talk about Bunker's awesome sequel. And, you know, answer as many of your questions.
Creo que está haciendo competencia con Robert Pattinson de ver quién está más desnutrido.
¿Quién está más desnutrido y es un superhéroe?
Shazam, cacha. Eso está bacán. Shazam.
Limited in what I can talk about. But I can share my excitement and how thrilled I am about Shazam 2, which
Shazam
may
2?
or may not be the title, because again, you know, just a little limited in
Es
what I
el
can talk
único,
about.
de todo el cast de Shazam que está ahí. No puedo
I think that's probably the let's do
Pues
that.
sí.
That's a good idea. Just gonna get to my iPad over here.
¿Por qué está tan flaco? No entiendo.
Dive in here.
La pandemia.
Nora in Canada. What's up, eh? Will there be
Sí,
a
debe.
DC cameo in this movie? Nora, that is an awesome question that I unfortunately I don't really have an answer for because again, ever so slightly hamstrung in what I can reveal to you, the fans. Let's look at some other questions. I can't talk about them. Like I said.
No puedo hablar nada de la
I don't
película.
really have an answer. I can't actually.
Vete a Waititi.
Look, ultimately, as you've probably picked up on, I can't say about. I'm sorry, squat. Can I say?
Please do not.
Squat. Listen, you're smart people, right? I mean, we all know that these panels are just ridiculous clown shows where they try out a bunch of actors to sell something out of nothing. So the real question is, how am I, Zachary Levi, supposed to fill 6 minutes alone without squat? Well, the answer is, boom.
Ah, ahí está. Ve,
Ah,
están todos.
este man me cae bien. Oh, ya tiene bigote.
Awesome question. It's a Shazam 2 panel.
¿Por qué crecen tan rápido? Qué verga.
Now we're gonna all do together.
¿Qué les pasa?
Sí, chucha, qué.
Wait, does that mean I can talk about the secret cameo?
No, you cannot talk about that stuff, Asher Angel.
Well, what about all of the new villains?
Villains, singular, plural. Yeah, who would possibly know, Megan? Because, you know, it's all a mystery. It's all a mystery. Okay, listen, they're very nice giving people at the studio. They won't really let us say much about our movie, but here we are, nonetheless, trying to provide the fans here with some exclusive content.
I can draw a poster for our new movie.
Yeah, that's super cute, Faith. Why don't you knock yourself out?
I'm pretty talented.
You're super talented. Absolutely. I think you're gonna do a bang-up job, whatever you do.
Oh, Zach, what is that you're drinking? Is that a Flow Subs protein shake?
As a matter of
Todos
fact,
tienen una pared roja en la casa.
checks in the mail. Yeah, no, thanks for asking. This is the
Cuánta casualidad en la vida, ¿no?
protein. Listen. Dwayne The Rock Johnson gets his tequila.
Ya tiene bigote, loco. ¿Por qué crece tan rápido?
Sí, chucha, están como los de Stranger Things que pasa una temporada y aparecen más grandes que todos nosotros.
I have an idea. Since we can't say anything about, you know, the actual movie, why don't you, the fans out there, tell us what you would want to see in Shazam 2?
A new member should join the Shazam family. Should probably be a unicorn.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, totally. At least should give them rocket packs so they can fly with our characters.
Okay, yeah, that's all usable.
Well, Zach, is there time for us to maybe get, I don't know, CGI'd into the Justice League Snyder cut, possibly? Maybe? No? Yeah?
Ooh, Asher, me likey. Way outside the box. I don't know if this is the right time to drop this.
Un cameo de Henry Cavill, de verdad.
Working on a little kind of Zach cut of my own from our first Shazam movie. I just boosted the energy a bit, brightened up the color palette.
Sorry, you recut my movie?
David Sandberg, our illustrious director. Hi, how are you?
Hey, finish the poster.
Oh,
Chucha.
Wait.
Estaba Rocket a la izquierda, ¿qué eres?
Sinbad, the comedian?
Sinbad.
Somebody's trying to call in here. Maybe that's Adam.
Está Sinbad.
What it look like, y'all? It looks like you. Hold on a second. Sinbad, are you in Shazam 2?
Well, you tell me, John Krasinski, am I? Because everybody thought I was
John
Shazam
Krasinski.
1 before it even existed. Google it. I'm number 3 on the devil list, right?
Oh, I'm so confused.
Man, you confused. You try to live in a world where everybody, I mean my family, everybody thinks you started.
Que cague Sinbad.
I'm fun of everybody, no fun. Me encanta ese flow que se carga, Dios mío. No sé. Te dan ganas de seguir viviendo.
Mira desde lejos, de reojo y con los ojos cerrados parece Samuel Jackson.
Eso es racista, ¿no? Eso no es políticamente correcto. Es como decirle que Lawrence Fishburne también se parece.
Y nos da un discurso así.
I'm gonna look so good. I'll even do nude scenes. Little booty, not a lot.
Faith, don't draw that.
Hey guys, sorry.
What the heck, dude? Where have you been? Things have been getting crazy
Adam
here.
Brody.
The plot for
Adam Brody.
Juice.
Eso iba a preguntar quién es este brother.
I'm gonna be in that one too.
Sinbad?
Okay, guys.
Fury of the Gods.
Is that the title of our movie? Shazam Fury of the Gods?
Así se va a llamar.
That's the title? Yes. No
Oye, no suena mal.
¿Qué dices?
Exclusive content!
Starring Sinbad.
Fury of the Gods.
No suena mal.
Ah, es la versión adulta de Freddie Freeman.
I guess they didn't have much to say.
¿De qué?
Except the freaking title,
Es la versión el parte de la familia Shazam. Es la parte adulta de Freddie Freeman.
Ah, esa Supergirl estaba bacán.
Sí, ¿por qué también? ¿Qué será Vixen?
No sé, no era Chita. Pero esa parecía Bachita, ¿no?
Bachita.
That's some good cosplay. So we got a title for Shazam 2. Fury of the Gods, I think they said it was. Now the question is,
Fury
will
of
Black
the
Adam show
Gods.
up in Shazam 2? Or Superman for that matter? We'll see.
Yo sinceramente espero un cameo de Superman.
Cast of Shazam. Very wholesome. And all the actors did
Esperando
child
rayo.
actors did.
Peleando codo a codo. Como en Superman Shazam primer trueno.
De ley. Sería genial. Ah, este es el cast. Hijo, después de esto ya viene Suicide Squad y The Batman. Hijo de madre.
Estamos a un panel de el juego que me va a quitar la duda si ese es Superman o es Bizarro.
Es Superman.
Es Bizarro, tiene la cara hecha pedazos.
¿Qué más, Bravo? ¿Cómo estás?
Nuestro Ben.
De ley.
Trying to get the moral here.
So let's jump right into the game.
Pedro
It is a
Pascal,
beautiful
el
summer night
Mandaloriano.
in the 1980s. We are gathered in the most exquisite museum for an annual gala. Long ballroom gowns, very chic wear.
Me quedé con la peor cara en el Discord.
Champagne, maybe even some rosé, in their hands, and some tap colas for those driving. It's glamorous, dreamy, music is playing.
Is that
Everyone is
Fiona
having
from
an amazing time.
Achievement Hunter?
However,
At
unbeknownst
Rooster
to the
Teeth?
guests, there are some villains who plan to capture some of you.
Oye, espero
So
que no
everyone,
nos...
please close your eyes and
No,
let the
no haya
night
copyright por
begin.
esto.
Okay, no more commentary, sorry.
¿Es un D o el man del directo que estamos viendo también está hablando?
Del directo.
The party.
This is fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. The party
Pedrito.
gets sour. The villains, unfortunately,
Pedro.
have been able to
Pedrito
capture
Coco.
Pedro. And the superhero was
Pedro.
not able to
Pedro.
save Pedro in time.
Pedro, dile a Peter.
Out already, and you're the first one who were so
El Pedro Parque. ¿Por qué está en blanco y negro?
No sé.
Oh man.
You guys should
Pedro Pascual.
deliberate between each other. I'm gonna give you like 2-3 minutes. I know
Los únicos en vivos que han durado son el de la botella de Canda, el nuestro y ya.
El nuestro.
De los 4 que tenía, duraron 2.
El de Stream Marvel le tocó igual reiniciar, me imagino que por el copyright. ¿Y por qué no hay más gente viéndonos si somos los únicos?
Hay 3 personas. Son mis 3 mejores fans, yo lo sé.
De ley.
Besitos.
I can't believe I'm out.
En la cola.
All good. How do you think it's Chris?
I'm positive.
Yeah.
I don't want Chris to leave
Bravo,
the game,
fan número uno.
but that sounded just like Chris, and whoever it was accidentally talked in the middle of their interaction with Fiona. So they had to have
It is interesting that Patty, you're
Patty is
Chris,
Patty.
you're the first person to talk, so maybe you have
Patty.
something to hide because thou does protect too much.
Patty.
A man's voice. How do you know it was Chris?
I've played this game many times, and I'm telling you, I'm surprised you all that if all of us have our
De
eyes
4
closed,
personas.
somebody
Muchas
is
gracias.
muffling and then they go, "Oh, I
Quédense,
see."
quédense
They
porque
have their eyes open.
se acerca lo mejor de la noche.
Oh, I see.
Hasta ahí llegaste.
I don't think it was that clear. It was
¿Qué
Can
qué?
we start all over again,
Hasta ahí
French?
llegaste, ya me aparece.
Yeah.
Thou doth protest too much. That's Shakespeare.
Por-
Can I just say one quick thing? Connie, I do actually think is a villain because before we started, when
No
she
sé,
was
ya me
asking
parece, ya
about
me
the
estás en
rules,
cara.
she goes, "So you just BS?" But you wouldn't
En serio,
say
no
you
jodas.
just
That's a
BS.
good one.
You're a civilian. You'd say, so you just tell them you're actually a civilian.
Ya no estoy en el directo.
I am extremely empathic, which is
O sea, estás, pero no sale
I
tu
am
cara.
so empathic
Ah.
that I continuously
Ya le
put myself
soluciono.
in the other person's place, and that is what I was doing. I am
Apparently,
happy
I'm
because of that.
Hay 5 personas, se está uniendo a la people.
Okay, so do we all want to unanimously vote?
Mejor, mejor,
I
mejor.
sadly say vote on Chris because it's the only person I'm sure about.
I think
You guys,
and you guys,
yeah.
I'll hop on board with that.
Okay, two
I
votes for
don't
Chris.
understand, I'm on board with it.
Jesse, you're voting for
Ya se
yourself.
fueron.
Oh, okay.
Nada.
3, 4, 5. Who wants Connie to be voted out? 1, 2, 3. And who
Wait,
wants
Chris is-
Patty to be
Chris-
voted out?
I think. Look at Jesse.
Vote twice. That's literally. They are straight up anarchists. He is.
Okay,
Jesse.
Listen.
Same way. It's the same way I play poker.
And the only one who has gotten 5 votes is Chris. So unfortunately, Chris, you are voted out. Do you want to reveal who you are to the public?
Siéndote honesto, no sé qué están haciendo.
Eating villain.
Por 2.
So let's jump into round 2. The night creeps up again. Everyone,
Así
please
que
close your
bueno,
eyes.
ya que no sé qué diablos están haciendo.
La verdad que sí, no tengo idea.
Fue bueno, hasta ahora todo ha estado bien. No puedo decir que perfecto porque la cagada de lo que fue
El panel sorpresa.
el panel sorpresa.
Eso sí fue.
Todos teníamos fe en el panel sorpresa que nos iban a pegar.
Eso sí, sentí que me robaron. Y eso que no he pagado.
Sentí que me robaron mi humanidad.
Who must have done these horrible deeds?
Robbie looks very concerned. I was doing a breathing exercise during that time, just kind of multitasking.
I will say one thing, Robbie. I did hear that sort of static during the night. That is on
Felt
your
like that was my
line.
static.
Yeah, there's static on your line.
I
I
gotta
heard
tell you,
that
that's
when my eyes were closed.
I think we can all agree that's a bit of a reach, and that.
No, I heard that little laughter, and then I heard the static.
Look, guys, I'm just an everyday art collector. I'm at this.
Now I know he's definitely.
I'm a big Bears fan.
I vote Robbie.
Wow!
Yeah, I vote
Wow!
Robbie too. Yeah.
This is unbelievable. Now we know
Robbie, is
Kristen
there
and
anything-
Connie. We have 2 people who just outed themselves. They're clearly colluding. That
Are you hearing?
sound.
Static. Are you hearing? I heard it.
Yo pensé que iban a cantar algo.
What is specific to me about the static?
That you are the one who's causing static.
¿Qué onda? Porque dice el cast de Wonder Woman performing, o sea... Ah, no, play, bueno, sí dice play, jugando.
Ah, sí, claro.
Creo que es Werewolf.
Please, Rob, just keep on talking because I
Es hombre lobo.
Sí, huevón, pero...
That I was working on during my breath work.
¿Qué juego es ese?
No sé, pues vos lo sabes. Imagínate ese nivel.
So that she could last the full game.
Ya se me ve.
But I also will say one thing, and
Sí.
I just want to keep that in mind.
Toda la
I
jeta.
also heard Kelvin laugh.
Bacán.
Now, Kelvin could have laughed while my eyes were shut because he was a detective, Or because
Bueno, ahí abajo a la derecha podemos ver al que conduce el taxi de Deadpool.
Are we guessing detective also?
¿Qué clase de comentario vas a hacer?
So I think
Por culpa nos van a banear. Quiero que quede constancia de eso.
A la derecha tenemos al Mandalorian.
It could have just been Chris eating his 15-foot hoagie.
I actually really want to hear what Jessie thinks. She has been very quiet.
Very quiet. I know. So Jonathan,
I just want to know your opinion.
Hasta ahí llegaste.
I think
Otra vez.
static is interesting, but did we hear the static at the same
¿Qué es, pues?
time that he said "oh I see"
¿Qué
or was it
pasaba?
at a separate time that would have implied movement?
Creo que me toca desconectar y conectar el teléfono.
La madre, oye, arregla tu tontera.
Se disculpa por no tener una webcam.
Yes, I believe so. That's what would be the tell, is because it's only what happens when the villains have their eyes
Punches,
closed.
punches, punches.
I also would like to hear what Jonathan says, because I think he's been very quiet.
Yeah.
Jonathan.
I feel like Ravi was he was very concerned when Gal got captured, unfortunately.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And by the way, the villains wouldn't want to take out another villain. So I thought she was a villain, which has happened between us before, and it was very hard to have to call out, as it is with Chris, my friends, for being villains. But it was true.
But so who can take out another villain for strategy because they don't look like a villain?
You could, but they're all three. So they wouldn't take out both.
Well, we only have two
Chris.
left, right? We only have two villains left now.
You only have two villains left.
If they voted out Gal, there would only be one. So they probably would.
¿Qué ha pasado?
Mira, ¿qué hiciste? Ah, madre.
Yeah.
Es que le estoy haciendo pensar mucho a la compu ahorita.
So, who do we want to vote? You say
Sorry.
Robbie? So who?
Back on Connie actually.
Es como vos, se traba cuando comienzas a pensar.
Sorry, pero no sorry.
It might be too late.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at all the people, look at all the boxes of people that don't want me to speak. These are our oppressors.
This is what we will do. This is what we will do. Who votes for Robbie to be taken out? Please raise your hand.
Sorry, Robbie.
That is.
You know what? Maybe I'm a little
That is a
like
lot of
civilian.
people.
Unanimous, bro.
All right, Robbie. I'm so sorry to say, but you are out. You are out.
Bessie,
Robbie, do you
le
want
votaron
to
al
reveal
pobre.
who you are?
What were you?
Qué triste.
F.
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 Let's jump into
Fuck
round 3. The night is back again. Please close your
Ya aparecí.
Still
Así
blows
parece.
my mind how Fiona from Achievement Hunter is moderating this game.
Everyone, please wake up. Unfortunately, the villains are on a roll. They have completely manipulated the situation, and it just seems like Patty, poor Patty, has been
No estoy
captured.
entendiendo absolutamente nada de esto. Ajá.
We are
Yo tampoco, la verdad.
Please, let's figure out.
Oh, no way.
Yes, Kristen, what is your theory?
Estoy-
I have a theory.
estoy
Okay.
perdido.
But we just voted Robbie out. When he
Que
revealed
viven
he
en
was a civilian,
Chile.
we all felt bad.
¿Están jugando adivina quién o qué?
No, you did not look surprised that he was a civilian. So I
No,
feel like
no,
you
no,
knew
yeah.
because you have your eyes open.
Gal's captured.
No, I voted on that. Never mind. Okay, there was one superhero there. We are 6 left, okay? One superhero,
Nice.
one detective, 2 villains. That means that 2 of us that are left here are civilians.
But who knows
That
who
the
got,
other 2
eliminated.
that are not
Or
superhero
captured.
and are not detective are villains. So
There's two villains, is what you're saying.
2
Bueno.
civilians, 2 villains, and 1 superhero and 1 detective right here.
¿Cómo les va?
Could have been
I
villain.
was captured and Patty was captured.
And Pedro was captured too.
Pedro, me encanta como dice
Pedro was
Petro.
captured first.
I think I know who a detective is. Does that matter?
Yes, who do you think? Who do you think it is?
I think it's Kelvin because he's holding a marker and every time.
Cuéntenme
detective
que
writes-
desapareció.
Yes.
Okay, that's very good. Calvin, what do you have to say about that?
Marker I bought on Amazon for $99. So, nice try.
No, the sound of the
Yo me pregunto, estos zooms ¿serán hechos realmente en su casa o se habrán juntado en una sala y se grabaron hechos los que estaban jugando por Zoom? Porque todos tienen el mismo fondo.
Because I'll get killed, right? Or I'll get captured right after this.
That's very true. Good. Okay.
Estás ahí.
Creo que les mandaron a la casita
I am literally like the
a
kind
ver
of
el
person who
fondo.
walk through any security because they know.
The worst villain can walk through any security.
Yeah, that's exactly. Jonathan's got his mask on. Something's going on. We've got some clenched.
Chilling, fam.
Oh, Jonathan, what are you?
I'm just chilling.
Fiona, se ha llamado Fiona, güey.
I think Connie can't be a villain because Chris voted for her the first time and he was.
I agree. Yeah.
Lo bueno es que en 4 minutos empieza lo de Suicide Squad.
Did you hear that?
No, I was saying people and then people.
Yeah, but you said villains.
Lo malo es que todavía faltan 4 minutos.
I didn't mean to. I'm not a villain.
Okay. Wait a minute. I read an article one that you did one day where you said I'm a really good liar.
¿Sí me escuchas?
Yeah, I did. I read it somewhere.
Oh no, now see, now I'm out. Robin, because Robin.
Sí, sigues vivo.
That's a little sneaky.
Okay.
By the way, I never said that. I'm a terrible liar.
It wasn't not. That was
I think it's Robin.
Magazine.
It's Robin. I think Robin
Yeah,
makes.
Robin, you're very calm.
Oh, Robin, I see. Now you're saying it because everything's closing in.
Everything's closing in.
Se te escucha entrecortado.
There is something about that marker. Let's just go back to that
But
marker.
not the blue one. The blue one's different.
Well, so
You can hear whether it was blue or black.
No,
You want to compare
no se te ve,
marker
o sea,
noises?
se te ve pero no te estás moviendo ni nada.
That's a great idea. Yeah, let's hear.
Hey, Jesse, go.
Ahorita sí un poco.
Nope. Not it.
Okay. You guys, it was during the detective. You don't want to vote all the detective.
yeah, you don't. That's one bad thing to do.
So basically, unless
But
you're
don't the villains?
Unless you're a villain.
All right. So, are we down to vote? Let's do some voting.
No, ya te fuiste, ¿qué
I was
pasó?
understanding Robin. People thought Robin was the villain. Does it? Who wants to vote for
But
that?
I'm not
A ver, habla.
sure anymore.
I'm voting Robin.
You're
Sirvió,
voting
no
Robin?
sirvió.
Sí, sí.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Ahorita sí.
Okay, no one. Who's
Hola.
voting for Calvin?
Sí, ya sirvió.
No one? Okay. Connie, anyone voting for
Bueno, pues no me coge el importante.
¿No te qué?
Hey. Just for the fun of it, anyone voting
¿No te
Jonathan?
coge quién?
No, and Jesse?
Jonathan, I'll do it. Just come on, somebody back me up here. There's got to be somebody who believes
Mijo,
that Jonathan
estás,
could be like.
no sé si con la conexión muy mala o qué.
Give it just help me out.
Connie, I think it's time. I think you got voted out. You guys, Connie. Unfortunately, she was the civilian. I will confirm that. Okay. Wow. The numbers
coge
are
el-
going down. So
lo
we
que estás
have
compartiendo
2
es bueno.
villains on the board currently, and we have 3 civilians,
¿Qué?
including superhero and detective. All right. So let's jump into the next round. Round 4. Everyone, please close your eyes.
Man, the people who are out look really, really bored because they can't do anything.
Everyone, wake up. Seems that the villains
¿Qué
are
pasó?
back
Di
at
algo.
it again, and they were able to successfully capture someone. Kristen,
Funciona,
unfortunately,
escuchas.
was captured
Ahorita sí.
last night in a dreadful match. So who
Ya, pues bueno, no coge el internet.
could we assume did that?
El tuyo.
There's 4 of you guys left. Yes.
Ahí, sí, parece que ya cogió.
Sí, ahorita sí, se
Can
te escucha y
everyone
se te
reveal
ve.
their writing utensil?
Ya, perfecto.
Que no se te ocurra.
Oh, that's a stapler.
I think it's Jonathan.
¿Qué?
So you are the detective.
Oh, no. No.
You think, Jonathan, do you have anything to say to defend your
Cuidado,
case?
te pase eso en lo de Batman, que ahí sí estamos fregados.
You don't need to defend yourself?
No.
No? Okay.
These guys will put themselves
Oh, no.
as the villain.
Jonathan's in England. He's like, I just need to go get a
Hasta
pint.
yo me voy a colgar.
He's in Phoenix, Arizona. The accent
Pero sí se ve bien el Discord.
It's a facade, see?
Part of my disguise, isn't it?
Okay. Robin was trying to vote out Kristen as the villain, and we've
Creo que ya te trabaste de nuevo.
that Kristen was not a villain. And wait, who else voted for Connie?
Oye.
Is it Calvin? Did Calvin vote for Connie?
Yeah.
All right.
I did think it was Connie.
Yeah.
But we've had
Okay.
a long
But we're
run.
pretty sure you're the detective now.
Gone back like a decade.
But
Connie.
so everyone is sure that Calvin is the detective. Is it true? Is it false?
Oye.
We don't know, but we are sure.
So it's between Kristen, Jesse, and Kelvin? And Jonathan?
No, it's between Jesse, Jonathan, and Calvin. And you.
And Robin.
Bueno, el Barbas, nuestro amigo, tuvo dificultades técnicas,
Okay.
I don't know why.
pero
How you kinda...
confiemos en que vuelva pronto.
I don't know. It's
All right.
quiet, insular thought thing.
Oh, who would we like
Confirma.
to vote out?
Nada.
Let's do a vote for Jonathan. Who's voting for Jonathan? Okay, we got two. Jessica, three. Well, I don't even think we can vote for anyone else. Jonathan, unfortunately, you're out. You're out, man. You're out. Do you want to reveal what you are?
I was a civilian, man.
I actually think that was the last round because the villains did win this game. Villains, would you like to reveal yourself?
I knew it!
It's my weapon.
Your weapon.
¿Sigues vivo?
Somebody saw you with that pen, with your murder weapon.
Robin, Calvin, and who else?
So Robin,
Sí, te
Robin
veo.
and Calvin were the
Pero no
villain.
te oigo.
Gal was the detective. Pedro was the superhero.
Ahí sí.
Robin and Kelvin, I capture you? That was slick.
Yeah, you get to invest. So
Esperemos que sirva, si no,
you chose, I think
ahí se me
the
pongo a
first
llorar.
one was
¿Qué pasó?
Pedro. You
¿Se te
chose
fue el internet?
Yes, and I said that he was.
Sí, está medio pendejo el internet, pero parece que ya está bien.
Yeah, well, he wasn't
Sí, ahí
a
está
villain,
mejor.
so I told
Ojalá
him
no te pase eso de nuevo.
but he got captured, and he should have saved himself. Because if he saved himself, then he wouldn't have been captured.
Pedro, yes, you were like.
Teníamos 6 espectadores.
So stupid.
I feel like I know we're not gonna do that, but I feel like now we need to start.
Tenemos más gente uniéndose justo para lo de Batman
I would never trust Robin, not a damn.
y Suicide Squad.
I did know the moment she was attacking Kristen.
Okay, just real quick, just a real quick update. The next two panels will be Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, the new game by Rocksteady, and after that, the event will end with Matt Reeves and the Batman.
¿Estás viendo?
Diles que se vayan uniendo para lo importante de la noche. Más.
Tenemos 8 espectadores. Vamos, vamos, más para el final de la noche. Si me oyes.
Fans, thanks so much for watching, and enjoy the rest of DC Fandome.
Now, our next global host is fluent in
Ya es lo del
from
Escuadrón
games
Suicida.
to geeks. She's tech girl Sam Wright from South Africa. Take it away, Sam.
Bienvenidos todos.
Thanks, Gino. Hello, world. Sam Racha, and I'm
Se viene
so
lo mejor de la
excited about
noche.
the amazing content we have in the DC fandom. There is so much to see and do. Now, gaming is my passion, and I am hyped because we
Barbas.
have another announcement from
Conéctate.
Warner Brothers Games. I think we should share the killer news with you. And who's going to do it? The one and only Will Arnett.
Ow! Son of a bitch, that hurts. Golly. DC, you have the cheapest teleporters. That hurts. All right, Domers, I think I know why I'm here. Check this out.
Escuadrón Suicida. De los creadores de la saga de Arkham. Es Brainiac. Rocksteady. Metrópolis.
I've got eyes on the target. Air support is getting cut to pieces. Where the hell are you? I'm going in.
Le botaron la pizza a Harley.
Don't worry, boss. We got this. Hey, Boomer! Lay down suppressant fire.
El diseño de Harley está muy bien.
Still ringing after that last Bonnie.
What is that?
Deadshot.
Australian for hangover?
Y King Shark.
I believe I can translate. Boomerang has a concussion from the enemy you missed in our last encounter.
Guess those teeth are sharper than your eyes, Shark Man. I never miss.
Never miss. Yeah, we bloody know. You never shut up about it.
Task Force X. Alpha target is in the open. Get your asses to the Metropolis Grand Hotel and engage. Before I have another reason to blow those bombs in your heads.
Shit.
Esta canción es del Tony Hawk Pro Skater. O de Pro BMX. Bueno, está muteado por cuestiones de copyright, ya que pues se te escucha entrecortadazo. Pero ese es robot. Ah, llegó Superman.
Look, it's Superman. The mighty Superman has just rescued that pilot.
What a show off. Beat it, Spandex! We're on a top secret assassination mission here.
No.
Oh no. Sí, creo que es bizarro. Yo creo que simplemente está poseído por Brainiac. 2022, no, falta full. Para PlayStation 5 y Xbox Series X todavía no es para, ya no va a ser para Play 4.
Wow, okay, very dangerous. Yeah, that's more dangerous than they said it would be. It's
Oye, se veía bien, pero 2022. Qué tontera.
Hello?
Oh, I got someone!
Okay. I'm sorry.
¿Me escuchas?
Who are you?
Entrecortado. Pero sí, o sea, sí te escucho. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Sigues vivo?
Hey, Jax, come here!
¿Qué pasó, mi hijo? Responde. Ya viene Batman, no puedes frenarte ahorita.
I probably played one once, but no, I'm Will Arnett.
Will Arnett? I'm your biggest fan. Bojack was the only thing that kept me going in Bel Rev. Every night. Starved. Tortured. Experiment.
Wait. An actor? Great. Hang up, Quinn.
No, wait. Hang on. Don't hang up. Look, maybe I can help. What seems to be the problem?
It's Waller. She wants us to kill the bloody Justice League. We're way out of our depth here. We need to get
Pues al parecer de lo que trata es que... Es que el Escuadrón Suicida va a tener que detener a la Liga de la Justicia porque, no sé, al parecer Brainiac invadió la Tierra y no sé, le lavó el cerebro a la Liga de la Justicia.
What kind of powers you got? I mean, what are we working with here?
Captain.
Sure thing, William. The name's Harley Quinn, and you could say I'm the leader of our little task force. I like baseball bats, explosives.
Bueno, esperemos que el Barbas se conecte de nuevo. Tenía problemas de internet. Ya viene lo mejor de la noche, que es lo de Batman. Así que ojalá se le mejore el internet. Esperemos.
And last but not least, the one, the only Captain Boomerang. I'm what you call a supervillain. But don't try calling me the leader of this sorry lot. No, thank you. Leaders are the first to get their heads blown off.
Okay, so what? And forgive me, you just
De ahí se te ve. ¿Qué pasó?
Volví.
¿Ya tienes buen internet?
Nos esperemos.
Sí, porque ya solo falta lo de Batman, no creo. No, otra vez se te congeló, chamadre.
Ahí se me ponga a llorar si falta todo el internet.
Ah, no, espera, ya estás bien, ya estás bien. ¿Viste lo del Escuadrón Suicida?
No. ¿Era bizarro o no era bizarro?
No, pero parece que... O sea, Brainiac es como que... No sé, llegó a la Tierra, invadió la Tierra y le lavó el cerebro a la Liga de la Justicia y por eso el Suicide Squad ahora tiene que hacerse cargo. Se veía interesante.
¿Algún otra parte de la Liga de la Justicia salió?
No, solo Superman. Pero, loco, el juego sale en el 2022. Y solo salía para Play 5 y para Xbox Series X. Entonces...
vaya.
No va a salir para Play 4 ni Xbox One. Bueno, hace un rato teníamos 9 espectadores, ahora tenemos 6. Creo que el factor Barbas faltaba en el directo para que se queden. ¿Sí me escuchas?
Ahorita un poco.
Creo que te llega un poco retrasada la señal, pero... Ya nada, lo importante es que puedas ver. Tenemos 7 espectadores. Vamos ahí. Ya se acaba. Falta lo del Batman y se acaba la noche.
That still stings. I mean, it beats the subway, but... Whew. Oh. Hey, you must be Sefton.
I am indeed. Hi, Will.
Hey, man. Sefton Hill from Rocksteady Studios, y'all.
Rocksteady.
Sefton, how'd you get here? Did DC also teleport you into the cyberspace realm?
No, they just sent me this green screen for my house.
You got a green screen? Good. That's neat. Lucky for you. DC actually teleported me into the Fandome. Which really hurts, but,
Cosías, no, todavía no sale Batman. Ahorita estamos en lo del Escuadrón Suicida y ya después de esto, ya en 5 minutos, sale The Batman y ya se acaba el...
Estamos a 5 minutos de la cosa más importante de la noche, del evento, porque Porque el panel de la Liga de la Justicia es
Suicide Squad. You know, it's a unique new franchise for gaming, and we've been able to put our own spin on it and create something really special that I think gamers are going to love and enjoy. Obviously, it's brought to you by the team that created Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight. And in fact, this is a continuation of the Arkham
mejor
verse. So a lot
fue
of the
el trailer.
through threads and the storylines you're going to see come to fruition.
Ahorita se te escucha mejor, ahorita se, o sea, hace un rato se te escuchó full entrecortado.
Really great, unique innovations and create what we think is going to be a totally original gameplay experience.
Okay, well that's awesome. But let me
Pero bueno,
just ask you
toca
this.
esperar
Why this game? Why
un poco más de un año para jugar Suicide Squad. Qué tontero.
Games are all about a character-driven game. You know, it's all about that kind of heart
Y que te
and soul
consigas
of
un Play 5.
characters that we want to bring to life.
O un Xbox Series
So we
X.
worked with DC. We looked at, you know, all the different properties, all the different
Lo que
great
sea primero.
characters that they have.
Lo que sea más barato.
Really spoke to us because of how
Bueno, al menos podrás
fascinating
también
these flawed characters are, and the fact that it's a fusing all of these characters together. When you're creating a game, you're creating a universe.
Pero bueno, sí está bien porque el juego de Gotham Knights sale el próximo año, entonces si salen los dos el mismo año ya sería mucho también. Claro. Dice, ¿qué opinan del Snyder Cut?
¿Cuál tiene chance de jugar?
For me, my biggest question, and really probably everybody's biggest question that they want to know is, and no offense, but what is wrong with you?
¿Qué opinamos del del Snyder Cut? Pues
yo le tengo fe. Yo sí le tengo fe a todo lo que va a venir con el Snyder Cut. Pero no sé, hay muchas cosas que va a cambiar y no sé qué tanto lo vaya a hacer.
Sí, o sea, en el trailer
¿Para qué sirvan?
Claro, en el trailer que mostraron hoy, o sea, sí se ve que hay full mano de Zack Snyder, o sea, sí se ve que ha cambiado full cosas con respecto a la que se estrenó, pero no sé, o sea, al final es su película, es su versión, así que yo sí tengo fe, yo sé que va a salir peor que la que se estrenó, no creo.
No, eso sí, yo tampoco. Porque sea como sea, pudimos ver a Darkseid. Y eso ya es mucho.
Claro,
para lo que se vio antes en la versión de Josh Whedon.
Claro, sí, lo primero que vimos fue a Darkseid.
Me parece maravilloso.
Entonces sí, o sea, realmente sí esperamos. Yo sí le tengo fe, sí le tenemos fe, entonces esperemos que todo salga bien con esa. No sé si es película.
Hay cosas aparte de la pesadilla de Batman, de Batman y Superman, que a mí esa escena me encanta. Y sí le veo potencial de desarrollo.
Y también el diseño de Steppenwolf es más demoníaco, más monstruoso, no sé, más intimidante.
Es mejor.
Sí.
No tiene esa cara plástica que tenía el primer Steppenwolf.
No le hay esa cara de juguete.
Esa cara de figura de acción.
Sí se ve mucho mejor, la verdad. Bueno, ahorita estamos viendo imágenes de Suicide Squad. Se ve bien, la verdad se ve bien este juego. Aparece Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Capitán Boomerang, King Shark por el momento. Y se vio a Superman también. Tenemos 9 espectadores, muy bien, vengan. Se acerca lo de Batman. Lo último de la noche.
Beyond just kind of bricks and mortar and making it something that really speaks to the player and being able to realize it to a level of detail that's never been done before in any medium.
Vamos. Un minuto y empieza de Batman.
And I think it's really a love letter from us
to
DC fans. I think they're going to love it and really enjoy it, and it's something that I'm really proud of. The team have done a phenomenal job with that.
We have another question here.
Estoy listo.
No te he escuchado, pero...
Both questions are from the UK, so somebody do the math. But Ellis from the UK wants to know, with the Suicide Squad game that's coming out, will we be playing as every character from the squad or just one? And if it is just one, which character is it going to be? Because want some help?
Está preguntando si en el juego podremos jugar con varios personajes.
Siempre tiende a ser, cuando es un grupo, es un equipo, siempre tiende a ser multijugador. Claro. Entonces, claro, yo pensaría que sí, el escuadrón suicida y hasta ahorita de los 4 principales que son Harley Quinn, Capitán Boomerang, Deathstroke y Shazam, tendría que se les puede marcar a los 4. Igual como mañana Gotham Knights.
Pero hacer un juego de escuadrón suicida y no hacerle multijugador sería un desperdicio.
Sería un desperdicio. Y no una estupidez, es un grupo.
Pero me imagino que se ha de tener la posibilidad igual de jugar tú solo, pero la historia principal me imagino. Pero no sé, toca ver.
And then boom, just instantly switch to playing as Harley, swinging around and flying into enemies with a baseball bat around the
Bueno,
head. So
estoy nervioso por lo que venga de Batman.
Pues sí, ya empieza, ya empieza.
Lastly, I'd like to know if it's okay with you.
Esta es la última pregunta que hace.
Can I be in the new game? I'm not saying Task Force X. I'm just saying maybe just like a random handsome guy.
Quiere colarse en el juego.
You know, hanging out in Metropolis, just being handsome and dodging chunks of debris.
Eso me gustó, salió la nave de Brainiac, pero una navezota en toda Metrópolis ahí.
Es enorme, eso sí. Si cogió toda Metrópolis, ya vieron todito.
Claro.
I made a huge mistake.
Muy bien.
Vamos. Estamos así de cerca de llegar al punto cumbre.
Vamos, de la noche. Ya no falta nada. Ya estamos aquí. Hemos estado 8 horas que han valido la pena.
8 horas aquí sentados. Bueno, no tanto, no.
Creo que se me congeló la cámara, qué huevada. Ve ese villano.
Polka Dot Man, uno de los villanos más inservibles de Batman. Pero tiene un cameo muy impresionante de Lego Batman Movie, lo cual es genial. Es como el rey de los condimentos, o como Kaiden.
Eso, el rey de los condimentos, que cague.
O sea, si me ponían a Polka Dot Man o me ponían al rey de los condimentos, exactamente lo mismo. Vamos.
Se ha unido Mika Freire. ¿Qué más? Bienvenida. Llegaste justo al último.
Mándale saludos.
Aloha. Ya sirvió la cámara por fin, chamadre.
We're talking more than 80 years here, guys. So ready your bodies, because here is the Batman.
Bien, Batman. Ve esa ilustración de Jim Lee.
¿Qué pasó? Maldito internet. ¿Qué pasó?
No, sí se te escucha, tranquilo. Ahí está. Sí estás viendo.
Podemos ver a Robert Pattinson,
Sí,
a la persona que más me tiene aquí pensando cómo va a ser Batman.
Tenemos
me ha
fe.
entrenado un pendejo de todo este tiempo.
Tenemos fe.
Pero le tengo fe, por alguna razón le tengo fe.
No le entiendo nada, habla muy bajito. Tiene cara de dormido, cacha.
Oye, pero hablara como si no le hubieran vendido más volumen.
Matt, I'm so excited that you're here. Thank you so much for coming by.
Ay, no, maldita internet.
So, as Robert said, it's
Sí se te
super
escucha,
early to tell
tranquilo.
us
Ve el
much about
batimóvil,
the
el
movie,
batimóvil.
but I think what's exciting about where we are with DC and with this franchise specifically is that there's been a multiverse of Batman, right? And now you're taking over this particular iteration of Batman.
Ahí está Matt
What made
Reeves.
you want to tell a Batman story? I mean, this is a heavy lift. What was it that drew you to this character in this world?
Look, I love Batman, and I've loved Batman since I was a kid, and I never even imagined
Sí,
even
estás
when I
viendo.
began making movies that I would do genre movies, because I just loved certain kinds of movies that were very character based. And it's really interesting that as I got deeper into genre, I realized that that was a way to do very emotional stories, but under the guise of these sort of great mythic tales. And in particular, what excited me, and the thing I related to in the Batman story, was that he isn't a superhero in the traditional sense. You know, he might have a cape, but he can't fly. He's like you and me, but if he has a superpower, it's the ability to endure, and not only the ability, but the kind of compulsion. And so that
fue al
idea of
escenario.
being driven by your past and by the things that you
Fue al
can't quite
escenario.
resolve in yourself. Like, he's a very alive
Puso su pantalla verde en la casa.
and to me, to tell a version of Batman where, again, it wasn't about how he became Batman, but it's about the early days of how he is
Invitó a la
Batman, and he
co-host
is so far from being
a la casa.
perfect. And watch us sort of see him
Tenemos 7
what we all know
espectadores.
about him and see it in new ways. I felt like that was
Vamos
a way
a
to
ver.
do something that hadn't been done, and that was really what I was excited to
Muchas
be able to do in
gracias
this iteration.
por estar aquí.
You have said
A todos.
that all of us imagine ourselves, or have imagined ourselves to be Batman. And I know that's why I love those stories from the time I was a kid, because he didn't come from another planet, right? He doesn't have magical powers. He's just a guy that wants to do good.
Vamos, queremos
And
ver
that's
un
the thing.
tráiler.
The other question is, what is good? One of the things that I think is interesting is learning how to be Batman. You know, the whole idea, this is all an experiment in the movie. The idea is that we're in year 2. It's the Gotham experiment. It's a criminological
¿Qué pasó,
experiment.
Barba?
It's
¿Sigues
trying
ahí?
to figure out sort of what he can do that can finally change this place. And in our story, as he's in that mode, that's where you meet him, and you see that he is charting what he's doing, and he's seeing that he's
A
not
cada
having any of the
rato se va
effect
a ir
that he wants to
internet.
have yet.
Es
And that
una
is when the murders start to happen, and then the murders begin to describe
todo.
sort of the history of Gotham in a way that only reinforces what he knows about Gotham, but it opens up
Desconecta
a whole
tu
new
celo
world
y
of
todo
corruption
para
that
que-
went much farther. But as that story starts to come out, without being an origin tale for him, it
Ya
ends up
desconecté
being
yo.
something that touches on his origins. So you start to see that as it starts to describe this epic history of corruption in Gotham, that you start to understand, well, where did my family sit in that? And that sense, I think all of that is a way to take a story that is a detective story, a very point of view story, a mystery. It's got, of course, you know, action, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of it, it also is incredibly personal for him, even though it is the story in which he's trying to understand and unravel this mystery.
It's so layered. I'm really excited about it. Speaking of what we know about Gotham, you've revealed some of the characters
Vamos, por
in
favor.
this story, and the casting is just extraordinary.
They're amazing. I mean, you know, we have, you know, Paul Dano plays a version of the Riddler
Tengo la
that
expectativa
no
de
one has ever seen
quién
before, and it's really exciting.
es
He's
que
such
Colin
an
Farrell es
incredibly
el pingüino.
creative actor,
Quiero
and
estar
so
seguro
what he is
de
doing,
que
I think,
Colin
is going
Farrell
to
es el
blow
pingüino.
people's minds, and
No
and
tengo
then
ni
to have,
idea.
you know, Zoe Kravitz, her iteration of
Ojalá
Selena
aquí nos lo
Kyle,
aclaren.
like, to me, that's incredibly exciting. You have an iteration that you've never seen of what she's doing, but it touches on all these kind of iconic sort of things that people know from the comics. So it's always about trying to square what you sort of know with what also is new, and that is really part of, I think, the exciting sort of process of making a Batman movie, which is to find a way to make it your own, and to find a way for the actors to make it their own, and yet still connect to all these things that
pasó,
people
mijo?
also
¿Sí
go, oh,
escuchas?
that's my Selena. I know who that is. And I think,
Ya me
I guess
asusté.
the one thing about the Rogues
Sí, sí.
Gallery is that it actually, in a weird way, is the origins of a lot of our Rogues Gallery characters. So, like, Selena isn't Catwoman yet. That's actually part of the journey. Oz is not yet
Dice
the
que
Kingpin that he's going to become. He's
Selena
the Penguin.
todavía
In
no
fact,
es
doesn't like
Gatúbela.
being called the Penguin. And the Riddler is just emerging for the first time. So that's all incredibly exciting. And then we have, like, you know, to have Andy Serkis, who is, you know, I work with on the Apes movies, is one of the most beautiful actors, and
Andy
he
Serkis.
is playing an iteration
claro,
of
Andy
Alfred
Serkis va a
that I
ser-
feel like people
va a
have
ser
never seen
Alfred.
before, which is
Ah,
really
claro.
exciting to share
Dele.
with people. And then we have an incredible,
Alfred
for me, like, I just think that
Pennyworth.
Jeffrey Wright is just one of the great actors, and to be able to work with him in a totally new iteration of Gordon. And then we have, you know, the amazing John Turturro, who's going to be a Carmine Falcone, who again, I think
Falcone,
in
va a
this
aparecer
iteration, you've
Falcone.
never seen that version before. And how all these characters connect, I think, for me, was one of the challenges, but also exciting things about the creation of the story, which is that in going on this sort of desire to solve, or the urge and the compulsion to solve this series of crimes, you touch on all of these iterations of the beginnings of these characters.
Ojalá no frieguen la historia porque va a estar Gatúbela, va a estar Batman, va a estar el Pingüino, va a estar el Acertijo, va a estar Falcone.
That's the attempt.
It's exciting to be able to talk to you in the middle of
También va a estar Carmine Falcone, dicen que fue. ¿Quién va a ser?
Undertaking.
No me acuerdo, sí dijo el actor, pero no lo escuché bien.
It's just announced that you're going to be working on the Gotham PD series. You're developing with writer Terrence Winter.
Ojalá le den un trasfondo más grande a Carmine Falcone, ya que básicamente solo se la ha visto en Gotham y
Yeah, totally. I mean, for me, the idea of this story
en Batman Inicio.
was a story
No,
in
ese es
which
Marroni.
Gotham, which has this sort of depth of corruption, and then the idea
No,
that we could
el primero es
actually
Falcone,
do a
Marroni
series
sale de Dark
that is
Knight.
going deeper into an aspect of it, which in
Claro,
this
claro.
case is the corrupt police
Qué
department, the
bestia, hasta
corrupt
los
inner
nombres de los
workings of the
mafiosos,
city.
Dios.
And the way we're gonna
Marroni,
do the
Falcone,
series, which is, I mean, I'm incredibly
Pepperoni.
Winter is just like an incredible writer. So the idea that we got him to do this, I mean, just is literally a dream. And the idea is we go back to year one, and year one is the
año
beginning
uno.
of the emergence. It's the first appearance of this masked
Historia
vigilante
de Frank
that
Miller
starts to
dibujado
unsettle
por
the
Dave
city,
Mazzucchelli.
and you start to see the
Pedazo
story
de cómic.
through the point of view of
Se
this
van a basar
corrupt
full en
cops,
esa, al
and one
parecer.
in particular, and the story is actually a battle for his soul. And he's a cop over
Es como
generations,
cuando
and
Nolan
his,
también
the
se basó en
history
eso para
of
hacer
corruption in
para hacer la
Gotham
primera
is
Batman.
enormous and goes
También.
back many years. And the story is like, as
Solo
you
que sería
realize
interesante
there's this myth
que en
building
esta
in the
película
background, you're actually in a new place
no se
where you've
indaguen
never
más
seen
en
these
lo
characters
que
before, some of which we'll
lo
touch
que
on
acaba
that
de
you
decir
may have
también
seen
el
from the
Matt Reeves,
comics,
que
but others totally new. Then you
en el
can go
conflicto
down an
moral de
avenue
Gordon
and go into detail that you couldn't do in a movie,
que tiene en el
and to
cómic.
go into these sort of rich places and meet entirely new characters that Terrence is going to create. It's
La
incredibly exciting.
la infidelidad con René Montoya, todo lo que provoca. Eso lo haría interesante, lo haría, le daría peso a Gordon, porque Gordon no es que ha tenido mucho peso, que digamos, donde más peso le dieron fue en la trilogía del Caballero de la Noche, pero cosas como por ejemplo las primeras 4 o incluso en Justice League, que se le trató de dar un poquito, que se supone que iba a ser muy importante.
To
Pues
what
no.
extent were stars able to implement their own influence within the design?
That's a good question.
Toca ver.
Gordon es un gran personaje
We
como
have,
para
of course,
que le
an
exploten.
incredible costume designer, Jacqueline Duran, and the Batsuit was designed
Aunque en la
by
trilogía de
Gordon.
Nolan sí le dan un buen
They're geniuses. I mean,
arco
it's great to work with them, but one of
argumental.
the things that's
Claro,
really
es donde
important
es
is
Gary
being able to
Oldman,
work
o
with the
sea.
actors. Like Rob had a very important part in designing the suit in that he had to be able to wear it, he had to be able to fight in it. And one of the things about this Batsuit is that it's very practical. The whole
Están
idea
hablando
is
del
that he's
batitraje.
made it himself. And so we needed to be able to sort of see how it would fit on him in these ways that he could move, but also looked like it was something that was still evolving. And even the idea of the story,
Yo
he's
espero
in
que
year
por lo menos sea
2, so
práctico,
he's been
porque
wearing it. So
bonito,
he goes
bonito
every
no
night
es.
looking for trouble. So you look at his cowl,
Mejor
you see
estaba,
there are gashes in it, and all of that detail was an incredibly exciting
Podría
sort of
ser mejor,
dialogue
pero
between me
está
and the
bien.
costume designers, and then having Rob involved. And so, yeah, I mean, the actors have a lot to do, because you always do a dialogue with everyone so that we can arrive at the thing that feels the most grounded, the most honest, and the most character-based.
I'm just hoping everybody got pockets.
You know what? I will tell you this. One of the big things that Rob actually talked to Christian Bale, and Christian Bale was like, just
Christian
make
Bale.
sure you're going to be able to relieve yourself. So all of that sort of was actually part of what was important to build into it, which is like, okay.
Me parece el traje es más cómodo de ponerse y quitarse que el de Christian Bale.
Here's a video question from
Se
Pedro
están
in
diciendo.
Brazil.
I'm Pedro
Christian Bale se quejaba un montón de lo
one
que
of the
no
most
podía
important
hacer.
things about the whole Batman mythology is not just the characters such as Batman or the Joker, it's Gotham City itself. So I wanted to ask you, what should we fans expect to see from Gotham City in this film? Thank you.
you're absolutely right. Like,
Esa es
it's
una
just
buena
as
pregunta.
important as any of the rogues gallery. It's sort of like the nature of what this
Claro,
place
porque
is and the history
básicamente
of it
dentro
is
de
critically important to our story. And one of the things that I really wanted to do, because it is the center of this story, especially the history of corruption in the city, was I wanted to present it in a way that was really fleshed out. I wanted it to feel like an American city you've never been to. I mean, other iterations have, you know, obviously the Burton one had very, very theatrical, beautiful, beautiful sets, and Nolan had the version that he
Claro,
created
es
in
que
Batman
Ciudad
Begins, and
Gótica
that was a particular thing, and then
básicamente también es
parts
un
of Chicago
personaje
and parts of
si te pones a
Pittsburgh.
pensar,
And what
porque
we're trying to do is create a version of it that you haven't seen before. So some of the locations that we've chosen,
toda
the
la
idea is to take, let's say there's like we have like a Gotham Square. So that's
Claro, o
like
sea,
Times Square, right? Now if we shot it in Times Square, then you'd be like, oh, I guess Gotham.
recrear a Gotham también
In our case, it's actually going to be Liverpool.
es un poco
And the
trabajo
idea
duro.
is to go to Liverpool where there's all the sort of the foundation
Hacer
of
que
the Gothic
realmente parezca
architecture, and then
Gotham,
add all of the
una
more
ciudad
modern structures and
llena
through
de
CG,
crimen,
but in a
insegura.
way that you're going to, when you see the movie, now that I've blown it, of course I've told you what it is, but you'll be like, hey, where's that city? Where did they shoot? And so
donde la gente todavía sigue viviendo.
and realizing it has been for me one of the great
Verle
pleasures in
lúgubre,
getting to
verle,
mount the
verle
movie.
oscura, como lo que trató de hacer Tim Burton, o como lo que hizo
Germany
Christopher
says
Nolan,
it's already known
que
that the movie is going to
a
explore
mí me
Bruce's
parecen las
second year
cosas
as Batman.
más hermosas de la
How
vida.
do the
No
citizens
como lo
of
que
Gotham
hizo
perceive
Schumacher, porque más neón no podía meter.
Se parecía a Los Ángeles, no
He is a
Gótica.
vigilante, which means he takes the law into his own hands.
Puta,
I mean,
pero
if you were in
parecía
the
Los
city
Ángeles después
and
de
there was a guy
Texas.
who dressed up as a bat and showed up out of the shadows and sometimes confronted those people and beat them up because he felt what they were doing was wrong, so that he could sort of put the fear of God in them about the crimes that they're committing, I think we would wonder, well, gee, that guy sounds a little dangerous. He's not yet the vision of the
Por eso digo, o sea,
character that he
ojalá
becomes,
no,
where he
al
becomes a
llenarle de
symbol
tanto
of hope for
personaje,
the city.
no,
He's earlier in the trajectory,
no
and
la hagan
so
muy
they're
compleja,
afraid of him,
muy,
frankly. He's kind of a growing
muy enrevesada la
legend. I
historia.
think there are some people who are wondering, does he exist?
O
How
sea,
exactly
yo
does he
siento
exist?
que en algún
And that
momento
legend
va a
is
salir
building
uno
day
que
by
realmente
day and
sea
has been
el
since he
villano
made
de
his
la
first
película.
appearance
Los otros
about a year and a half ago as we were in year
tal
2.
como
So
para
yeah, the
no un
public is afraid
cameo
of him. I
como
mean,
tal,
that's
pero
one of the things
no
I
han
think
de,
that he will
han de
confront
aportar a la
in the
película,
course
pero
of the
no están
story,
tan
and
hechos.
that Rob has to sort of deal with in
No, no
playing
sé
the
si puede ser.
character, which is the
O sea, el
idea of
punto
how
aquí
he's
no es
perceived.
hacerle un
And speaking
Spider-Man
of Rob,
3,
Aditya
sino
in Indonesia has a video
darle su
question.
momento,
What was
pero
the best
no
part of
hacerlo la
Robert
cosa
Pattinson that he was
central
chosen
de
as
la
the new
película.
Batman?
O sea, me imagino que, por ejemplo, el pingüino ha de tener algún conflicto de bandas o algo con Falcone en la película. Y por ahí se ha de meter Batman.
Has been incredible. Like a friend of mine made a movie called Lost City of Z, and Rob appeared in that movie, and I was like, who is that guy? He had just such charisma, and Rob in the movie has this incredible beard, and you're like, who is that? And it's Rob. And Rob in The Rover, and Rob in Good Time. He is like a chameleon, and he's just such a gifted actor, and he's been working on his craft in this really incredible way. And he also happens to be a tremendous, passionate sort of fan of Batman the way that I am, and so it was an incredible thing to be able
Yo ese man sinceramente solo
to
le puedo
connect
ver
with him
como
and
Cedric,
to share our excitement about the character and to work with him. I
como
mean, you know, he looks
el
like
brillo.
Batman. More than anything, he has the soul of someone I think
brillos.
that can play a Batman like you've never seen before.
Andy from Australia
Yes.
asks, how long did it take to build the
El
Batsuit,
brillito.
Batmobile, and Batbike? And did you have to build a set to create the Bat?
You know, it's funny. It's like stepping into your childhood in a certain way, because you know, obviously
Tenemos
the
8
first
espectadores,
thing
muy
you
bien,
have to
muy
do is
bien.
you have to craft a story that you think is worthy of the character.
Algo es algo.
But then once you've done that, and it becomes like, oh yeah, we're making this movie. One of the things you have to do is you have to design a Batsuit. You
Lleguemos
have
a
to
los
design
10.
a Batmobile. You have
Y
to have a
sorteo
Batcave. You have
estelar.
to have Batbikes. All of the things
No,
that
si
he's
llegamos en
gonna
un punto
have.
a los
And
11.
so, you know, for me, that's been one of the exciting things, and that happened even before we were quite done with the
Cuando
last
recién
iteration
empezó.
of the script. You know, we'd already gone through passes, and it was quite clear what the vision of the world was being. While I'm writing, I actually already have a production designer on, and so he would be sending, as I'm writing scenes, I might send stuff to James, and he's like, oh, well, what about this for a Batcave? And so, yes, we had to build a set for it. But I think it's an incredibly original and different set. I think it's going to be really fun for the audience to discover what version of exactly this Batcave is going to be. The Batmobile and the Batsuit, they took a long
El
time.
Batimóvil.
You know, I mean, Glenn came on quite early, and we
Es lo que yo
worked
te
on the
dije.
designing of it
Las
again
dos
as I was
cosas
writing,
más
and the idea of him
importantes
being able to
son
fight
el
in it. And so
batitraje
they started
y el
illustrating, and
batimóvil.
I'd say
Pues
we
sí.
spent
De ahí se
easily
desprende absolutamente todo. Se
to do the
desprende el
Batsuit
Batwing, se
and then to
desprende
get
los
into
Batarang, se
the
desprende
Batmobile
cualquier
and
cosa.
that, of
Pero lo más
course,
importante
that
siempre va a
part's a
ser
dream. I mean, you know, you start
el Batsuit
the idea of getting to do
y el
your own
Batmóvil.
version of the Batmobile
Siempre.
is is like you're just kind of like,
Sí, pero hasta ahora de lo que se ha visto también. Para un Batman principiante.
Hard work and trying to make sure that you're doing the right thing, and then when you get to dive into the idea of this car that again feels connected to this version of the character, a grounded version of the character, this is something that he built, and to try and look at those kind of rough seams and imagine how all that works, it's been an incredible sort of gift to be able to do that.
So much fun. Alejo from Argentina asks, what will be the main difference between
Quedan
this
10
Batman
minutos del
and
panel.
the other incarnations from previous films?
Oh yeah, well I mean I think
Tienen
you
que
know,
sí o
as we
sí
said,
mostrar un,
it's not an origin tale,
no sé,
and you're meeting him in the
trailer,
early days, and for
aunque
me,
sea arte conceptual.
what's really important about this iteration
Un
is that, you
vistazo
know, a
con
lot of the other
Pattinson en el
stories are very
Batimóvil,
much
con
about how he had to
Pattinson con el
master his
traje,
fear
algo.
and master himself
Aunque sea algo,
in order to become
ver
Batman,
algo.
and that in
A
that
Pattinson.
Batman state, he's sort of in his best self. And I think for me what was exciting was not doing that, not doing the origin, not doing what we'd seen done so beautifully in other movies, but instead to meet him in the middle of this criminological experiment.
Díganle salud.
En los comentarios por su salud.
Díganle salud por favor al compañero.
Him grow and fail and be heroic, do all of the things that we associate with Batman, but in a way that felt very human and very flawed. The biggest fantasy, of course, as a kid would have been to be Batman, and so the idea of putting the audience in the shoes of that character and make the audience feel the way that he feels, I think that to me, I hope is what's different about what we're doing, is to try and do it in exactly that sort of manner. And then of course the other things that are from the earlier history of the comics, like him being the world's
Gaby
greatest
Galarza,
detective, how he
alias
got there.
Dios,
You know,
dice
those things
salud.
have been touched on, but I don't
Muchas
know if they've been as
gracias, me
central
siento
to the
bendecido.
plot as they are in this particular Batman. So
Mica
there's a lot of
Freire,
things I hope
alias
that will be
Españas,
totally
dice
different.
salud.
Cliff from Australia asks, what's one deep
Muchas gracias,
cut
me siento
comic fans might be
españolizado.
surprised to see has
Y nadie
inspired
más.
the Batman?
You know, for me, because I wanted to get into the mindset of the character and I wanted to think of the psychology, for me, I think one of the cool deep dive ones was Darwin Cook's ego. He's confronting the beast that is Batman, and it's kind of, there's a kind of duality. I mean, there's a lot in what, you know, I was trying to do in the story about him confronting the shadow side of himself. The degree to which you have self-knowledge, you're able to understand your motivations, but he's broken, Batman. So while he's doing all of these things for the reasons that he thinks is right and that have a heroic sort of grounding in them, there's also many things that are driven by the parts of himself he doesn't yet know. And so I would say that that kind of sort of psychological Jungian
Creo que para hacerle
shadow
más
side, that sort of version of it
dinámico o
is very
interesante
much
tenían que ir
connected to that vision
mostrando
from Darwin
fotos o algo
Cook,
mientras
from Ego.
hablaba.
Yosef from Bolivia says, which non-Batman movie were Matt Reeves, yours, inspiration for the Batman?
Oh, well, because the movie is a detective story, because it is a, you know, a thriller in the sort of cop world, and because it's about corruption, we're treating this Batman story as if this is, as if this could have happened.
Y oficialmente llevamos 8 horas de directo, ¿qué te parece?
Me parece maravilloso, boludo. 8 horas de directo. Agradezco a todas las personas que estuvieron viendo todo el día. Porque de fijo había unas. Esa persona
creo que era yo.
Estoy dibujando.
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Para ser primera transmisión al inicio estuvo complicado el tema del video y todo, pero tenemos 10 personas en directo, sortea el lápiz.
Muy bien, no se van a ganar un lápiz. Autografiado con una pintura verde.
So, Matt, one of the exciting things about
muchas gracias,
Batman as a character is that he's so layered and
Gaby Galarza dice, yo estuve por ratos, tenía que dormir muchachos, no importa, tú tienes prioridad.
Iterations of the Batman or Gotham or the entire kind of Batman universe will tread on
Pero muchas gracias por
that
estar.
others have already covered.
Oh, totally. I mean, for me, that's exciting. Like the idea of the history of Batman, like just the idea of the actors who have played Batman, like Adam West, when I was a kid. Adam West, that was like, when I was 5 and watching him as Batman, like that blew my mind. I wanted to be Batman so badly. And then I remember when I was a little bit older and then Keaton came onto the scene with the Burton movie, I was like, I was so excited they were going to do a theatrical version. And the iterations that have followed, like so many incredible people. I mean, Bale was amazing. I mean, incredible. Everything that Chris Nolan was astonishing. And I personally, I love Ben Affleck as Batman. I thought he was incredible. Like an iteration again that we haven't seen. So like, in fact, I'm really excited because I know that they've got Zach is going to be
Ben
doing
Affleck es una maravilla, es como dije antes, es lo mejor de 3 películas. O sea, las mejores escenas de Escuadrón del 2016, dirigida por David Ayer, son las escenas de Batman. Sale 3 veces, 4 con la escena post-créditos.
Tal cual. Nos faltan 5 minutos.
There's, you know, of course, there's Bob Kane and Bill Finger's Batman, and there's Frank Miller's Batman. There's so many Batmans, and so to me, that's one of the joys of being in the kind of comic book world, is to try and say, hey, what can we do to put our spin on this so that people
aquí está
can find a
nombrando un
new way
montón de
of looking at
Batmans.
that character that they love.
I remember when The Dark
De
Knight
diferentes
when
artistas.
I was a kid, how
George
what a
Clooney.
radical departure that felt like, how exciting that was.
Oh my God!
But it
Pues
didn't
si nos
erase
vamos a
all
poner
the ways
así,
that I had
como
connected with that character previously. It just made
en
it
los de
more
los cereales
closure
del
and,
1900,
you know, more exciting.
1941.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's the strange thing of wanting to be able to find a way to come at it in some new way, and yet it has to be connected to that thing that you
Como
love.
se demoran, ya sabemos todo eso.
Being part of that
Pues sí.
history and being part of all of that is sort of
Pero
Pues sí, mijo, pero
tienen que llenar media hora.
What the fans really want is to get just even a tiny glimpse of what the film is going to look like, and you know, this is a fan experience. I'm hoping you brought us something we can show them.
It's Fandome, and you know, having been to Comic-Con and all of that, I know you don't come without anything.
Van a mostrar algo, van a mostrar algo.
We've only shot 25% of the movie, 25-30% of the movie, so there's so much. This is just scratching the surface.
Recién han filmado el 25 o 30% de la película.
Claro, antes de toda la pandemia se estaban filmando.
Nos van a compartir algo. Por fin, por fin. Vamos, vamos, hijo.
¿Por qué suena como breve?
¿Qué es eso? Era Alfred. Era Andy, ¿sabes qué hiciste? ¿O no? No más mentiras, decía. Something in the way. No, van a poner copyright, qué tontera.
Es Gordon. Oye, y le queda súper bien a Jeffrey Wright.
Del Bay. Mentiras.
Let's play a game, just me and you. Any of this mean anything to you?
¡Oh! ¡No jodas! ¡Qué bien! ¿Viste? ¿Viste eso? Es la Baticueva.
Parece personaje de Apple.
Pues sí. Ese es Gatúbela.
¡Oh, mira!
Ese es el pingüino. No, copyright de mierda.
¡No! ¡La madre!
Maldito copyright.
Bueno,
mira,
me parece raro. ¡Oh, qué maestro!
¿Y esto qué es? La
Lo
familia
mejor sería... ¿Qué dice?
Oh,
lo mejor
qué
sería
bacán.
que vaya atendiendo desde... Tenga tendencias de la Gatúbela de Michelle Pfeiffer. Que no sé por qué siento que va... ¿Qué dices? ¡Qué buen Batimóvil!
Le dispararon en el pecho, ¿viste? Ese es el pingüino, me imagino. No. ¿Viste cómo
¡Qué
peleaba?
madre!
¿Viste cómo peleaba?
Algo está diciendo, oye.
Es que estaba sonando Something in the Way de... ¿Ve?
Parece...
¡Qué hijos de su madre!
Y gracias al año, a la forma en la cual se presenta el año, podemos deducir al villano principal, que quiere decir que es el Acertijo.
Muy bien. Una deducción.
Ojalá sepan cómo manejar al acertijo y no lo hagan de una manera pincarresca, porque, bueno, a mí me encanta, pero no es lo que yo realmente estoy esperando.
Se acabó. Dijimos.
Se ha acabado las 8 horas que hemos estado aquí.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Bueno, ¿qué tal tus impresiones generales? ¿Qué tal te pareció?
Pues... A ver, déjame bajar el volumen. Pues... Sinceramente... Me gustó. La gran mayoría. Hubieron cosas como lo del panel sorpresa, que sí estuvo bien turro.
Turrísimo, loco.
O lo de... bueno, los otros paneles que nos saltamos también. A ver, se están despidiendo. Y bueno, ahorita van a empezar de nuevo lo que son las reproducciones, o sea, el reprise.
Okay, so...
Y bueno, eso es todo por ahora. ¿Qué te ha parecido?
Bueno, yo puedo decir que realmente me pareció un buen evento. Realmente fue un evento bien hecho, bien coordinado. La cagada de todo fue el panel sorpresa, que sorpresa no tuvo nada.
Pues sí, lastimosamente.
No, miento, sí tuvo. Tuvo la mala sorpresa de jugar con la gente que se estaba moviendo por ver algo de una Man of Steel 2, de Cavill volviendo a ser Superman, cosas por el estilo.
Pues sí, pues sí.
El envío de Don Black, qué maravilla.
O sea, la verdad...
Súbele... Oh, espérate.
¿Qué pasó?
Quiero ver si es que encuentro algo. Ponle en Warner Bros. Latinoamérica.
No, en Warner Bros. Normal.
Entertainment, Warner Bros. Latinoamérica.
Warner Bros. Pictures es. Cacha, el tráiler de La Mujer Maravilla tiene 1.400.000, ¿eran? Ve, aquí está, veamos ahorita el tráiler mejor.
Ahí está.
Ojalá no nos borren por copyright también.
Ojalá.
Aguanta que se haga grande la pantalla. Bien, bien, bien.
Ahí está. Muy bien. Por si acaso, la canción que está sonando de fondo es Something in the Way de Nirvana.
Simón, hablarás un poco para que se disimule la canción, no sé.
From your secret friend.
Ahorita, siguiendo a Jeffrey Wright como el comisionado Gordon, que parece. A mí me encanta, o sea, yo sí pensé que me iba a quejar un poco, pero no, definitivamente le pega el personaje.
La verdad sí está bien, está muy muy bien.
Todos acertijos, todos acertijos.
Mira eso, segunda vez.
Todo va dirigido al murciélago de Gótica. ¿Qué podemos comentar del traje? El logo. Esto es lo que ahorita me está llamando más la atención. ¿Cómo se hizo el logo? ¿Será realmente el arma que mató a sus padres de Batman?
No creo.
No sé, verle a Robert Pattinson de esa manera me resulta un poco... Es el pingüino.
Sí.
De seguro son aliados, deben ser aliados como el acertijo, porque sea como sean, los hechos siempre se han llevado súper bien, siempre han tenido una forma de, no sé, correlación, incluyendo, creo que el pingüino le hacía la cuenta.
Estás viendo el
Discord.
Discord.
Salón Iceberg y todo. Sí, es maravilloso.
¿Viste cómo peleó?
¿Cómo pelea? Se mueve bien, se mueve súper bien.
O sea, es súper agresivo, no sé, se ve... ¿Viste eso, papá? Oh,
Qué bien coreografiado. Creo que de cierta manera sí nos está callando un poco la boca porque
Espera, viste, le dispararon en el pecho y algo brilló. Aguanta. Vamos frame por frame. No hay cómo hacer eso aquí. No hay nada.
Oye, sí, qué raro. Eso es lo que me estoy preguntando ahorita. Si es que lo que tiene en el pecho, el logo, el símbolo, si es hecho con la pistola que mató a los padres.
No creo que sea.
Esos eran rumores que corrían. Es que me parece raro la forma que tiene, ¿no? Es peculiar. Eso es lo que me lleva a hacer esta pregunta.
Eso sí, o sea, sí es medio raro la textura del logo, pero no sé, mucha vuelta eso. Eso está genial.
Ese del fondo era Alfred.
¿Cuál? ¿El que estaba hablando de fondo?
El que estaba hablando.
Me imagino que sí.
Me gusta. O sea, yo no le tenía fe realmente. Yo dije, puta, se va a ver horrible, pero...
No, loco, la escena en la que pelea, esa me enamoró, me encantó. Tome su
el pego, no sé.
Tome su buen like.
Tiene algo. Y no sé, cuando yo recuerdo por allá del 2011, cuando dijeron que no iba a ser Bane el villano principal de Dark Knight Rises, el acertijo, era algo como lo que yo me imaginaba que es este acertijo. Porque se le nota desgraciado. Esa es la cuestión.
Chuta, pero todavía no se le ve.
Momentos... Pero solo la forma en la cual ejecuta los acertijos, en la cual le envía los acertijos, se nota que tiene algo, no sé.
La verdad recordó bastante a Jim Carrey cuando manda los acertijos igual.
A mí me encanta de Jim Carrey, solo que quiero verle como serio, como en el Arkham City.
Claro. Preguntan, ¿qué otra película sale el que hace de Batman? En Harry Potter, El Cáliz del Fuego. Y en Crepúsculo. Es el vampirito. El vampiro Gaylord. Pero más chévere es en Harry Potter.
No, pero sí ha hecho muchas más, como The Lighthouse, que estoy esperando por verla, ¿verdad?
Sí, yo también.
También sale hay una... ¿Cómo se llama esto? Hay una película que hace con... Ponle en DC. En las de DC a mí me salieron los de Rocksteady. No, perdón. En los de...
No, es que quiero ver el...
Warner Games Montreal.
No, o sea, los de Gotham Knights, ese sí ya vi, pero no sé, es que pensé que habían subido a un canal oficial de Rocksteady.
No, el de DC. No, en el de DC, en la mañana subieron los de Warner Games Montreal.
Y el de Escuadrón Suicida. Bueno, ya nada, veamos aquí igual. Este me gustó full, la verdad.
Qué nave tan inmensa la de Brain.
De los creadores de la serie de Arkham.
Ya se llegó.
Agua para elefantes. Eso no he visto.
Esa mismo, sí. No, hay otra que es con... Ya ni me acuerdo de la película. Bueno, va a salir en Tenet, de Christopher Nolan.
Ah, cierto,
y hay
la
una
nueva
historia media chistosa de cómo va a salir también en El Diablo a todas horas con coprotagonizada por Tom Holland.
Nice. El traje está bacán, lo que no me gusta son esos moños de los lados que tiene.
No me gusta la cara, me recuerda a la maestra de Malcolm.
Sí, ahí está el Capitán Boomerang.
¿Por qué le gritan Capitán Boomer? ¿Qué le pasa? Ese de eso. Está 2 tallas más que Will Smith, pero le da el pego.
Dele.
Me encanta King Shark, desde que le vi en la serie animada de Harley Quinn, me encanta King Shark. Ah, en Flash también me encanta.
Ah, dele, en Flash también. Solo que esta canción sí tenía cancioncita con copyright. ¿Qué esta canción, este tráiler? Así que ojalá no nos borren el directo por la canción. Esta canción es de un juego de Play 1 viejazo que recuerdo que yo jugaba.
Bien
bueno,
retro.
De ley, es una bestia. Era de un juego
me encanta cómo Harley Quinn les puede meter batazos y nadie le llega.
De ley.
O sea, no hay forma de que le maten a Harley Quinn aunque tenga... ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué pasó? Le robó la pistola de arneses a Batman.
Bueno, hasta ahora no nos han bloqueado el directo por la canción, así que bacán.
Smooth. Well, that should knock a few years off the old sentence.
That's reminded me of something. Oh yeah, Waller's stupid.
Aquí aparece Superman.
¿Qué maestro?
Eso que porque dicen Superman rescató a ese inocente piloto.
Look, it's Superman. The mighty Superman has just rescued that pilot.
El magnífico Superman rescató a ese piloto. No. Oh.
¿Qué dices? Que eres loco.
No es bizarro porque tiene el traje normal, el logo normal, todo. Solo los ojos son morados como los de Brainiac, entonces pues, me imagino que algo hizo Brainiac.
¿Y por qué tiene pues?
¿Qué?
Me encanta.
El logo estaba acá. Y ahí está lo importante.
Hijo de madre, valió madre ese que le lanzó eso.
PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X. Se acabó Play 4, se acabó Xbox One.
Nos vemos de aquí. Si es que no es el 12, es algún otro día. Gracias por ver la transmisión.
Aguanta, déjame hacer algo en el directo.
A ver.
Para hacernos grandecitos a nosotros.
Okay.
Voy a dejar de transmitir en el Discord y voy a... Ay no, qué pendejo. Aguanta, no me demoro. Ya tiene sueño el muchacho.
Yo nunca, never in this life.
Pues bueno, ¿qué tal? ¿Qué te pareció? Impresiones.
Pues la verdad, como decía antes, me encantó. La sorpresa, el panel sorpresa me pareció una porquería. O sea, vos no vas e ilusionas a la gente. Bueno, fijo, a uno de nuestros espectadores sí van y le ilusionan y no mismo. La cosa es que vos no vas y le ilusionas a la gente con que es un panel de sorpresa, que no sé qué, y a la final les terminas jodiendo la existencia.
Sí, lo del panel sorpresa sí estuvo fatal.
No sé, siento que el panel sorpresa no tuvo ni pie ni cabeza como para ser sorpresa. O sea, si vas a decir, mira, sabes que voy a meter un cómic de esto, sabes que bueno,
Sí.
Sandman. Con Sandman, y Nicole Brown repasó todo lo que es Sandman, todo lo que puede ser el programa de radio con James McAvoy. Y luego te vienen con esto, o sea, qué porquería, ¿no? Estaba circulando el hashtag decepción. Y...
decepción.
Pero... bueno, sea como sea, estuvo bien.
La verdad que
el
sí.
panel de... ¿qué te digo? De... el corte de Zack Snyder no me pareció bueno el panel como tal, pero el trailer fue una mano.
Ah, sí, el corte
Ver
sí
de
estuvo.
lleno el inicio, ver a Darkseid, o sea, me ganó por completo, ¿verdad? Solo verle a Darkseid.
La primera toma del tráiler era Darkseid.
Exacto. Yuxas. Entonces, bueno,
a ver, mijín.
A ver qué procede.
Posas para la portada del video. Aguanta, déjame hacer captura de pantalla. A ver, posa. Ya, bacán. Ya, bueno, ahora ¿por qué borras el mensaje, Mika? Dice... bueno, vamos a ya despedirnos porque son 8 horas, yo tengo hambre.
También tengo hambre, he estado en el culo.
Pero bueno.
Ustedes no tenían que saberlo y yo no tenía que contar. Está doliendo.
Pero bueno, muchas gracias a los 9 personas, 8 que están aquí ahorita. Muchas gracias. De los que sé que están, me imagino que la Gaby. Gracias. Siempre es bueno tener la bendición de la Gaby.
Que Dios amor.
Nelita. Bueno, una bendición. Josías.
Saludos a todos.
Josías, por
saludos
supuesto.
A todas las personas que se quedaron aquí. Qué maravillosas personas. Se merecen.
Josías, igual.
Inbox.
Me imagino que el
en
Bravo.
La descripción.
Les dejo mis redes sociales.
Dejo mis redes sociales abajo en la descripción.
¿Quién más? Ah, Gaby, sí ha estado Gaby, dice de nada. Pues muy bien. Gracias, Gaby, Mika, Melita, Josías, Bravo. Un placer. A mí me ha gustado.
Se les ama mucho. Y nos estamos viendo la semana que viene. Ah, no, espera, esa no es mi.
Esa no es tu línea.
Esa no es mi línea. Corta.
Quiere lápiz, oye, la Mica quiere lápiz. ¿Qué fue el lápiz?
A ver, ahorita mismo hacemos una inscripción. Aquí tengo para anotar. Mica Freire eres, ¿no? Freire.
A ver, sorteen algo. ¿Qué quieren? Todas viven lejos, chuchi.
Oye, sí, todos viven lejos. Y si me voy al comité me pasa a robar.
Me coreo.
Y si no me robas vos mismo.
No. Qué cague.
Bueno, niños, hasta aquí el video.
Pues sí. Ya nos vamos.
Les amo mucho.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias, mis fans.
Nos vemos. Besos. Oye, espera. No íbamos a hacer el resumen.
Ay, no, que pereza, ya han de haber visto todo el...
O hacemos mañana.
Seguimos en vivo.
Ahorita sí.
A ver, el resumen. Tuvimos el primer vistazo de Cheetah como tal.
No aquí, pues, o sea, un resumen como ya para video, no en directo.
Ah, ok. Eso se graba aparte.
Sí, man, por eso, pero te pregunto ahorita para no estar...
Aquí en video, en el vivo, enfrente de todos.
¿Por qué no? Para que todos estén de acuerdo.
Bueno, sí, ya así vamos a hacer, señores, señoritas.
Bueno, ahora sí. Nos vemos.
Bye, bye.